An ethereal voice continues its thoughts, wondering what would have happened if she had died then. A weary and older Ro watches as a man questions if he could have remained a pitiful husband and father, but concludes they all became monsters and asks if she is satisfied. The older, blood-stained Ro answers her father that she doesn't know what satisfaction is. A montage of memories flashes by: an arranged marriage, rumors of another woman, and an unjust imprisonment, while she insists she is truly fine. In a desolate forest of thorns, she is remembered as the most wicked witch. A black-haired man draws his sword in the wilderness to confront her, declaring it's time to end this. Both you and I, amidst a chaotic battle, she contemplates whether people create memories or memories create people, and questions if she truly became a monster because she was called one. Watching it all under the setting sun, she feels tired of it all, and being killed by her hateful father doesn't seem like a bad fate. An open book marks a clean end to her story in the year 538 of the Empire. Afterward, a brilliant burst of red gold light erupts. Now, she has become a little girl in pajamas, standing in a luxurious room, wondering what happened and telling herself to think calmly. Staring at her panicked reflection in the mirror, she struggles to compose herself. Amidst a magical aura surrounded by flowers, she realizes with wide-eyed shock that she is looking at her younger self. A brown-haired maid rushes to her side, crying with relief that she has finally woken up, leaving the red-haired girl bewildered. The red-haired girl, confused by the situation, can only mutter under her breath. The maid looks worried as the girl seems lost in thought, ignoring her question about what she is saying. The girl asks the maid, Betty, for her age, and Betty nervously replies that she is 18. When the girl asks about her own age, Betty confirms she has just turned 15 and expresses concern over her unusual behavior. Looking out the window, the girl realizes it is the year 533, confirming she has returned to the past. Now changed into a formal gown, she is being led down a hallway. The maid happily points toward an office, surprised that the young lady is actually going there. The maid then turns, thinking the young lady is so naive, and instead points the way to the young master's room. The maid corrects her, explaining she is heading toward the art gallery, and asks if she used to visit often. The girl hesitantly agrees. She smiles gently to herself, remembering that she did indeed come here often. She gazes at a beautiful portrait of a woman with long, silvery white hair, surrounded by lilies. She stares intently at the portrait, wondering if this is the person she wanted to see. A young man with dark blue hair appears at the doorway, demanding to know what is happening. She turns and explains that she just wanted to see her mother's portrait. The blue-haired man grabs her, telling her to go back before her father sees her. She thinks to herself that he never liked her. A cold memory flashes through her mind, a man pointing a blue glowing sword at her. She obediently lowers her head, thinking how uninteresting everything is. The scene shifts to a group of young, noble women gathered and chatting. One of the girls, with light blue hair, looks up in terror as a bright light fills her vision. Bang! The red-haired girl, now in a pink dress, blocks a blue magical blast with her own red energy shield. She declares with firm resolve that her current power should still be enough to handle her opponent. With a whoosh, she unleashes a powerful wave of white magical energy from her hands. A blonde young man watches in disbelief, shocked that Ro can manipulate such powerful magic at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary witch. The black-haired young man from before watches from the side, a slight blush on his cheeks, realizing it might have been a mistake to underestimate her. Before a shattered wall, a group including the blonde man, a white-haired man, the black-haired man, and a young girl stare at the aftermath. The little girl with light blue hair sits trembling amidst broken glass, thinking she almost died just now. The red-haired girl turns away from the destruction she caused. She stares at the trembling girl with an icy gaze and demands to know who she is. A sudden shattering sound is heard as an unseen barrier breaks, heralding the arrival of an obstructor. The red-haired girl faces a strange and powerful presence that acknowledges her strong spirit. The unseen entity challenges the red-haired girl to show her abilities. The red-haired girl resolutely accepts the challenge, preparing to display her power. A blonde man steps in front of the girl, casting a spell and declaring an end to the chaos. The blonde man's expression is grim as he vows not to tolerate any more madness. An unseen figure furiously demands to know who allowed the blonde man to interfere. The entity scoffs at the magician for putting on airs. Dismissed as a mere mid-level magician, the blonde man smirks and prepares to cast a spell. A blue-haired man is surprised to find his spell has changed direction. The blonde man reveals he knows a fatal weakness. A white-haired man and woman are revealed as the targets, while a voice calls out for Arthur Lober. A new target appears as a black-haired youth is trapped in another magical shard. Arthur faces a despicable choice. Who will he save? As he seethes with disgust, a massive burst of green light erupts from the banquet table, flooding the hall. Arthur stands firm with his hand outstretched, unleashing his protective power. The guests celebrate their rescue and praise Arthur's amazing power, while the red-haired girl silently acknowledges the immense effort he put forth. Arthur catches his breath, knowing he has only bought a temporary respite. Suddenly, there is a heavy thud as a magical shard pierces Arthur's chest. The white-haired duo watches in horror as someone screams Arthur's name. The red-haired girl's eyes widen in shock at the sudden turn of events. Arthur collapses to his knees, clutching the deep wound in his chest. The red-haired girl's eyes flash with power as she realizes this is no time to be careless, as another attack flies toward her. A hand suddenly reaches out, stopping the attack just before it hits her. The black-haired man shields her with his own body, taking the full force of the magical impact. As she witnesses his sacrifice, her pupils constrict into demonic slits, and a dark power awakens within her. The black-haired man casually comments on the crazy day, leaving the red-haired girl to wonder why he helped her. He smirks and chides her that she should express her gratitude first, since he saved her from getting hurt. The red-haired girl glares at the man, an angry, dark aura surrounding her. The black-haired man turns to the injured Arthur, casually asking if he is okay. The red-haired girl feels as if she is drifting, lost in a dark and empty inner void. A menacing face made of pure energy appears, taunting her and asking if she is afraid. She clenches her fist, glaring back defiantly at the mocking presence. Her eyes reflect the magical energy as she questions what is happening. An ethereal voice mocks her for harboring subservient emotions toward humans despite her power, as her clenched fist begins to bleed. A confident smirk plays on her lips as she throws the question back at her foe. Who do you think is scared now? A red magic circle erupts before her as she threatens to shatter her enemy to pieces. Arthur senses her overwhelming and dangerous magic, realizing the situation could escalate quickly. Arthur steps in front of the red-haired girl, calling her Ro, and insists on handling the threat himself. Despite his serious injury, Arthur focuses his mind, gathering a brilliant green light in his hand. He unleashes the spell, sending out a powerful pillar of green light. The entire space fills with light, and the crowd whispers Arthur Lober's name in awe. Ro calmly watches a lone, magical shard float in the purified air. An ethereal voice warns Ro not to be fooled by human mockery or get caught up in their trivial emotions, telling her not to waste her precious power. As Ro and Arthur stand together, the guests whisper, speculating about the identity of the powerful young magician. Arthur explains to Ro that their enemy seems to be a magician who uses glass and suggests that destroying the glass could prevent them from falling into the trap again. Arthur turns to check on the white-haired girl, Cecilia, who confirms she is unhurt and asks about his condition. Ro clenches her fist, thinking that their safety is not the real issue. The true threat has vanished, and she realizes the enemy has gone completely into hiding. Ro stares into the empty space, filled with regret that she didn't finish him off when she had the chance. Arthur gently takes Ro's hand, reminding her that what's important is that few people were hurt. With the immediate danger gone, Ro looks melancholically at the still bleeding Arthur. The grand banquet comes to an abrupt end as guests discuss the uncaptured culprit and the dangers that still exist elsewhere. The black-haired man casually cleans his lip with a sharp shard, annoyed that it won't stop bleeding. Ro stops the black-haired man on the stairs, demanding to know why he interfered, while he comments on her impressive power. She tells him not to interfere again, but he reframes his actions as concern rather than interference. He smirks, claiming his body moved before he could think, leaving Rose speechless. He explains an ironic truth. In order to defeat others, one must sometimes be willing to get hurt. He announces his departure and casually reminds her to disinfect her hand before getting up to leave. As he walks up the grand staircase to leave, Rose stands alone at the bottom. She looks up with newfound determination and quietly introduces herself, saying, "I am Ro Chloe." She calls out her full name to the departing man, making sure he can hear. He turns back, first confirming her name, then suddenly realizing something. Just as he recognizes the name, a man in a white uniform arrives, addressing the black-haired man as Kenneth and asking what happened. In a shocking revelation, the man introduces Ro as Kenneth's fiancée, leaving them both stunned. Meanwhile, a silver-haired woman angrily smashes several glass objects, annoyed by the appearance of the two magicians. She walks down a dimly lit hallway. Her frustration is palpable. In a grand manner, an unseen man's angry voice questions the logic of the recent engagement. The voice continues to protest loudly, exclaiming that the girl is only 15. The man in the white uniform argues heatedly with an older man, declaring that an 8-year age gap is a crime. The younger brother demands to know why the engagement application was submitted, but his older brother tells him to calm down, stating the wedding will wait until she comes of age. The younger brother reflects on the situation, feeling the age gap with Duke Chloe's 15-year-old daughter is too large. The older brother argues that the match is suitable, as it's normal for the heir of a high-ranking family to be paired with a lady from a perfect family. The younger brother is distressed, wondering why a noble magician would betroth his daughter to him, finding the whole thing unusual. His older brother reveals the engagement is conditional and will be nullified if the feared situation does not occur, raising concerns about the girl's fate. The younger brother glares at his older brother, accusing him of planning to use the girl for political gain and then discard her. He abruptly ends the conversation and turns to leave, simply stating he is going to work. As he puts on his coat, he reveals he has received orders from the Night Order to find out who ruined the grand banquet. The scene shifts to a sunny, red-roofed mansion. In her room, Ro holds her head, revealing she hasn't slept all night. Fragmented memories of Arthur being stabbed and Kenneth shielding her from the impact haunt her. Lying in bed, she reflects that feeling scared isn't like her. She recalls her past, thinking how she had always relied on survival instincts and never felt fear. Tossing and turning in her covers, she wonders if her anger and irritation are because she now owes Arthur and Kenneth. She sits up abruptly in bed, having made a decision. Her eyes gleam with determination, resolved to find that damn glass bastard. A maid named Betty enters the room, surprised to find Ro already awake and up so early. Ro announces she is going out, confirming to the surprised Betty that she is leaving in the early morning. Betty exclaims as Ro walks past her without a word. Ro is wondering where to start her search when Betty suggests asking a Mr. Reston for help finding someone. Betty recalls that whenever the young lady needed help, Mr. Reston would always offer assistance. Ro scoffs, making it clear she absolutely hates that idea. The scene shifts to another manor, where a voice welcomes Cecilia and Noelle. Cecilia asks if Arthur is okay, and he reassures her that a healer has already helped him, asking about her condition in return. Cecilia feels guilty that so many people were hurt for her sake, and she remains uneasy since the culprit is still at large. Arthur tells her not to worry, as the Night Order has requested the Lober family's assistance in capturing the magician. Zia then voices her suspicion that the person who pushed her into the lake and the glass magician might be the same person. Arthur agrees it's possible, though Noelle, sitting beside Cecilia, finds the situation eerie. Arthur reluctantly speculates that there might be two different groups targeting Cecilia's life. Noelle remembers seeing suspicious people at the banquet, piquing Cecilia's curiosity. Noelle recounts how Ro warned him about a group of people speaking ill of Cecilia, and Cecilia thinks to herself that she knows exactly who he's talking about. Cecilia denies being hurt by the gossiping women, explaining she simply left after not being able to find Ro. Noelle wonders if the gossiping women could be the culprits, perhaps in league with the magician. Cecilia dismisses the idea, stating those ladies are just gossips, not the type to kill someone. Noelle is deeply moved and surprised, realizing that Ro was genuinely worried Cecilia would get hurt. Arthur observes silently, noticing that Ro seems to be growing more perceptive of others' feelings. As Cecilia and Noel rave about Ro's amazing magic, Arthur silently agrees that it was indeed incredible. Cecilia teases Arthur, asking if he could win against Ro, to which he admits he would lose and insists to Noel that winning is important. Arthur smiles, thinking that this incident has at least allowed him to confirm one thing. In a dark reflection, Arthur realizes Ro's power is lethal, and that innocent people would have died if he hadn't intervened. He thinks the label Cold-Blooded Blood Magician would be a fitting title for her, one that would doom her in noble society. Back in the present, Arthur looks up in surprise, asking aloud if Ro has come to see them. The scene transitions to the sunny and magnificent Lober family manor. Ro, now in a smart black coat and hat, arrives in the drawing room and announces she has something to discuss. Cecilia greets Ro warmly, while Noel cheekily speculates on who would win a duel between her and Arthur, only to be quickly shut down by Cecilia. Cecilia assures Ro that Arthur has fully recovered and tells her to ignore Noel's nonsense. Cecilia gratefully tells Ro that she was deeply moved by her actions and that she was completely unharmed. Ro looks somewhat bewildered by the warm reception, and as she tries to state the reason for her visit, the camera briefly focuses on the elegant teacups on the table before them. Ro gets straight to the point, asking where they can find the person who attacked them. Arthur suggests she not worry, as his family and the Night Order are investigating, but Ro insists on finding the culprit first. Arthur watches her intently, asking if she has a particular reason for wanting to catch the criminal herself. Ro gives the obvious answer: someone wants her dead. That's reason enough. Her expression is firm, her gaze unwavering as she contemplates her next move. Ro explains she came to him for help in finding the culprit, promising that if he can just point her in the right direction, she will handle the rest herself. Arthur hesitates internally, weighing the risks of sharing information with Ro against the potential losses. Noel argues that Ro is incredibly strong, even stronger than Arthur, so it should be fine, but Arthur still feels it's not that simple. Ro offers a direct solution to keep him out of danger. He just needs to stay by her side. Arthur explains that his duties as the Lober heir and a royal command prevent him from acting solely for her benefit. Arthur smiles and changes his mind, offering to help and suggesting they conduct the investigation together. They arrive before a large, ornate mansion, which Arthur explains is the Ally family estate, a noble family of magicians. Arthur believes that Lady Oriana Ally's magic involves time and may hold clues to the enemy's identity. A beautiful woman with long black hair, Countess Oriana Ally, greets the young Duke Lober. Arthur thanks the Countess for her hospitality, while Rose silently wonders if she is 500 years old. The Countess welcomes them, mentioning her obligation to cooperate in magical matters and expressing curiosity about the young lady with him. With a flash of purple energy, the Countess summons a magical aura on the table, telling them to watch and focus on their question. Arthur nods to Ro, encouraging her to proceed. Rose steps forward and hesitantly touches a glowing tarot card on the table. 3 cards reveal themselves, glowing ominously: the moon, the devil, and the tower. The Countess watches with a knowing smile as Rose stares at the cards, confused by their meaning. With their faces obscured by shadow, the Countess declares that it seems difficult to find an answer. Rose searches. Frustrated, Ro clenches her fist and demands to know why. The Countess explains that the moon card symbolizes a magician skilled in hiding, one without a physical form who operates through glass or mirrors. She specifies that they're facing a reflection magician, whose main characteristic is the ability to remain hidden. An illustration shows a crowned queen gazing into an ornate mirror, a magical vortex before her. The Countess compares the situation to Snow White and quotes the mirror's line, prompting Ro to wonder if Cecilia is Snow White. A gloved hand, shrouded in dark energy, hovers over the devil card. The Countess reveals that the devil card represents the queen, a young lady who suppresses her desires and unleashes them through reflection magic. As a dark, demonic figure materializes, the Countess concludes that pushing Cecilia into the water was an act of desire, and the mystery is unraveling. Arthur connects the dots, realizing the queen and the reflection magician must be accomplices. A spark of insight flashes in Ro's eyes as she proposes a new strategy: find the queen herself. A dark shadow envelopes the silhouette of a young woman standing in a dim room. Arthur looks surprised, questioning the Countess's explanation of the culprit's motive as light rather than malicious. Countess Ally asks Arthur if he knows who the culprit is, but he admits he's not sure. Ro interjects that the answer is simple, causing Arthur and the Countess to look at her in confusion. With newfound resolve, Ro announces her shocking plan. She will become Arthur's lover. Arthur shouts in disbelief, while the Countess smiles, acknowledging Ro's clever strategy to lure the enemy out. Ro explains that by dancing with Arthur at a banquet, she will become the target, but he immediately objects, calling it too dangerous. She dismisses his concerns, confident in her own strength, but Arthur still doesn't think it's a good idea. Ro challenges him to come up with a better idea, leading to a small argument where Arthur insists they must coordinate with the Night Order. Ro changes the subject, turning back to the table to ask the Countess to explain the meaning of the last card. The Countess explains that the tower represents collapse, an event that is neither good nor evil until judged by human perception. She concludes that whether the collapse brings positive or negative change ultimately depends on the individuals involved. Ro stands up with a determined gleam, startling Arthur, and announces it's time to go catch the criminal. After Ro leaves, the Countess asks Arthur if he wants to talk privately, and he reveals he wants to ask about Ro. Arthur looks at the Countess with a serious expression, asking if she knows anything about the forbidden blood magic. The Countess notes that Ro's skills are too advanced for a self-taught magician, and Arthur adds that he found no records of her mother or her past, mentioning the name Automata. The Countess is curious why Arthur is so interested, believing him to be the last of the blood magic lineage. Gazing out the sunlit window, Arthur silently vows to prevent any potential accidents. The Countess assures him that it's normal for a young magician like Ro to be confused by budding emotions. Arthur confesses that the more he suspects Ro, the more he feels the need to honestly examine his own feelings. He reflects internally, wondering if his anxiety about Ro is genuine concern or something else. A painful memory surfaces, a young Arthur being judged and ostracized, forcing him to confront his fear of rejection. He realizes with shame that he judged Ro to suppress his own fears, even though he wants to be friends with her. A profound question hangs in the air. Arthur wonders what he can do now that he has realized his true feelings. Arthur's expression hardens with newfound resolve. Countess Ally encourages Arthur to visit again, mentioning an old man in the back room who enjoys visitors. Arthur agrees with a smile. Arthur rushes down the stairs to meet Ro, who asks him where they're going next. He tells her they need to strategize and that he has arranged a meeting with Noelle. Ro firmly states that her becoming Arthur's lover is non-negotiable, as it gives her the right to join the investigation. Arthur agrees to her plan, telling her it's time to put on a good show for the enemy. When Ro asks why he changed his mind, Arthur smiles warmly and explains that since they are friends, he naturally trusts her. The Countess watches them leave from a window above, finding their budding partnership very interesting. A narration contrasts Arthur, the heir of a renowned magician family, with Ro Chloe, the last of a bloodline erased from history. As they walk down from the Grand Manor, a question lingers. Can these two children escape the fate of their predecessors? The scene shifts, showing a pair of boots walking purposefully on a stone path. Kenneth speaks with Noelle, lamenting the lack of leads, but expressing hope that the Lober family's involvement will bring a breakthrough in the case. Noelle confidently tells Kenneth they won't need to search for the magician family, as they will come to them. As Noelle turns to leave, Kenneth watches with a slightly confused expression. Arthur and Ro arrive, described as an odd pair walking through a vibrant garden. Arthur shakes hands with the knight, who introduces himself as Vice Captain Kenneth Roderick of the Night Order. Kenneth, with a skeptical gaze, questions why a young witch would be involved in their investigation. Ro looks him straight in the eye and frankly states she is here to capture the culprit. Kenneth recognizes her last name, asking if she is Lord Reston Chloe's sister and what her brother thinks of her involvement. Ro cuts off his assumption, declaring she is not a child who needs a guardian and can make her own decisions. Kenneth is amused, rubbing his head and muttering to himself that the Chloe siblings really do have the same temper. Ro frowns in annoyance, muttering that she is nothing like her brother, Reston. This revelation stuns both Kenneth and Noelle, who asks in disbelief if Lord Reston is really her brother. She confirms it. Noelle points out their resemblance, but Ro vehemently denies looking like her brother. Arthur tries to ease the awkward situation by suggesting they move to a more suitable place to continue their discussion. After they are seated, Noelle slams the table, angrily shouting that the attacker's motive might simply be jealousy over Cecilia's closeness to Arthur. Noelle wonders why Arthur is so popular and asks if he's more concerned about his fame causing trouble than Cecilia getting hurt. Kenneth watches a chibi version of Ro nibbling on a cookie, acknowledging her point while still processing the situation. He then directly asks Ro how a young, which like her plans to capture the criminal on her own. Holding a chocolate chip cookie, Ro calmly reveals her simple plan. She will pretend to be Arthur's lover. The revelation sends a shock through the room, making Kenneth turn serious while Noelle is comically stunned. Arthur smiles sheepishly, confirming to the still reeling Kenneth that this is indeed their strategy. Ro explains that by becoming Arthur's lover, she will draw out the jealous culprit and capture them, which causes Kenneth to choke on his drink. A flustered Kenneth asks if she is sure, mentioning the matter of an official fiancé, but Ro dismisses it as an unknown, unofficial engagement. A shocked Noelle demands to know what engagement she is talking about, while Kenneth embarrassedly covers his face. Surrounded by rose bushes, Ro calmly dropped another bombshell, claiming she and Kenneth were engaged. Arthur and Noelle were stunned by the news, with Noelle only able to weakly congratulate Ro. With a serious expression, Kenneth insisted that her plan to act as bait was too risky. He called her plan reckless and declared that as her fiancée and a knight, it was his sacred duty to protect her. Dangerous flashbacks of the past, a stabbing, powerful magic, and Ro's vulnerability highlighted the risks they faced. Ro challenged Kenneth, asking if their engagement gave him the right to interfere with her decisions. Kenneth firmly corrected her, stating that his actions were not interference but genuine concern for her safety. Ro watched him in silence, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. Noelle agreed with Kenneth, admitting that while the knights would provide support, having Ro take the lead was indeed worrying. Arthur echoed the sentiment, confessing that although he supported Ro, he was also deeply concerned. Ro turned away, quietly contemplating the unified concern expressed by her friends. With her back to them, she asked if their care meant she should abandon her own will and submit to their control. Her words made Arthur and Noelle uncomfortable, with Noelle commenting that being a magician was more challenging than it seemed. Kenneth watched Ro with a serious and determined gaze, asking her to promise him one thing. Later, dressed in an evening gown, Ro commented that everything would be revealed, while Arthur hoped the culprit would be present. Arthur gravely reminded Ro of what she had said about magicians who hadn't yet learned to control their emotions. Recalling her warning about her own dangerous nature, Arthur urged her not to act alone, stressing that cooperation and her safety were paramount. He gently pulled her into his arms, telling her to hold still as he gave her a gift. Wearing the new necklace with flowers in her hair, Ro touched the jewelry and asked curiously what it was. Arthur smiled warmly and simply asked her to take good care of it. Now fully ready for the ball, Arthur gracefully extended his hand to the elegantly dressed Ro. The scene shifts to a grand ball, where a couple waltzes gracefully on the dance floor. The ballroom was bustling with activity, with countless couples dancing under the glittering lights. Noelle watched the festivities from the sidelines with a grim and tense expression. Kenneth startled Noelle, asking if he was his only dance partner at the ball, to which Noelle sullenly agreed. Noelle complained about having to partner with the vice captain, and Kenneth retorted that the feeling was mutual. Noelle pointed to the dense crowd, explaining that it was easy to find Arthur at a party. Just head towards the center of attention. Onlookers gossiped that Arthur and his partner made a good match, causing Kenneth to show visible displeasure. Kenneth and Noelle exchanged worried glances, both feeling that the plan was becoming more troublesome than they had anticipated. Arthur and Ro stepped onto the dance floor, a dazzling couple amidst the twinkling lights and floral arrangements. The audience, including Noelle and Kenneth, observed that they didn't look like lovers at all, but rather like two people forced to dance. Kenneth decided the act wasn't convincing, declared it was troublesome, and that he had to intervene. Kenneth asked Ro why her expression was so wooden, and she asked in confusion what was wrong with it. Arthur couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter, leaving a bewildered Ro wondering what was so funny. Kenneth watched them with a thoughtful and slightly flustered expression, Pondering the problem, Ro naively asked what kind of expression she should make. Kenneth suggested that since they were lovers, she should try to act shy or love-struck to make the act believable. Both Noelle and Arthur agreed that asking Ro to act love-struck was too much, so Kenneth settled for the next best thing. He instructed her to start with something simple, like smiling, and demonstrated by pulling at his own cheeks. Ro attempted to smile, but the result was a comical, stiff, and awkward grimace, not at all what Kenneth had intended. Noelle covered his face in second-hand embarrassment, while a flustered Arthur tried to explain that his laughter wasn't mockery. Looking dejected, Ro accused him of making fun of her. Arthur questioned her clumsy performance and suggested abandoning the plan, but Ro stubbornly insisted she could do it. Suddenly, Kenneth grabbed Ro and pulled her close, striking a dramatic, romantic pose that shocked everyone. Arthur advised Noelle it was best not to tease Ro anymore, and a stunned Noelle wholeheartedly agreed. Ro calmly explained that this was how to pretend to be lovers, leaving a group of confused, chibi-fied figures to weakly praise a job well done. Despite his friends' varied reactions, Arthur appeared deeply unsettled by the scene. The atmosphere of the ball turned cold, the guests' faces shrouded in shadow. As the entire ballroom fell silent and stared at them, Arthur anxiously wondered if their approach had been a good idea. Kenneth worried they had become the center of unwanted attention, and Arthur agreed it was an unexpected and unsettling development. Arthur recognized a group of women as the ones who had spoken ill of Cecilia at the last banquet. Kenneth moved to follow them, but Arthur stopped him, suggesting they all go together. Ro disagreed, insisting they were too conspicuous. She decided to observe the weak targets alone. The gossiping women mocked others, sneering that fancy clothes don't make one noble and calling their style vulgar. Ro watched them from a distance with displeasure, noticing they seemed to be constantly gossiping. She found it strange that no one was speaking ill of her, wondering if her act as Arthur's lover was really that unconvincing. Ro remembered the silver-haired woman who had told her to comfort Lady Cecilia, recalling her advice at the ball. Now, observing the same woman, Ro wondered why her expression was so bitter. Seeing the other ladies laughing, Ro concluded that the bitter-looking woman was the current subject of their gossip. Ro decided to stay focused, intending to walk past and avoid getting involved in anything unrelated to her mission. Just as she passed the group of gossips, she suddenly stopped. The women recognized Ro Chloe and defensively asked what she wanted. A close-up shot revealed Ro's determined, golden-glowing eyes. Ro internally questioned her actions, wondering why she was interfering in someone else's problems. The scene shifts to Ro and the silver-haired woman sitting together, with Ro humbly stating she didn't do much. A flashback from 20 minutes earlier shows the gossiping women confronting the silver-haired woman, telling her to be more respectful. Back in the present, Ro admits she only intervened because she disliked seeing their rudeness. The silver-haired woman reflects on her own bitterness, admitting she hadn't expected to become a target of gossip herself. Ro bluntly asked the woman why people get so hurt over something as trivial as rumors. The woman sighed, explaining that was just how high society worked, with false friendliness hiding backstabbing. She confessed her surprise at Ro's intervention, noting that few people would step in. The woman asked if they were allies now, remembering that Ro had also defended Cecilia on the terrace. She praised Ro with a warm smile, calling her a truly bold person. Ro observed her coolly, thinking that this young lady was quite interesting. The silver-haired woman confessed she had always admired magicians and had never had a magician for a friend. Ro turned her down, suggesting she befriend Arthur Lober instead, as he was a better person. The woman was flustered at the idea of befriending a prince, but Ro insisted Arthur would befriend anyone. Ro changed the subject with chilling intensity, pointing her fork at the other woman and asking directly if she was the one who tried to kill Cecilia. The silver-haired woman was utterly shocked and confused by the sudden accusation. Ro's gaze sharpened as she addressed the woman with a knowing word, Queen. The woman feigned ignorance, denying everything and insisting it was a misunderstanding, and that she didn't do it. Ro called her bluff, pointing out that she couldn't possibly have known about the private incident where Ro saved Cecilia from drowning. A blurry flashback shows a figure forcefully pushing another into the water. Ro listed all the accusations, pushing Cecilia into the water and attacking her with glass. She did it all. She stated coldly that she didn't care about the woman's motives, be it jealousy or murder. Her eyes burned with determination as she declared the only thing she wanted was that guy. The silver-haired woman lamented that this confrontation made it difficult for them to be friends. Her face twisted into a mask of pure rage as she screamed a command, "Kill her." A sharp magical projectile cut through the air, aimed straight at Ro. Bang! A powerful burst of energy intercepted the attack, protecting Ro, but the impact knocked her backward. Recovering from the blast, Ro saw a reflection in the attacker's magic and realized he had been there all along. A voice taunted Ro, and before being hit by a powerful magical blast, she saw a vision of a red eye and a fork, making her regret not dealing with this enemy sooner. A grotesque, multi-eyed creature loomed over her, eerily asking if they were of the same kind. Bang! The room shattered under the force of the magical clash, but Ro remained unyielding. The vision became reality as blood splattered onto a fork, brutally confirming the attack. Surrounded by crimson power, Ro confidently told her enemies that they didn't understand. Now that she had found them, they stood no chance. Her unseen opponents realized with terror that they were facing the legendary and fearsome power of blood magic. Her opponent recognized her power as an absolute force, capable of destroying any and all magic. Her expression faltered with confusion as she asked if the enemy was mocking her. Crack! As Ro unleashed her own magic, a nearby window suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Her opponent revealed their spell was most effective against her kind, prompting Ro to angrily demand what they were doing. She reached out and touched a strange, rippling surface, as if being pulled into another dimension. A sudden, firm grip on her wrist brought her to an abrupt halt. She was yanked back from behind, gasping in surprise, completely caught off guard. The scene shifts to a quiet, sunlit drawing room. The room was now empty, and the silver-haired woman smiled in satisfaction, congratulating someone for getting rid of that annoying brat. Back in the strange space, Ro touched a mirror in which her reflection was watching her. She found herself walking down an endless, disorienting hall of mirrors, surrounded by her own image. She suspected she was trapped in a mirror world. She demanded her opponent stop hiding and show themselves at once. Annoyed by the mirrors, she prepared to shatter them all with a burst of power. But when a cut appeared on her wrist, she realized with horror that she couldn't use her magic. An ethereal voice explained that it was impossible to use magic here, leaving Ro to wonder what they were talking about. The voice further explained that since they were all just reflections, her reality-based magic was useless in this place. Ro was struck silent, only able to utter a single word of disbelief. Her captor gloated that she would never find their real body, as everything she saw was just a reflection. Ro gritted her teeth, muttering that it was an extremely annoying type of magic. The voice then called her by her full name, addressing her as a blood relative, Ro Chloe. Ro's resolve hardened as she thought to herself that she just wanted to confirm the changes happening within her. She admitted to herself that it wasn't death she feared, but these new and confusing emotions she had never felt before. Memories of her friends in danger flashed through her mind, and a voice mocked her concern for them, making her question why she had frozen in that moment. With dawning awareness, she wondered if what she was experiencing were real emotions. The mysterious voice seemed amused, asking if she had really come all this way just to sort out her inner turmoil. A giant read, I looked down on her as the voice advised her to be more self-aware, confirming that she was now learning emotions. The voice warned that associating with people would make her weak like them, and while ordinary magicians could adapt, she needed to consider her own path. It declared that she was different from other magicians, and that, regardless of her emotions, she could never truly fit into human society. The giant eye loomed over her reflection, stating a simple truth: she was born different. The voice's words forced Ro to question the essence of her existence, her true nature. The entity mocked her, telling her that despite her great power, she knew nothing about true magic. It expressed disbelief, questioning how she could be so ignorant of the amazing power she was born with. The voice revealed that her bloodline possessed the most powerful magic, a family once feared as the leaders of the Magicians' Guild. It explained that the surviving surviving magicians had become civilized, with the Robertiga family now representing this new faction. The voice condemned the Robertiga family as traitors, accusing them of cultivating dangerous magicians to consolidate their own power. The entity then posed a challenging question to Ro, implying she couldn't follow their path. It declared she was born evil, questioning if she truly believed she could be friends with Arthur, Kenneth, and the others. The voice planted seeds of doubt, asking if her friends would abandon her in fear once they discovered her true, dangerous nature. The giant eye confronted her, insisting that her immense power could not be used in the way she intended. It urged her to stop resisting and instead embrace her true nature by listening to her inner voice. A shadowy hand reached out from the darkness, touching her gently as if trying to corrupt her. As darkness enveloped her, the voice repeated its haunting command. She must realize her true nature and listen to her inner voice. The shadow entity embraced Ro, asking if she hated humans too. The voice tempted Ro with visions of her own power, promising that if they joined forces, they would be unstoppable and could easily destroy the Robertiga magicians. A dark orb of power pulsed as the voice promised they would become the most powerful alliance ever known. As Ro listened in the darkness, the voice asked if its offer wasn't appealing. Ro turned to face her unseen tempter, admitting the offer was attractive but firmly refusing to join. The voice demanded to know why she refused, but Ro explained she had already decided to cooperate with her friends, prompting the voice to question her true motives. A giant red eye loomed as the voice warned that emotions would only make her weaker, taming her into a fool ruled by fear. Ro conceded that the voice was right, admitting she hated having emotions because they were a weakness. Though she accepted that her friends might abandon her if they learned the truth, she clutched the glowing necklace and made her decision. It didn't matter. A memory surfaced of Kenneth gravely asking Ro to promise him one thing. In a flashback, a younger-looking Ro listened to his request with wide eyes and a focused gaze. Her memory shifted to her lonely past, walking cloaked through dark alleys as ghostly hands reached for her. She recalled standing alone in a bright, crowded room, feeling utterly isolated. The memory concluded with her decision in the present, dressed in her finery, declaring her desire to be with her friends. The entity's eye burned with rage, calling her a foolish girl who would regret her choice. But Ro clenched her fist and retorted that it should be grateful to her. A brilliant light shattered the mirror world as her necklace pulsed with power. Back in reality, Ro faced the hooded figure and demanded to know how they brought her back. Kenneth smiled, revealing that her necklace was made from a special mineral designed specifically for her magic. Standing with Arthur and Ro, Kenneth calmly informed the hooded magician, "It's over, Shino." Shino scoffed and boasted that even if they overcame his magic, they could never truly catch him. The blonde-haired Arthur calmly told Shino to look at his wrist. Shino gasped in horror to find a glowing magic-suppressing cuff clasped on his wrist. Kenneth explained that the magic stone cuff was a premeditated trap, admitting they had used Ro as bait to catch him. Shino cursed his capture, learning from Kenneth that resistance was futile, as a Robertiga mineral would completely restrict his mana. Kenneth added cheerfully that the cuffs were ridiculously expensive, but they managed to get a royal discount. With the target secured, Kenneth stepped forward to unveil the handsome magician. A gloved hand slowly pulled down the black hood. The magician's face was revealed to be that of a young man with blonde hair and defiant red eyes, who glared as the magic cuffs glowed on his wrist. Kenneth observed the captured magician, noting internally that he looked no older than 18. Ro watched the captured Shino with a steady and unreadable gaze. Arthur looked at Shino with a hint of pity, thinking that despite his powerful display, he was just a kid. Her mission complete, Ro turned to her friends and told them to handle the cleanup. Defeated and trembling, Shino sat on the floor, bound by the glowing cuffs. Shino looked up at Ro in desperation and demanded that she kill him. Ro quietly turned away, rejecting his request with a simple no. Enraged by her mercy, Shino screamed that she was putting on an act for the humans and would regret abandoning her dignity to live among them. Ro was unmoved by his outburst, thinking to herself that he still didn't understand. As she walked away, however, she reflected on the uselessness of being powerful. A stark, inverted image reflected Shino's desolate and twisted inner state. Looking back at the defeated magician, Ro offered a simple and sincere apology. With surprising empathy, she apologized for the fact that he never had any friends, leaving Shino stunned. Afterwards, Kenneth explained that heiress Renner and Shino would be imprisoned for conspiring to murder Lady Cecilia. Rose stated her objective was met, prompting Kenneth to ask what her purpose was. She revealed her mission was for personal reasons. She realized she was angry and felt she owed him an Arthur. Arthur, with tears of relief in his eyes, asked if she was hurt. Kenneth worriedly asked if she could only use her own blood for magic, but Rose suggested using animal blood instead. Rose explained that her magic was simply strongest with her own blood, but Kenneth insisted she was not an expendable item and must learn to value herself. Kenneth quickly clarified he wasn't interfering, but Rose understood and accepted his concern. She wondered aloud if a simple thank you was the right response, and a smiling Kenneth confirmed that it was. Surrounded by a shower of pink rose petals, Rose sincerely thanked Kenneth, making him blush in surprise. As Rose stood with her fiancé, she told him it was fine, even if she hadn't received a gift. Nearby, a silver-haired man expressed disbelief at Rose's engagement, while his blonde companion noted that, unlike him, they looked like a real couple. The blonde man commented how surprising it was that Rose was the one who got engaged, prompting the silver-haired man to suggest he could go on a date too if he felt it was unfair. Overhearing their chatter, an annoyed Rose interjected to clarify that her engagement was merely strategic. Her fiancé put his arm around her and playfully agreed, telling her, "Yes, let's go with that." The scene shifts to a silver-haired girl in restraints, vehemently accusing someone of neglecting her because she was an illegitimate child. She continued to struggle, screaming for them to let her go. A silver-haired woman named Cecilia appeared and calmly declared the girl's behavior was rude, surprising a guard. Cecilia politely requested to speak with the captive, Miss Renner, in private. A female guard refused, stating it was too dangerous to leave Cecilia alone with the suspect who tried to kill her. With a serene smile, surrounded by an aura of blue flowers, Cecilia silently insisted. The guards reluctantly agreed, promising to wait just outside the door in case she needed them. Cecilia quietly watched the guards exit the room, leaving her alone with the prisoner. After the door closed, Miss Renner seethed with anger that the guards wouldn't heed her demands for release. Cecilia addressed her directly, saying she heard Renner was the one who tried to harm her. Renner brazenly admitted to the crime and mockingly asked if Cecilia had come for an apology. A flash of purple light stunned Cecilia, who suddenly clutched her head in pain. A dark, sinister aura enveloped the shackled Renner as Cecilia gasped, clutching her side and asking what. Cecilia stated that her friends were hurt because of Renner's actions, acknowledging that she knew Renner's situation was difficult. With a pained expression, Cecilia admitted she couldn't understand how jealousy could drive Renner to hurt so many people. Enraged by Cecilia's words, Renner scoffed that Cecilia knew nothing of her situation, accusing her of only knowing what it was like to be loved. She continued to shout angrily, questioning how someone as privileged as Cecilia could possibly understand her pain. Renner began to tell her tragic story, revealing she was an abandoned child sold to a noble family at age 8 to pay off a debt. She recalled a life of complete alienation, where she was scorned and ostracized by everyone. In a warm memory, she remembered Arthur as the only one who saw her for who she was without prejudice. A harsh memory surfaced of her refusing to marry an old man, only to be brutally slapped for her defiance. She remembered the crushing humiliation of being utterly powerless, defeated on the floor. A close-up captured the absolute despair in her eyes. Returning from that moment to the present, she bitterly told Cecilia that she had everything without even trying, lamenting the world's unfairness. Her expression darkened as she questioned what she did wrong to deserve such a fate, insisting she was the real victim. Believing her life was ruined, she closed her eyes in despair, overwhelmed by the injustice of it all. Renner picked up a vase of flowers, declaring it would be more satisfying to kill Cecilia and then go to prison. She screamed, lunging at Cecilia with the heavy vase raised to strike. Bang! A magical shield of light and flowers erupted from Cecilia, effortlessly shattering the vase and repelling the attack. A blond man, Arthur, burst into the room, ordering Miss Renner to stop. With deep concern, Arthur pleaded with Renner not to ruin her life any further. Renner looked back at him, her face streaked with tears of pain and despair. A brief vision showed Cecilia and Arthur standing together, their figures connected by a path of flowers. The vision faded, leaving Renner alone in the quiet room. Looking at Renner's reflection in the window, Cecilia quietly commented on how ugly the scene was. The scene shifts to a dark prison cell where a red-eyed, blonde boy sits, his magic restraining device glowing. The boy, Shino, looked up sharply, scornfully asking if his visitor had just come to mock him. The visitor was revealed to be the heir of the Robertiga family, standing calmly outside the bars. The Robertiga man said he heard Shino was refusing to cooperate with the Knight's investigation. Shino dismissed it, saying it was none of his business, but the man warned him that non-cooperation would make his detention difficult. The man addressed him as Shino, advising him to cooperate as his sentence depended on the investigation's outcome. Shino covered his ears, refusing to listen to what he called meaningless nonsense from a member of the traitorous family. As the visitor turned to leave, Shino casually asked what was so special about killing, prompting the man to argue that it was wrong. Shino sneered, asking loudly if the man wanted to lecture him on ethics, morals, or conscience. The Robertiga man looked shocked and asked why. Shino claimed those things didn't exist for him. In a dark ritual, a man questions if controlling magicians by killing weaker beings is justified, condemning humanity's selfishness and deceit. Shino declared that ordinary humans were selfish, viewing moral standards as a restraint, and stated he could have survived on his own. In a memory, Shino reveals his mother hid him in a mirror to become a nobleman's mistress, forcing him to grow up watching in secret. A violent memory flashes, showing a man brutally striking someone down. A child Shino asked his mother if he should kill people, and she told him no, explaining it wasn't a bad thing, which confused him. His bruised mother smiled and told him it was just an effort to get what you want. As he looked up at her with innocent eyes, a young Shino, now a silhouette in the dark, asked his mother why she was crying, but she insisted she was fine. His mother, who had fallen in love only to be betrayed, is shown angrily confronting a man for breaking his promise. A blood-curdling scream pierces the darkness. A young Shino looked at his mother's dead body, realizing that without power, even your desires meant you were nothing more than a pathetic weakling. He recounts escaping through a mirror, being ostracized, and joining wanderers because they reminded him of his mother, but he swore never to be like that again. Sino finishes his story, claiming the world has taught him nothing but contempt and questioning how he, sitting in a cell, could uphold human dignity. He refuses to argue about right and wrong, declaring he could never understand such things. A man from the Roberta EGA family listens quietly from outside the cell. The man reveals he has a letter from Sino's mother, explaining that she was betrayed after seeking help from Roberta EGA 10 years ago and was sentenced to death. He tells the shocked Sino that he had searched for him after receiving the letter, but Sino had already disappeared into the mirror. He hands the letter to Sino, telling him he was never abandoned. Reading his mother's last words, Sino becomes emotional and starts to cry. With the letter delivered, the man from the Roberta EGA family turns to leave as his entourage asks if his business is concluded. He instructs his men to see to the guest and assures them that Roberta will cover all expenses. He wears a heavy expression as he departs from the gloomy prison. He emerges into the sunlight, walking down a set of stone steps. He pauses in the courtyard, his expression pensive and profound. Gazing at the lush scenery before him, he appears lost in thought. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate mansion under a blue sky. Inside, a man with dark blue hair leans back in his chair, frustrated that nothing is going according to plan. Two maids enter with a meal, but he dismissively asks why it's being served, stating he doesn't eat breakfast. Looking exhausted, he mutters aloud if it's already that late. He rubs his temples in irritation, asking about the source of the noise outside. A maid informs him that Miss Rowe has invited friends for a tea party in the garden. She explains that Duke Robertiga and Miss Lysandra are visiting and offers to speak with Miss Rowe about the noise. The blue-haired man stares out the window, quietly contemplating the situation. He turns and tells the maids not to worry, as he is leaving for work soon anyway. The maids bow and exit the room, taking the untouched meal with them. He is left alone in the study, standing by the window as the food cart is left behind. As they walk away, the maids gossip about how sensitive their master has become, noting he's been staying up for days in his study. They speak in hushed tones about his mysterious past, recalling he was driven out at age 12 and only returned 3 years ago. One maid quietly speculates if Lord Raystone was the cause of Miss Olivia's death. As they pass her portrait at the garden party, Duke Robertiga explains to his companions that Roe's maid, Betty, arranged everything for her new friends. He laughs, praising Roe for having such a capable maid, as two maids watch proudly, moved that their young lady has made friends. Cecilia cheerfully says she isn't disappointed that her friend Noelle couldn't make it, as it means she can eat her share of the sweets. The Duke teases Cecilia about her appetite, but Roe agrees that main courses and desserts are separate matters of etiquette. Cecilia suggests they drop the formal language, and the others agree it would be less awkward now that they are all friends. Roe concurs, stating that fewer words are more efficient. The Duke laughs at her reasoning, while an ecstatic Cecilia asks if she can now call him by his first name too. The Duke turns the topic to Roe, asking about her brother, Lord Raystone, if everything is all right. He commends Lord Raystone's efforts in resolving a recent incident, which surprises Roe. The Duke adds that he was impressed by how hard Raystone worked and that he had the chance to see him again. Cecilia interjects, asking if he's implying her brother was busy because of him, while the Duke tells Roe this is the first time they've met since that day. After expressing her thanks, Cecilia asks Roe if she knows Lord Raystone, but Roe looks confused and replies that they are strangers. In his study, the blue-haired man, Lord Raystone, is adjusting his formal military attire. Dressed in his ornate uniform, Lord Raystone looks confident and handsome as he gazes ahead. A memory surfaces, a little girl with white hair telling a young boy about a special candy from her grandmother, a large king candy with cinnamon and grape flavors. The little girl smiles brightly, offering the entire jar of candy to the boy. Back in the present, Lord Raystone finds the same jar of candy sitting on a table. He walks into a grand hall where a young woman with long, light blue hair approaches him. The woman greets him, confirming his identity as Lord Raystone Chloe. He is taken aback, and a thought reveals to him that her name is Cecilia. Cecilia repeats her greeting, formally addressing him as Lord Raystone Chloe. Lord Raystone confirms his identity with a faint, formal smile. Cecilia sincerely thanks him for his help, apologizing for not being able to express her gratitude properly earlier due to her excitement. She insists she owes him a debt and wishes to repay him, but he dismisses it, citing it was related to his little sister. He abruptly turns and walks away, leaving her standing alone. A confused Cecilia watches him depart without another word. As he walks away, she catches the familiar scent of bergamot candy from Veracura Curavera. Lord Raystone stops and looks back, asking if there is something else. Prompted by the familiar scent, Cecilia asks if they have met before. He looks at her coldly and gives a flat, one-word answer, no. Announcing his departure, Lord Raystone turns and walks away again. Cecilia watches him leave, convinced he couldn't possibly be the kind and considerate boy she once knew. Elsewhere, three of Raystone's subordinates discuss how he hasn't taken a break in 3 years, speculating it's due to the recent string of incidents. Two of them gossip about the reassignment of royal guard positions, noting the Chloe family's influence and ruthless reputation. The female member questions the timing, especially with the marriage arrangement with the Sergei family, but the male member dismisses it as a power play. The conversation halts as they look up in surprise, recognizing their commander approaching. Lord Raystone appears before them, sternly asking what they are doing there during work hours. The white-haired subordinate stammers a greeting, explaining he thought the commander might be taking the day off. Raystone scolds them for slacking off just because he might be absent, reminding them they should be training. The subordinates explain that the vice-captain ordered them to rest, but Raystone remains unmoved, asking what they are trying to say. The panicked subordinates scramble for an excuse to flee, with the white-haired man agreeing to leave immediately. In an office, Raystone admonishes his vice-captain for letting the troops play card games and losing their discipline. The vice-captain argues that Raystone is too strict, insisting that soldiers need rest and recreation to function properly. He leans in, arguing the card games are a welfare measure to boost the morale of the exhausted members. The vice-captain changes the subject, asking about the incident with Roe and the heavy sentence of 20 years given to Shino. Raystone justifies the sentence by citing the trouble Shino caused at the royal banquet, but the vice-captain feels it's too harsh. The vice-captain brings up the Raven organization, noting their suspicious movements and potential ties to the Magicians Guild. Raystone dismisses his concerns about a mastermind, ordering him to simply observe and follow orders, while privately noting the suspicious connections between recent events. With a determined expression, Raystone declares that the existence of such people is the filth of the world. The weary vice captain suggests they table the topic for now and asks if he's going to dinner. Raystone refuses to eat, telling him to go by himself, while the vice captain argues that one must eat to live. With a sharp gaze, Raystone wonders aloud if he hasn't given Vice Captain Kenneth enough work to do. A terrified Kenneth quickly backpedals, making an excuse to leave the commander's office immediately. Safely outside, Kenneth complains about how stuffy the commander is, comparing him to his little sister, which surprises another soldier. Kenneth confirms with a smirk that the commander does indeed have a sister who looks just like him. In his grand office, Lord Raystone works diligently at his desk, alone. The empty, ornate chair behind his desk is silhouetted by the bright light from the window, symbolizing his isolated authority. His thoughts drift back to Cecilia's question. Have we met before? He recalls his cold, decisive answer. No. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, Lord Raystone sighs heavily at his desk. A painful memory surfaces, a younger, terrified version of himself collapsing in the pouring rain. A sinister, hooded figure with red hair looms over his younger self on a dark, rainy night. A flash of lightning illuminates a grand estate on a dark, stormy night. The scene shifts to a bright morning, as a voice urges, "It is time for you to wake up, my lady." A maid stands by a canopied bed, asking the red-haired woman if she plans to go out again today. The red-haired woman thinks about the warm spring weather and remembers her maid, Betty, is ill, which touches Betty, who feels their bond has grown closer. As the maid brushes her hair, she reminds her to act her age of 16 when she meets her fiancé. The red-haired lady tells the maid to stop sighing, saying her only flaw is that she's too much of a nag. The maid smiles, confident that her lady will do just fine despite her obvious advice. The red-haired woman, confused by the conversation, asks why she needs an escort. The maid reveals a rumor she heard from her roommate, Sophia, about girls disappearing from the slums. She continues to express her concern, noting that her lady often goes out alone, which is unusual for a noble. The red-haired woman finds the concern annoying, claiming the events in the slums have nothing to do with her. The maid, Betty, offers to be her guard, but the lady flatly refuses, saying she doesn't trust her. Betty presses eagerly, but the red-haired lady cuts her off, telling her to stay home and rest. Startled by this unexpected kindness, Betty asks why she is being sent home. Betty explains with a grateful smile that her younger brother is sick and she was about to go buy a medicine. The red-haired lady generously lets her go and says she can always talk to her. An overjoyed Betty thanks her profusely and promises to be back before her lady returns. The scene transitions to the outside of a sun-drenched grand mansion. Inside, someone gives instructions to prepare tranquil music suitable for a 16-year-old lady. A pregnant woman in a green dress meticulously oversees all the preparations, from the tea leaves to the plate arrangement. A young black-haired man with a red cravat questions his sister-in-law for going to such trouble, pointing out that the guest is already engaged. The woman explains her excitement to welcome a new family member, joking that she's glad to finally have a sister-in-law. She excitedly imagines what Miss Rowe Chloe will be like, hoping to share hobbies like reading with her. Her daydream continues, picturing doing embroidery and flower arrangement together. Dressed in a stylish pink coat and black beret, the red-haired Rowe arrives and gives a simple greeting. The pregnant woman is captivated by the doll-like young lady, while the black-haired man introduces her as his sister-in-law, the Countess Roderick. The Countess formally introduces herself as Maria Roderick, wife of Isaac and a lady of the Roderick family. Maria apologizes for the sudden invitation, explaining her eagerness to meet Rowe before giving birth, which Rowe calmly accepts. The black-haired man explains that his older brother is away on business because his wife was so eager to meet Rowe. Maria playfully justifies her eagerness, noting the men in the family are all dull, and she was happy to learn the young master had a lovely fiancé. In a charming fantasy, Maria imagines spending time with Rowe, while the black-haired man worries his brother will scold him. At the table, Maria explains that she's known Kenneth since they were young, as they were childhood friends. Maria eagerly offers to tell Rowe all of Kenneth's secrets, including his embarrassing past. She recounts how no one believed the mischievous Kenneth could become a vice captain, but Rowe listens with an impassive expression. Internally, Rowe thinks it's so annoying that Maria is telling her everything. Unbidden, Betty's advice comes to mind, reminding her to treat small talk as a kindness and be grateful. Putting the advice into practice, Ro calmly asks why Countess Roderick is being so kind to her. Maria exclaims with a joyful face that it's simply because they'll be family soon. As they leave, Kenneth thanks Ro for handling his sister-in-law's enthusiasm so well. Ro dismisses it as nagging, but Kenneth suggests she listen to Betty, who is closest to her. He shyly invites her to visit again after the baby is born, promising his older brother will be there too. Ro gives a simple glance back and says goodbye. Kenneth watches her walk away, noting with a sense of resignation that she didn't look back, just as he expected. Back in her empty room, Ro calls out for her maid, Betty. Exhausted from the day, she collapses on her bed, deciding she has something to tell Betty tomorrow. Ro closes her eyes and drifts off to sleep after the long day. A dark, unsettling vision flashes through her mind of her standing between two blurry male figures. The scene returns to the estate with cherry blossoms in bloom, as Ro's confused voice asks, "What is this?" In her room, Ro confronts a new blonde maid, who informs her that Betty hasn't returned for 3 days. Ro inquires with a serious expression upon hearing the news. Elsewhere in the mansion, the head maid, an angry voice bellows, "Shut up," startling the other maids at work. The head maid questions how another maid could trust Betty, suggesting she stole something before running away. A freckled maid clutches her chest with tears in her eyes, defending Betty and insisting she would never do such a thing, while another maid pleads for more time. The head maid cuts her off, refusing to hear any more excuses for Betty's absence. Ro arrives at the scene of the argument as a voice calls out to her, "My lady." The head maid quickly apologizes to Ro for the commotion, claiming she was just disciplining a young maid. Ro ignores the excuse and gets straight to the point, asking what she meant about Betty stealing something. The head maid asserts with conviction that Betty must have stolen valuables from the estate, questioning why else she would disappear. Ro calmly demands proof, but the head maid instead reveals that Betty and her friend Sophia are both from the back streets. The head maid continues her slander, saying people from the back streets are called street rats and that stealing is second nature to them, which causes Ro's eyes to narrow. The head maid justifies her actions, explaining she was concerned about Betty's background and so replaced her with someone more cultured and dignified. Ro looks at her coldly and states flatly, "I like Betty, and I don't need anyone but her." The head maid becomes agitated, insisting Ro doesn't understand the world, and arguing this incident is the result of hiring such people. She proclaims that one shouldn't associate with lower creatures and suggests firing all maids from the back streets. A flashback shows the head maid cruelly shoving another maid's face, who was trying to defend Betty, into a bucket of dirty water, causing her to cry out in pain, "Ah!" The injured maid looks up defiantly as the head maid scolds her for not knowing her place, calling her a filthy thing. Ro's expression hardens, and her gaze locks onto someone. The head maid, whap. A puff of magic-like dust erupts from Ro, striking the shocked head maid. Ro warns the terrified, crying head maid not to make her repeat herself, declaring she likes Betty, needs no one else, and that this is punishment for the insult. The head maid protests in disbelief, asking how Ro could do this after her 15 years of loyal service to the family. Ro looks down at her and coldly asks if an employee is suggesting she is superior to her master. The head maid immediately bows, stammering an apology for her impertinence. Ro turns her back on the bowing woman and says coldly, "Good. Now that you understand." Walking through the garden, Ro points to a messy spot and orders the head maid to clean herself. A young maid gasps in surprise at seeing the head maid publicly humiliated. The head maid clenches her fists in silent fury, agreeing through gritted teeth, "Yes, my lady." Ro then turns her attention to the previously bullied maid, calling out simply, "And you?" The startled maid jumps nervously, responding to the summons. Ro calmly instructs the young maid to follow her, explaining she has something to discuss inside. The maid thanks Ro nervously, and Ro asks what she is thanking her for. Puzzled, Ro recalls Betty, saying she was going to visit her younger brother and wonders why everyone thinks she's missing. The maid suggests she might still be with him, clarifying that since they are from the same orphanage. Younger brother refers to other children she cared for, but Betty had already left there 3 days ago. She explains that she worriedly told the head maid, only to be accused of theft, and admits she was shocked by the head maid's cruelty. Ro reassures her that she wasn't called in to judge who is right or wrong. Ro asks what commoners do when someone goes missing, and the maid explains they report it to the security guards. Deciding on a course of action, Ro announces they are going to the security station and asks where the nearest one to the orphanage is, much to the maid's shock. Bathed in a brilliant light, Ro stands firm, determined to find her friend. At a desk, a red-haired guard dismissively tells them there are many girls like that, and he can't possibly identify every single one. Ro realizes with a grim expression that such disappearances are not a new occurrence. She questions the guard's inaction, but he scoffs that it's useless even if reported to the Knights Order of Knights. Ro repeats his words, her interest piqued. The Knights Order of Knights. The guard slams the desk, insisting that's all the security can do. The maid urges Ro to go back, but Ro rebukes the guard for his defeatist attitude. It's utter nonsense. The guard blocks their path, questioning if they think the busy Knights Order of Knights would search for a missing orphan maid. Ro coldly brushes him off, telling him it's none of his business, and leaves with a nervous Sophia. As they leave, the guard watches them go, thinking there must be something special about her. Walking outside, Sophia suggests that if Ro wants to see the knights, she can meet young Master Raystone at home. Annoyed, Ro questions what her brother has to do with it and tells Sophia to return to the mansion, but the maid grabs her arm, asking what she plans to do alone. Ro firmly declares her intention to report the guard's dereliction of duty and investigate other matters herself. Ro tells a worried Sophia to go home, promising she will definitely find Betty. Watching her leave, Sophia is stunned, realizing she had previously misjudged Ro as a dull and cold person. At the Knights' headquarters, a commander explains at a large desk that the vice captain's duties are overwhelming due to compiling reports from all 8 security zones in the capital. There, a brown-haired knight complains the duty is too obvious, whining that he can't remember things and questioning if document handling should be the only criteria for the job. Another knight clarifies that the real problem is the vice captain's extreme diligence, which leaves them no room to escape, noting he's the busiest and didn't even leave work yesterday. Whoa. In a chibi-style panic, 2 knights are startled, with one exclaiming, "Oh my God, speak of the devil." The black-haired vice captain, Leston, appears, sternly demanding to know why the security reports aren't on his desk. The brown-haired knight begins to panic, feeling this is driving him crazy and that things can't go on like this. In desperation, the knight clutches his head, wondering how the report could be missing after he checked it over 10 times. He decides he must report it to the commander, but his colleague suggests just letting it go, as it's only one missing report and might not be noticed. The anxious knight considers this, looking hesitant about what to do. Meanwhile, Ro arrives at the stone fortress of the knights, her presence immediately catching the eye of a young, white-haired knight on a balcony. 2 knights wonder why a young lady is there, while a third asks if they don't recognize who she is. The white-haired knight, Noel, stares in shock, wondering why she is there, which prompts his colleague to ask what's wrong. In a parallel thought, Leston impatiently wonders why the security reports are delayed. Noel's colleague teases him, asking if he knows the mysterious young lady or if she's his girlfriend. A flustered Noel can only stammer a vague response. Ro stands resolutely in the courtyard, her golden eyes showing determination. Realizing her purpose, Noel thinks, "I see, so that's what this is about," while his companions still wonder what she's doing there. Noel calls out to her, saying he'll be right down, while his fellow knights decide to make themselves scarce. Ro tilts her head, puzzled by the sudden attention. Noel hurries down to meet her, immediately asking what brings her to the Knights Order. Ro gets straight to the point, stating she wants to see the person in charge because their subordinates are doing a terrible job. A confused Noel scratches his head, asking if she's looking for Sir Kenneth or if she's here as the commander's sister. Oh my. A wild thought occurs to Noel that Ro might be interested in romance, but she flatly denies it and questions him about what he means by the commander's sister. They're caught in a moment of mutual confusion, questioning what the other means. Noel invites her to come with him with a charming smile, offering to show her the way. Inside, a knight announces an arrival at an office door, saying he's brought the requested security reports. Thwack! A gloved hand places a stack of documents on a desk. The black-haired commander, Leston, examines the documents, questioning if this is really 3 months' worth of reports. A subordinate confirms it is, but Leston points out the volume is significantly less than previous months. The subordinate looks anxious and tense, ready to confess the truth. Just then, Noel enters with Ro, announcing to the commander that Ro is here. Leston looks up from his desk and asks without interest who it is. The other knights watch in surprise as Leston finally recognizes Ro's name and questions why she is there. A thought bubble appears over Ro's head as she wonders, what's he doing here? In a brief flashback, Noel explains to Ro that the person she wants to see is the commander of the Knights Order. Noel realizes she didn't know and asks if she wasn't aware that Sir Leston is the commander of the Imperial Knights, to which Rose silently nods. The brown-haired knight observes the pair of siblings, commenting that they must have been close as children to have grown so distant. Ro coldly states they were never close because her brother has always hated her. Leston dismisses the knight's comment and steps forward to formally ask what brings Ro here. He listens to her explanation, repeating her words in disbelief. Your personal maid is missing? Leston acknowledges the missing maid, but presses further, asking what she meant by that security brigade over there. Leston and his subordinates' eyes twitch in shock when they learn which zone she went to. His subordinate clarifies that the 5th Security Brigade is located in a dangerous area controlled by the Raven organization, a high-crime district everyone avoids. Ro explains she heard girls were disappearing from that street and that the person in charge has been ignoring the security reports. She concludes by stating she came to see for herself, only to find that the commander in question turned out to be her own brother. A shocked Leston declares this is the first he's hearing of any such reports. His gaze falls on the documents on his desk, and with a rustle, he immediately starts flipping through them. Papers fly. Leston, with a serious expression, demands to know what happened to the reports from the 5th Security Brigade. A subordinate nervously explains to Leston that the missing reports were likely overlooked due to the heavy workload from the royal family. Leston takes responsibility for the oversight, announcing he will personally go to the 5th Security Brigade to investigate. He looks down at a document summarizing Ro's report. Her maid went missing in the 5th Security Brigade zone, and she suspects a kidnapping. Ro confirms her suspicion, then asks if it's possible it wasn't a kidnapping. One of the knights urges Leston to investigate, as the number of missing people is growing. Noel chimes in and suggests the Raven organization might be involved. As Leston agrees to consider them suspects, his knights discuss how the Raven organization views children as assets. This makes their disappearance a financial blow. Ro's eyes widen slightly as she quietly contemplates the name, the Raven Organization. Noel questions the wisdom of approaching the organization without proof, but another knight sees it as a perfect opportunity to establish their authority in the backstreets. Leston gives his orders. Kenneth and Noel will investigate the missing reports, while he will form a team to confront the Raven organization. Knock, knock. Ro waits patiently outside the office door. With a click, a young knight enters, announcing to the commander that someone from the Sergei family has arrived. A formally dressed older man enters, declaring that it's currently impossible to assemble the troops. Leston, standing with his subordinate, coldly demands the newcomer identify himself. The man identifies himself as a representative of the Sergei family, reminding Leston that the Duke is the Crown Prince's maternal uncle. Leston questions why a member of the royal family would interfere with the duties of the Knights Order. The man dismisses the disappearance of lower-class children and orders Leston to provide security for a banquet hosted by the Sergei family tonight. Leston, clearly provoked, comments that the royal relatives treat the knights like a private army and curtly tells the man to leave. The representative from the Sergei family, shocked by Leston's rude dismissal, sputters in anger. Noel whispers to a colleague, asking about the man's identity, and learns of a rumored engagement between the commander and the Duke's daughter. The representative doubles down, claiming Duke Sergei insists on his attendance and that he must assemble the troops. Leston remains unmoved, calmly stating he will send a subordinate to the banquet in his place. The man refuses, insisting on Leston's personal attendance and producing a royal letter to compel him. He threateningly holds up the official document, asking if Leston truly intends to defy a royal command. Teeth gritting, Leston's anger visibly rises, and he asks if the man is trying to pick a fight. Whoosh! The brown-haired knight playfully pulls back the fuming commander, cheerfully telling the messenger to leave the letter for their internal discussion. As the representative turns to leave, he tells them he awaits a swift reply, while Ro observes from the side. The brown-haired knight chides Leston for his hot temper, then asks what he plans to do now. Leston, regaining his composure, reiterates his plan to investigate the missing person reports and prepare to head to the Raven organization's territory immediately. The knights agree, but Noel expresses concern, reminding Leston that the royal family has forbidden him from assembling the troops. Leston dismisses their concerns, stating he will go to the royal palace himself to sort it out, and orders them to proceed. The brown-haired knight turns to Ro, telling her that since the order is handling the investigation, she can go home now. Leston looks over and calls out her name, as if suddenly realizing she had been there all along. The armored knights look around the now empty spot in confusion, wondering where she went. Leston's subordinate suggests to him that she probably just went home on her own. Leston glances over with a knowing smile and simply replies, "I don't know." Footsteps. The scene shows Ro's feet walking firmly on a faintly glowing stone path. Walking with unshakable determination, Ro continues forward resolutely, concluding that the Raven organization is almost certainly responsible for the disappearances. A man in a scarf watches her pass, thinking to himself that he remembers hearing about the Raven organization before he traveled back to the past. Grab. Ro directly stops the man, asking if he knows the location of the Raven organization. With a cold and pragmatic thought, she decides it would be faster to get herself kidnapped and thanks him anyway. She walks into a dark alley. There, a bald old man begins to follow her. Turn. Ro stops and tells the man she has a plan, instructing him to go on his way. Chuckle. The old man watches her leave, amused that she's acting so nonchalant after he had just warned her of danger. Spin. Ro suddenly turns around and asks the old man if he knows of the Raven organization. She recalls the man's unsettling laughter from a moment ago. In a flash of memory, she recognizes the old man and the Raven organization as the thugs who run a shady business on 5th Street. Grin. The old man sneers, realizing she knows who he is. Yet she is fearless. Unfazed, Ro asks why she should be afraid of an old man from a money-obsessed back alley gang. She looks at him coldly, mysteriously hinting that perhaps they've met before. In the past, Ro recalls a chilling truth. This old man was one of the people she killed in her previous life. The old man tells Ro that while he doesn't remember her, he finds her strangely familiar. He continues to muse on the strange familiarity, a sense of unease growing. His eyes widen with a sinister realization as he declares that she has the eyes of a killer. Ro listens with a grim face as he comments that her eyes are very much like someone he knew. Ro drops all pretense, accusing his organization of kidnapping children and condemning their endless greed. She steps forward, her gaze firm, adding that they also took her maid. Thud. Without warning, Ro is struck hard from the side by an unseen assailant. Falling sound. She collapses to the ground, unconscious, as the old man and his thugs stand over her. Meanwhile, Kenneth and a white-haired knight are interrogating a guard, who insists he has reported all missing person cases truthfully. The white-haired knight produces a meager stack of documents, accusing the guard of lying, but the man holds his ground, insisting that's all there is. As Noel arrives, the white-haired knight concludes the guard has been bribed, prompting the guard to retort that they're being unreasonable. Bang! Noel slams his hands on the desk, startling the guard, who mutters that he knows they're from the Imperial Knight's order. Grin. Noel leans in with a disarmingly bright smile and sweetly suggests they have a little chat. Afterward, the white-haired knight asks Kenneth how such an easygoing person became the vice captain, and Kenneth admits he finds it suspicious too. The knight explains that if the commander is a bulldozer, then Sir Kenneth is the brilliant strategist, making him key to balancing the leader. Flattered by the praise for his intellect, Sir Kenneth calmly turns the interrogation back to the guard, demanding to know what really happened. Twitch. Noel's eye twitches in anger as he furiously demands to know who the real culprit is. The terrified guard confesses that a gang has been brutally slaughtering people with magic, shocking Noel. Fear written all over his face, the guard recalls what he witnessed. Ro wakes up to a throbbing pain in her head, fuming as she thinks that the old man is a coward for attacking from behind. Achoo! A young man with glasses sneezes in relief, explaining he couldn't before because his mouth was taped shut. Groan. He crawls out of a sack, introduces himself as Caleb, and thanks her for saving him. He laughs nervously admitting he really thought he was going to die in that sack. Caleb explains he was kidnapped while looking for his sister, prompting a surprised Ro to ask, "You two?" Now locked in a large cage together, Rose speculates that the Raven organization is behind this, but Caleb disagrees. He clarifies that he overheard the kidnappers saying that even children from within the Raven organization were being sold. Caleb concludes grimly that the real culprits are engaged in human trafficking. Ro grows worried, realizing that if they don't find the missing people soon, it might be too late. Clang. Just as she's thinking, a nearby door begins to creak open. Ominous footsteps. The old man strolls in with a smile, coldly greeting the young lady who is now awake. Leap. Ro rushes to the bars, demanding to know why he kidnapped her if he wasn't the one who took the children. The old man sneers, declaring an eye for an eye, revealing his plan to get revenge by selling a mage. Rose stares at him in shock, unable to comprehend his words. She quickly recovers and scoffs, asking how mere back-alley thugs expect to win against a mage. Slit. She cuts her finger to cast a spell, but as the energy surges around her, it fizzles into nothing. Staring at the blood on the small blade, she realizes in horror that she can't use her magic. Her last remnants of magic dissipate. Her hand falls limp. Caleb panics, worried his sister will be sold tonight, and wondering what he can do. Crying. As Caleb weeps over his sister's likely terrible fate, Ro coldly tells him his crying is distracting her. Clang. The sound of the cage door closing echoes, followed by the deadbolt locking, sealing them inside. Sob. Caleb cries out his sister Ellie's name, saying he can't lose her like this, much to Ro's irritation. Glare. Ro glares at him, clutching the blade, and orders him to be quiet. Caleb falls silent abruptly, noticing a sound from somewhere, which catches Ro's attention. Clutching the sharp piece of metal, her expression hardens, ready for whatever is coming. Throw. With intense focus, she hurls the makeshift blade toward the source of the sound. Thwack! The object flies across the tavern and embeds itself in the wall, causing a red-haired man to turn his head. Whoosh! Clank! Unfazed by the knife quivering in the wood beside him, the man calmly sets down his glass. He turns, his expression cold and unreadable, completely unperturbed by the near-fatal warning. He sits alone at the bar, a solitary and mysterious figure in the dimly lit room. Drip! The red-haired man's eyes narrow as a drop of blood trickles from a fresh cut on his ear. Chill! The tension is palpable as he sits at the bar with two other cloaked men. His companions look over in shock. One asks if he's all right, while the other, a masked man, nervously wonders if the knife that flew through the door was aimed at their boss. Wipe! The red-haired man, unconcerned, calmly wipes the blood from his ear. He rises from his seat, leaving his companions at the bar. Footsteps. He walks decisively toward the source of the attack. Red energy swirls around him as he prepares to unleash his power on the door before him. Crack! The wooden door begins to splinter under the immense pressure of his magic. Crack! The door shatters completely under the force of his attack. Whoosh! He appears inside the room to find Ro and Caleb locked in a large cage. Gasp! Caleb cries out, startled by the man's sudden appearance, while Ro just looks annoyed. The red-haired man calmly approaches their cage. Holding up the blade Ro had thrown, he coldly asks if she is its owner. Gasp! Caleb waves his hands frantically, insisting he wasn't the one who threw it. The red-haired man looks down, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Ro meets his gaze fearlessly, her own expression unflinching. As he stands before the cell, Ro speaks up, pleading for his help. He asks with a wry smile if she realizes her knife nearly ended up in his face. Sigh. Ro asks what he wants her to do about it now. She states the obvious. They're locked up and asks the man, whom she assumes is a mage, to get them out. The man asks with a scornful smile if she's ordering him. Grip! She grips the bars and clarifies that she's not. Her eyes glinting with determination, Ro declares that it is a request. The red-haired man's eyes narrow, seemingly moved by her words. After he lets them out, his subordinate questions his decision to free them, uncertain about the situation. He watches them leave and dismisses his subordinate's concerns, saying he has a feeling it will be fine. His gaze follows Ro's retreating figure, her earnest plea. It is a request, echoing in his mind. A sudden flash of memory shows a white-haired girl making the exact same request. He turns to his subordinate, declaring they have more important matters to attend to. A companion confused by his change in attitude, simply asks, "Come again?" Kick. He kicks open another door, sending a table piled with gold flying. Gasp. The bald old man from the alley stares in shock, asking why he's there. The red-haired man says it's been a while, cruelly adding that he didn't know the old man was running a side business behind his back. The old man sweats nervously, pretending not to know what he's talking about. The red-haired man reveals he knows about the magic-suppressing prison and the trafficking of mages. The old man stammers out of denial, insisting they would never do such a thing. His facade crumbling, he falls to his knees and begs the boss for his life. A sinister red energy begins to gather in the red-haired man's outstretched hand. Whoosh! He unleashes his powerful force. The red energy envelopes the terrified old man, turning his body to stone. The red-haired man watches with a cold, unforgiving smile. The petrified man cracks and crumbles into dust and fragments. Now free, Caleb expresses his relief, thankful that a mage happened to be there to save them. Caleb wonders about their savior's identity, but Ro cuts his curiosity short, reminding him their priority is to find Betty. The red-haired man's menacing eyes flash in Ro's memory. She thinks to herself that he gives off an incredibly ominous aura. Ro tells Caleb the human trafficking auction is tonight, but he admits he knows nothing and suggests they seek help from the Imperial Knights under the bright full moon. Ro states that it's already dark and they're running out of time. Caleb wonders if their enemy is the Dark Syndicate and doubts Ro can handle it alone, as his magic isn't for offense. Ro informs him the Knights are unavailable because they're at a banquet, leaving Caleb utterly confused. As a lavishly dressed couple in masquerade masks walks by, Caleb questions what's going on. Ro has a sudden flash of insight, realizing what they need to do. When Caleb asks what's up, Ro points out how strange it is for a masquerade ball to be held in the slums. It dawns on Caleb, who concludes the attendees clearly don't want to be identified. Caleb still insists they need the Knights for backup, reminding her of his lack of offensive magic, but Ro firmly tells him to stop. A powerful red energy begins to swirl around Ro's hand. Her magic targets one of the masked nobles walking down the street. The masked couple freezes in place as if turned to stone, shocking Caleb. His eyes widen in amazement as he recognizes her ability as subject transformation magic. Ro urges him to hurry before the weak spell wears off. A chibi-style Caleb runs behind her, marveling at her powerful and reassuring magic. They watch from behind a bush, seeing masked nobles lining up at the bottom of a staircase. A woman hands a man a numbered paddle, confirming their suspicions. Caleb, now in a stolen gown and mask, confirms this must be the right place after seeing the auction paddles being distributed. Caleb gets excited about their fancy attire, but Rose sternly reminds him they're not here to play. He admits he's surprised she can use subject transformation magic, which he heard is very difficult. Ro explains that her young body limits her from using magic whenever she wants. Caleb is surprised to hear she's young, listening as she reveals she's only 16. Caleb chatters on about his lord's charity auctions, prompting Ro to think drily that the family must have too much time on their hands. At the entrance, a man asks to see their invitation, and Ro presents one. Ro maintains a serious and unreadable expression behind her mask. The man checking the invitation tilts his head suspiciously, noting that she's just a child. He then asks if she is the esteemed Lady Merlin Rostand. Ro flatly says no, causing Caleb to panic beside her. Grab. Caleb quickly steps in, explaining that Ro is his lover and is using his third wife's name for the night. The guard confirms his identity as Duke Jed Rostand, and Caleb confidently asks if there's a problem. He thinks to himself that the Duke really is a scumbag, just like the rumors say. The guard hands him a paddle, saying there's no problem. Take! As they take the auction paddle, the guard thanks them. Number 43. Gasp. Once inside, a relieved Caleb clutches his chest, while Ro asks if Duke Rostand was really married 3 times, to which Caleb admits he made that detail up. Flash. A man in glasses and a bow tie smiles on stage, announcing the wait is over. He formally welcomes everyone to tonight's auction. Caleb looks down from a balcony, stunned by the number of people in attendance. Caleb questions why rich people would do this sort of thing themselves, and Rose cynically replies that it's just for fun. She elaborates that for high-status nobles, breaking taboos offers a thrilling sense of freedom from their repressed desires. An unseen guest observes that while the attendees act dignified, they inwardly enjoy the thrill of buying and selling people. Caleb states his belief that everyone has a kind heart, regardless of whether they're a mage or not, which seems to confuse Ro. He then smiles warmly, encouraging her to believe that she has a kind heart too. Ro is taken aback by his words, wondering why he would say something like that to her. Caleb tells her they're going to be late and should get going, but Ro reminds him the auction is being held right where they are. As they head for the hallway, Caleb explains their real mission is to rescue the victims before they're sold, prompting Ro to ask why they can't just bid on them. Caleb says with a smile that they can't just save their own people. He explains that his conscience won't let him stand by and watch something terrible happen to the other children being sold. Ro steps forward, questioning his complicated plan to save everyone. Caleb quickly stops her and peeks around a corner. Shoo! He whispers that he sees a guard and pulls her back. Caleb tells her to be careful, but Ro retorts that he's making her do all the work while claiming to have a conscience. Whoosh! In response, a ball of red magic gathers around her hand. Thud! A blast of energy shoots out, and a nearby guard silently collapses, unconscious. As a chibi, Caleb gushes about how reliable she is. An unfazed Ro tells him to hurry up. Creak! A door opens, revealing a blindingly bright light from within. Footsteps. They enter a dark corridor, and as Caleb comments on the darkness, Ro calls out for Betty. They stand together, gazing into the grim darkness ahead, which is filled with cages. Caleb says it's okay and summons a glowing green orb of light in his hand to light their way. Glow. The magical light bursts forth, casting a bright and ethereal glow. Ro comments that he really is a mage, and Caleb admits this kind of magic isn't his usual area of expertise. Whoosh! Caleb takes off his mask and begins to comment on how this place is. Whoosh! Ro removes her mask, her expression hardening as she finishes his sentence. Miserable. Caleb looks down from the balcony at the rows of cells, anxiously asking if she really thinks they can save everyone. A flashback begins, showing a young Ro in a white dress, staring blankly while holding a sealed envelope. Ro asks Betty what the envelope is, and Betty explains that it's an invitation. Betty explains that Ro used to attend these events often, especially since the ducal family of Chloe has no mistress. Ro reflects that social events from Count Lesjar were usually shared with someone named Leston, and now that she's back in the past, it feels like nothing more than an obligation. When asked about the invitation, Betty stammers nervously, while a questioning Ro dismisses it as a trivial matter. In a silent chibi moment, a worried Betty watches Ro eat. Betty is startled when Ro suddenly calls her name. Ro confronts Betty, pointing out that she's hiding something, causing the maid to stammer nervously. Ro promises not to get angry and calmly asks for the truth, but Betty insists she's not well enough to remember and should rest. Wringing her hands nervously, Betty finally reveals that the Duke arranged her engagement after her 15th birthday. Surrounded by a floral background, Ro looks aside, lost in thought. A memory from her youth shows her wondering how an engagement could be arranged without a formal meeting. She recalls her fiancé's name was Kenneth Roderick. In a gilded frame, a man's silhouette appears. Her husband, whose face she barely saw until their wedding day. A gentler memory surfaces of holding hands with a man, a moment when she had hoped things might be different. Back in the flashback, Ro dismisses the strategic marriage as normal and tells a hesitant Betty to help her get ready for the ball. An excerpt from a book explains that the source of magic is blood, which is used to write spells. A hand hovers over a journal filled with magical script written in blood. She recalls writing down magic spells to remember them and pricks her finger, wondering if something unusual happened in the past. A drop of her blood falls onto the page, smudging the old handwritten spell. A dark memory flashes by of a man coldly ordering her back to her room, while she glares back defiantly, her eyes glowing with power, she infuses her spell book with magic. The book emits a powerful blue aura as she wonders aloud if her spell worked. A diagram explains her magic. It temporarily grants properties to an object rather than changing it completely. Halfway through the preparations, a knock on the door startles Betty, who wonders who it could be. A black-haired man enters, whom Betty recognizes as the young master. He asks for a moment alone. Ro turns from her vanity and asks what he wants. The young master explains the invitation is for her, but asks her to hand it over for his own reasons. Annoyed, she asks what the reason is, and when he refuses to tell her, she defiantly refuses to hand it over, with a small Betty panicking between them. Betty timidly suggests they could go together as brother and sister, a suggestion that silences them both. The scene transitions to a grand, moonlit estate. Rose stands back-to-back with the young master, fuming and thinking how annoying this situation is. Deciding to take a walk, she enters a forest glowing with an ethereal blue light. Through the bushes, she sees a white-haired girl and a dark figure standing by the water. She watches in horror as the dark figure lunges forward, violently attacking the white-haired girl. A brilliant burst of blue energy erupts from the struggle. Ro witnesses the violent scene from her hiding spot, her eyes wide in shock. As she watches the chaos unfold, a spark of red energy suddenly bursts from her finger. Back in the present, Ro realizes that magic can partially alter a substance's properties, a key detail she didn't understand until returning to the past. Surrounded by swirling magical water, a determined Ro vows that she refuses to be branded a murderer. Her body sinks into the deep, turbulent water. Sigh. Drifting in the dark water, she thinks to herself that it's a long way. She falls into a deeper blue abyss, bubbles trailing from her hands. She spots an unconscious white-haired girl and asks if she's okay. Reflecting that saving someone is as easy as killing them, she struggles with the girl's heavy weight. She realizes her 15-year-old body lacks strength, but resolves to hold on a little longer. With renewed determination, she swims toward the light of the surface. Suddenly, she cries out as her magic begins to unravel around her. She panics as her dress entangles them both, wondering why this is happening again. Feeling herself being pulled down, she fears this might be the end. Just then, another hand firmly grabs hers. She's pulled up from the water. A great force pulls her from the water, and she gasps for air as a man holds her tightly. Relieved, she murmurs that she's okay. A blond young man smiles down at her, telling her she saved Cecilia. A confused Ro asks who Cecilia is, and he clarifies it's the name of the woman she saved. Ro asks if the woman is Cecilia Luchar, and a young man confirms it. An ornamental panel introduces Cecilia Luchar, noting that in a few years, she will marry Leston. A memory shows Cecilia and a blue-haired man named Leston on their wedding day, a special marriage born from love. The memory focuses on Leston's sharp, intense gaze. Ro recalls the moment she first met Leston's gaze and is surprised by the gentle expression he was capable of. The blond man looks at Ro, who seems lost in a memory. He asks if she knows Leston, and Ro quietly confirms he is her brother. The blond man muses to himself that he realizes he hasn't asked for the brave lady's name. Standing under an elegant parasol, she introduces herself as Ro Chloe. The blond young man smiles warmly and introduces himself as Arthur Lober. Ro's eyes widen in surprise as she recognizes his name. Arthur pauses, and a soft green magic flickers in his hand. Ro realizes she knows the name Arthur Lober, recalling that he was a famous wizard for the exact opposite reasons as her. She reflects that while she was despised as the worst wizard, he was praised and admired. In a chibi scene, Arthur notes that their clothes are dry and thanks a small Ro. As Arthur turns to leave, Ro calls for him to wait. Just then, the white-haired girl, now awake, calls out to them, introducing herself as Cecilia Luchar. She thanks Ro from the bottom of her heart for saving her life and promises to send a formal invitation. Surrounded by a floral border, Cecilia holds Roll's hand, promising to invite the brave young lady. Faced with this gratitude, Roll feels a bit flustered, thinking this is a first for her, while Leston observes the scene in a small panel. She awkwardly replies that Cecilia is being too kind. Afterwards, a maid tucks Roll in, telling her to rest well after a difficult day. Knock, knock. The maid is startled by a knock on the door, and both wonder who could be so late. Roll opens the door and is surprised to find her brother, Leston, standing there. He stands in the hallway, apologizing for the late visit and explaining that he came to thank her. Roll, completely confused, questions why he would thank her. She presses for a reason, but he just stammers. That's because, and the siblings fall into an awkward, chibi-style silence. Roll suspects he's there to apologize. Leston admits he was wrong for rushing to care for Lady Cecilia without first checking on his own sister, Roll tells him not to worry about it, but Leston questions why she doesn't seem to care at all. Roll contemplates what family is, defining it by emotional bonds and shared memories, and notes that the Duke and Leston have those. She concludes that those two are a family, which makes her question where she belongs. Leston tells his sister that they have nothing in common besides blood, admitting their feelings for each other are far from positive. Roll sadly wonders if they were ever truly a family. Roll opens her room door, surprised to find the maid, Betty, waiting with a worried expression. Betty addresses her as Miss. An invitation from Count Larshar has arrived. Roll finds the invitation troublesome, but Betty insists she must go, declaring that her lady desperately needs friends. Betty, holding makeup tools, determinedly repeats that Roll needs friends more than anyone. Roll rejects the idea, but Betty argues that she needs to expand her social circle. In Chapter 4, My Little Villainess, a cloaked figure arrives at a grand manor with a glowing box. A woman greets Roll, welcoming her to Countess Larshar's manor, and Roll offers a quiet greeting. A maid leads Roll to a garden party, asking her to wait for the lady to arrive. Roll silently stares at the sweets piled into a tower on the table. A woman with light blue hair, accompanied by two young men, welcomes Lady Roll. The blonde man, Arthur, greets Roll, mentioning this is their first meeting since Cecilia fell into the water. The light blue-haired woman introduces herself as Cecilia Lecker and thanks Roll for coming. Roll introduces herself as Roll Chloe, and they both agree to drop the formalities and call each other by their first names. Cecilia welcomes Roll again and prepares to introduce the last member of their party. The silver-haired young man formally introduces himself as Noel Lecker. After a cough, Noel tells her to just call him Noel, prompting Cecilia to apologize for his prickly personality, while Roll thinks he's even pricklier than Cecilia. Roll is confused, wondering if this is what the maid meant by relationships. Cecilia asks Roll's age, and when Roll answers 15, Cecilia is delighted to learn they are only 3 years apart. Arthur chimes in to clarify that he's the one being treated. Cecilia teases Arthur, reminding him how serious his expression was the last time they met. Roll sips her tea, finding their small talk meaningless. Roll gets straight to the point, asking if they invited her to interrogate her about who pushed Cecilia into the water. Cecilia admits Roll has seen through them and asks if she saw the culprit. Roll recalls that it was too dark to see a face, but the attacker had orange or brown hair and was wearing a skirt. Recalling the culprit running away after pushing Cecilia, she concludes that the description fits too many people. Arthur suggests a thorough search, but Cecilia refuses, not wanting to cause a commotion or let the culprit escape. When Arthur points out it's dangerous to use herself as bait, Cecilia insists it will be fine as long as she's with him or Noel, since only the four of them know the truth. Roll sits in shock, wondering why she has been included in this dangerous plan. She internally questions why they would tell her this, since they've only just met. Roll suddenly stands, deciding the conversation is over and suggesting they end the meeting. Cecilia apologizes for her whim and reveals that Arthur arranged the meeting. She explains that Arthur wanted to meet Roll for reasons beyond just finding the culprit. Arthur smiles and confirms that they are very curious about her. Roll cautiously asks what exactly they are curious about. Cecilia directly asks if Roll is a witch. Arthur explains their suspicions, questioning how the smaller Roll managed to pull the unconscious Cecilia out of the water. Roll realizes Arthur thinks she must have used magic. Arthur brings up another point of suspicion, noting that Roll acted overly calm when she saw Leston rush to Cecilia's side. Although Cecilia questions why her brother is being brought up, Arthur points out how strange it was for Leston to abandon his own sister to save Cecilia. Roll, annoyed, asks what his point is, and Arthur observes that she seems to know very little about witches. Noel adds that he doesn't understand why Roll would hide being a witch, since it is a respected status. Roll clarifies that although she can use magic, she doesn't know anything about witches. Arthur explains that witches are rare and become the talk of any gathering, but Roll admits she has never paid attention to such things. Cecilia giggles and comments that everyone starts as a novice, but Roll presses on, asking about the relevance of being a witch. Arthur begins to explain what a witch is. Just then, Cecilia spots Roll's maid in the distance, prompting Roll to decide to leave. Cecilia invites her to visit again, and Arthur offers to escort her, but Roll politely declines. Watching Arthur walk away, Noel wonders why his friend is following Roll. Arthur reflects that Roll is a young witch and feels it's his responsibility to befriend her. Arthur runs to catch up, calling out to Roll and startling the maid, Betty, who asks who he is. Roll identifies him as Arthur Lober. Betty is stunned, realizing he is the famous and handsome wizard, the heir to the Duke Lober family. Roll, indifferent to the attention, tells Betty they are leaving and boards the carriage under Arthur's surprised gaze. Arthur quickly stops her, offering to tell her what she was curious about earlier, prompting Roll to ask her maid to wait. Once they are alone, Arthur explains that if she knew more about witches, she would realize she is one of them, to which she asks how he can be certain. He asks if she has ever felt different, such as being unable to understand others, and Roll internally confirms that is exactly how she feels at that moment. Arthur elaborates, pointing out that she is unaffected by emotions like anger and doesn't understand the hostility of others, which Roll admits she has always felt. He reveals that the inability to feel emotions is a characteristic of powerful witches, who must slowly learn about humanity as they grow. Roll asks if Arthur experienced the same, which he confirms, explaining that witches like her with slower emotional development are called saplings. When Arthur suggests she needs a mentor to teach her about emotions, Roll flatly refuses. She turns away, silently contemplating what it means to have emotions. Arthur smiles and proposes an alternative. Since she doesn't want a mentor, he and Roll can become friends. Roll looks back at him skeptically and asks why she should be friends with him. Arthur, a bit flustered by her directness, pauses to think about the question of friendship. He takes her hand, explaining that by experiencing so-called emotional fluctuations with him, her life will surely become more bearable. The story transitions to Chapter 5, titled My Evil Little Girl. At the Grand Manor, a voice announces that another letter has arrived for the young lady. Betty holds the letter, asking with a hopeful smile if Roll has finally made a friend. Roll, surrounded by a gloomy aura, denies it, but Betty cheerfully encourages her not to be shy. Roll silently thinks that dealing with people is such a bother and that she should have just let Cecilia drown. She recalls Arthur's request to be friends after she rejected his offer of mentorship. Roll wonders if making friends could make her life, which is condemned by the world, a little more bearable. A wanted poster for Roll, Chloe, flashes in her mind, and she thinks that if they knew the truth, they would surely despise her. Back in the present, Betty asks if she's going to go out in response to the invitation. Despite Roll's refusal, her carriage arrives at another Grand Manor. Cecilia greets the newly arrived Roll. Cecilia greets her cheerfully, grabbing her arm to ask what's wrong and confirming that Roll must have received Arthur's message. Roll holds up a letter, confirming it was delivered that morning. Arthur's note is shown, covered in simple doodles, saying he would come and pick her up. Cecilia sighs, realizing her friend didn't explain the plan properly. While leading Roll inside, Cecilia announces that the grand ball season has begun, laughing when she correctly guesses that Roll is not interested. The narration explains that the grand ball is the Empire's largest ball, filling the entire city with nobles and a festive atmosphere. Beaming, Cecilia invites Roll to go out with her on the eve of the ball to enjoy the sights. Roll stares ahead with a blank expression, unmoved. Walking down the crowded festival street, Roll questions why she is there, but Cecilia encourages her to enjoy the sights. Arthur and Noel appear, with Arthur welcoming Roll's arrival, while Cecilia scolds him for his poor explanation. Arthur laughs it off, saying it doesn't matter since they're all together, and leans playfully against an annoyed Cecilia. Roll notices Noel is wearing a formal suit and tells Cecilia it looks familiar. Noel explains it's his knight's uniform, as he's on patrol during the festival, and Cecilia questions why he isn't at his post. Noel awkwardly admits that he is currently waiting for orders from his superior to begin his patrol. A flash of his serious-looking superior appears in his mind, and Noel internally calls the person a waste of talent. The scene shows the festive atmosphere, with a vendor happily selling a snack to an excited child. At the festival, Cecilia asks Roll if it's nice to be out and about, but Roll is unimpressed, thinking it's just a crowd of people. Arthur points to a long line of people, and Roll wonders what they are waiting for. Cecilia explains it's the line for strawberry daifuku, and is surprised to learn Roll has never tried it, with Roll admitting this is her first time at a festival. Cecilia excitedly describes the Eastern dessert, insisting that Roll must try the delicacy. Cecilia tells the boys to meet up at the Central Bridge and announces she is going to buy the daifuku. Left standing alone in the crowd, Roll silently wonders where Cecilia has gone. Arthur smiles and tells Roll that Cecilia is looking out for her, but she looks back with a confused expression. Asking why, he laughs awkwardly, trying to come up with an explanation. At a market stall, the vendor asks for 2 silver coins, and Roll asks Arthur if he needs one of the daggers on display. When Roll asks if the dagger is a magical material, Arthur muses that dagger magic would be a new genre. Arthur explains that he uses gems for mineral magic, usually wearing them on gloves or accessories. After Roll comments that gems are expensive, Arthur mentions they are consumables for him, which makes her think grimly. If her own life is also a consumable, she concludes that since she won't die from a non-lethal amount of bloodletting, she is an even cheaper resource. Thump! Roll turns and silently walks away from Arthur. Arthur scratches his head in confusion, feeling their conversation was somewhat disconnected. He watches her walk away, thinking that even for a witch, Roll is a bit unique. A gentle image of a pink-haired mother lovingly holding her newborn appears. The scene shows a family guiding a young boy in using magic, illustrating how wizards are typically taught to form social bonds. Arthur thinks that most witches learn emotions and integrate into society before adolescence. But with Roll, it feels as if her development was severed. A memory flashes of him finding her after the rescue. As he continues to ponder her disconnect from social norms, he watches her navigate the busy street, feeling a deep attachment to her. Arthur contemplates the sharp tension and hostility Roll exhibits, worrying she might follow the old path of hated witches who seek revenge. A vision of a destructive, cloaked witch surrounded by thorns and fire illustrates the dangerous being they can become. Looking at Roll in the crowd, he concludes that at 15, she is still a child in need of protection. Worried, Arthur suggests they hold hands so she doesn't get lost in the dangerous crowd. Roll turns away coldly, declaring she can walk by herself. He warns that she will get lost, but she firmly tells him not to treat her like a child. Her sharp reply leaves him momentarily speechless. Sighing, Arthur, standing alone in the crowd, reminds himself to hold the child's hand. Walking elsewhere, Roll thinks how embarrassing this situation is. Just seconds after her confident declaration, she is lost in the crowd, wondering where she is. Roll decides that Arthur lost her, not the other way around, and walks off to find a place to escape the dense crowd. She purposefully wanders into a quiet, narrow alley. Thump! She stops as a strange and familiar feeling washes over her. In this desolate alley, she recalls that in 3 years, when she becomes a fugitive, this alley will be her refuge. A dark memory surfaces of her younger self hiding in a large barrel amidst piles of trash bags. She remembers the feeling of cold and hunger and the damp, foul air of her hiding spot. She recalls how this filthy, dark alley was once her only safe haven from a world full of malice. Back in the present, she finds the place just as unpleasant, thinking that a noble lady like herself does not belong here. Thump! In a memory, several men suddenly block her path, asking if she's a runaway. Annoyed, Roll thinks that troublesome people always seem to find her. The men continue to taunt her, asking if she had a fight with her mother or boyfriend. One of them puts his arm on her shoulder, calling her a poor thing, and asks if she knows what happens to people who get lost here. The man adds with a sinister smile that little lambs who jump the fence will find interesting things. Roll looks at them with an icy gaze, warning them it would be best not to bother her. She recalls her past, how she became a target for all sorts of malice because she was young and weak. Frustration welling up, she shoves the man's arm away, having warned them not to touch her. The man, provoked, accuses her of being a troublemaker. Roll's eyes glint with killing intent as she reaches for the ruby on her brooch. The man suddenly freezes in place, his face contorting in shock and pain. With a bloody slash, a violent burst of magic erupts. A roar comes from a nearby doorway, where a black-haired man is yelling at his subordinate about the patrol and telling him to handle the scene. The black-haired man sternly repeats the order, demanding it be handled properly. Coming downstairs, he asks his subordinate if he stabbed his arm during the patrol. He turns to look at the thug's roll took care of, demanding to see the wound. Ugh, his subordinate suddenly kicks one of the downed men in anger, loudly complaining about how bad the security is in this area. The black-haired man steps out of the doorway, breaking up a brawl and demanding to know the reason for the disturbance during the festival. He confidently claims to be from the Imperial Knights, a statement that is immediately and openly questioned by the thugs. Realizing they don't believe him, he says he will get his identification to prove it. He displays the official identification, and the twin sword crest on it stuns the onlookers. The group of thugs flees in a panic, reminding each other to get out of there, while the black-haired man promises they won't get away. After they leave, he turns to a small, red-haired girl, thoughtfully noting her narrow escape while asking if she is hurt. The girl, Roll, tells him she doesn't need rescuing, and that the real danger was for them, then complains that he took the knife she just bought. The man ponders her words, thinking what a reckless, fierce, yet tiny person she is. He gives her a friendly pat on the head, smiling as he tells the child she should thank him for his help. Roll, surprised by the sudden gesture, can only manage a faint ah. He is confused by her reaction, wondering what could be wrong with calling a child child. They stand facing each other in the quiet alley with a noticeable distance between them. Roll internally wonders why she always encounters this particular man at different points in time. Noticing her staring, he asks with a smirk if she is admiring him, because he's so handsome. Roll explains she was just surprised by his cheerful attitude, but he replies that he's always like this. A gloomy memory flashes of Roll and others dressed in black, gathered at a funeral on an overcast day. In the memory, the black-haired man glares at her with cold fury, telling her that he truly despises her. The memory continues, with Roll looking back coolly, stating that she doesn't mind if he wants to break off their engagement. Back in the present, he misinterprets her gaze, thinking awkwardly that such a young child has fallen in love with him. Realizing he doesn't recognize her, Roll lies that she got separated from her friends and asks for the way to the central plaza. He smiles warmly, understanding she needs guidance rather than a rescue, and invites the little lady to follow him. He points down the street, showing her the direct route to the central plaza. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Roll," and Arthur appears, looking surprised to see her with the black-haired man. The black-haired man mistakes Arthur for her boyfriend and gives Roll a friendly warning not to stay out too late. When Roll denies that Arthur is her boyfriend, the man chuckles, thinking it's what everyone says when they're young. Roll, with a melancholic and thoughtful expression, turns away. The black-haired man looks a bit awkward, says a simple goodbye, and watches her leave with her friends, noting to himself that she didn't even glance back at him once. As she walks away, Roll thinks grimly that she had only intended to return the malice the thugs had shown her. The black-haired man reflects on her personality, finding it strange that she acts as if the entire world is her enemy. He walks alone down the beautiful but crowded festival street, admitting to himself that he feels a bit lonely. Roll silently says goodbye to Kenneth, admitting he left a strong impression, perhaps simply because of his looks. Thump! Kenneth, lost in thought amidst the crowd, suddenly stops, realizing he never actually told her his name. Roll finally finds Arthur and Cecilia, who rush over to ask where she went, and if she was okay. A beaming Cecilia tells her they were looking for her everywhere. Arthur eyes Cecilia suspiciously and asks if she's drunk, which she immediately denies before accusing him in return. A blushing Cecilia admits to having a small sip at a tasting stall on the street, but insists she isn't drunk. An excited Cecilia hugs Roll from behind, exclaiming that she really likes her, though Roll coolly replies that she is not a good person. Cecilia enthusiastically assures Roll that she is a good person and her hero for saving her life. Changing the subject, Cecilia excitedly hands Roll the snack she is holding. Cecilia covers her mouth and giggles, exclaiming how cute it is to see a daifuku eating a daifuku. Arthur asks when Cecilia will sober up, while Roll thinks she will surely feel sorry tomorrow. The silver-haired man notes this is typical, and then Cecilia grabs him. A disgusted Roll silently watches the lively and chaotic scene. On a tray are several pretty strawberry and red bean daifuku. Roll takes a bite of the daifuku and looks ahead with a serious expression, her thoughts flashing through her mind like a film reel. The kindness from Kenneth and Cecilia makes Roll realize that things are developing differently this time. As more different memories surface, she questions whether her initial choice to save Cecilia is creating an entirely new past for herself. A stark message appears over a chaotic background, warning that new events do not necessarily change the future. Standing beside Arthur, Roll resolves that if someone tries to kill her again, she will do the same to them, thinking that the life of a fugitive might not be so different after all. Roll reflects on her dark future, finding it hard to imagine her life being any different. 3 years later, noticing her somber mood, Arthur asks what happened, and she tells him she just ran into an acquaintance. He asks if it was someone she hates, but Roll clarifies that it's someone who hates her. Arthur, surprised by her indifference, presses her on how she cannot care, but she claims she doesn't care about anyone. Arthur presses further, asking why she is so wary of people if she truly doesn't care. She explains it's because people might turn on her if they find out her true identity, a statement that leaves Arthur confused. As she thinks about her secret, her gaze falls to her brooch, reaffirming her hidden nature. The scene transitions, showing the warm glow of paper lanterns illuminating the festival street. Beautiful and brightly lit buildings create a magical atmosphere for the evening festival. Walking with her friends, Roll is still troubled by her earlier thoughts, the concept of malice lingering in her mind. Cecilia cheerfully points out how beautiful the night is, and Roll silently agrees. Gazing at the spectacular sight, Roll realizes this is the first time she has ever seen a festival street lit up at night. Her mind contrasts this bright scene with the foul, dark alleys she is more accustomed to. Standing among her friends, Roll feels a deep sense of alienation, as if she doesn't belong here. Cecilia excitedly grabs Roll's hand to take her somewhere, leaving Roll to wonder where they are going. Cecilia insists they have to hurry to get a good spot, pulling the still confused Roll through the crowd. Cecilia announces with a brilliant smile that the grand finale is about to begin. Bang! A splendid firework explodes in the air, marking the start of the dazzling show. From their vantage point by the water, the group watches as more fireworks light up the night sky. Bathed in the shifting colors of the fireworks, the four friends look up together in awe. Arthur turns to Roll with a gentle smile and asks if she thinks the experience isn't so bad. Roll looks at the sky, a faint smile on her face, admitting to herself that it really isn't so bad. Crowds gather by the docks, sharing in the spectacle of the fireworks display. The four friends stand together watching the show, a peaceful moment regardless of what the future may hold. The scene shifts abruptly away from the festival. The next morning, a hungover Kenneth groans that he feels like he's dying, earning a harsh scolding from another man for his excessive drinking. The man, introduced as Kenneth's older brother, Isaac Lauderek, smirks that he could hear Kenneth vomiting from the hallway. When Kenneth complains of a headache, Isaac scoffs, asking why he would drink something with such low alcohol content. Kenneth just smiles weakly, replying that's just the effect alcohol has on him. After Isaac tells him he shouldn't be drinking, Kenneth changes the subject, asking why his brother is in his room so early. Isaac explains he has something to tell him and mentions it's been a while since they've seen each other. Isaac covers his face and grimaces, apologizing to Kenneth for the bad timing of the important news. He reveals that an engagement has been arranged with a young lady of the Chloe family, which leaves Kenneth stunned. Kenneth asks in horror if he means the family of that dreadful Leston Chloe. Isaac smiles and confirms it is Leston's sister and that Kenneth is to meet her at the grand ball tonight. Tonight, the scene shifts to an impressive, red-roofed mansion under the sun. In an office, a black-haired man sits at his desk, looking troubled and weary. This man, Leston Chloe, sighs to himself, thinking how inscrutable his father is. He recalls Arthur questioning the necessity of the engagement, to which he had replied that it was a necessary family alliance. Leston regrets being unable to stop the arrangement and is now worrying about how to break the news to Roll. Just then, Roll appears at his door, asking why he summoned her. Leston informs her that she must attend the grand ball alone, which she accepts without objection. He then hesitantly brings up the matter of her engagement, explaining that their father is stubborn. She brings up what he said outside her room previously, but he can't recall what she is referring to. She asks if they were ever a real family, defining family as having shared positive memories, which she says they lack. Sighing, Leston looks down at his desk and quietly admits that she is correct. When he offers to help, she scoffs at the idea, saying she doubts she will need it. Roll coldly states that he would only attack her in a moment of crisis, then ends the conversation to go prepare for the ball. After she leaves, Leston sits in shock, realizing just how deeply she distrusts him. The scene transitions to the grand ball, where a carriage arrives at the mansion and guests mingle inside. Cecilia, wearing a beautiful blue dress, blushes. Cecilia explains to Roll that this is her first time seeing the effects of alcohol, but she insists her affection is sincere. Roll internally questions the meaning of affection and sincerity. As an apology, Cecilia offers to show Roll something important and points to a table full of desserts. Cecilia hands Roll a cupcake, expressing her fondness again, while Roll notes how different this future sister-in-law is from Leston. Cecilia holds a glass of champagne with a serene smile, the picture of elegance. Rayla observes how Cecilia brightens the atmosphere and wonders why someone like her would marry the cold Leston. A smiling, blond young man named Arthur Lober appears in the scene. Arthur is surrounded by a group of admiring ladies, and a chibi version of Cecilia exclaims how impressive he is. Arthur tells Roll that as a witch, she will have to endure a lot of attention, though Cecilia thinks his popularity is for other reasons. Arthur stands among flowers, calling out to Cecilia with a charming smile. Cecilia tells Arthur to stop using her as a shield to reject others and declares that she wants to date, not just be his friend. Arthur goes along with it, pulling Cecilia into a dance pose and gazing at her gently. As the two lock eyes, the narrator mentions what a striking pair they make. Watching from a distance, Roll thinks that being overly adored seems just as exhausting as being hated. Roll, while eating the cupcake, admits that Arthur was indeed clever to disperse the crowd around him so quickly. Roll contrasts her current self, a dignified, noble lady, with the hungry wanderer of her past who would have devoured everything. Holding a plate of snacks, she decides to find a secluded spot to enjoy them alone. A woman in a deep purple dress walks by, and the scene reveals Arthur and Cecilia talking intimately on a balcony. The woman in purple clenches her fist in unnoticed frustration. Nearby, a group of noblewomen are gossiping about rumors of the crown prince's ill health. Having finished her cupcake, Roll overhears their chatter. She thinks to herself that her ears are tired of it, and that gossip always thrives in places hidden from view. Roll listens as the women speak harshly about a shameless, pretty girl who gets around. She turns her head and sees Cecilia standing alone nearby, suddenly realizing she heard all the vicious words. Roll wonders how the lively Cecilia will react, half expecting her to confront the gossips. Roll turns her head and sees Cecilia standing alone nearby, suddenly realizing she heard all the vicious words. Roll wonders how the lively Cecilia will react, half expecting her to confront the gossips. The silver-haired woman apologizes for bumping into her, and Roll replies that it's fine. The gossiping women are startled, worried their conversation was overheard. The silver-haired woman dismisses the gossips, telling them to leave, which they hastily agree to and walk away. She comments that they are just jealous and would never dare say such things to Cecilia's face. The woman turns to Roll, observing that Lady Cecilia seems deeply hurt by the conversation. She suggests that Roll, being closer to Cecilia, should go and comfort her. Roll freezes, silently questioning the very idea of her comforting someone. Roll looks around the crowded hall, wondering where Cecilia has disappeared to. She finds the idea of comforting Cecilia tricky and admits to herself that she has never done such a thing. She internally questions why Cecilia would be upset by such trivial gossip, thinking she should have just retorted to the insults. Roll gets annoyed with herself, wondering why she is even worried about it. Her thoughts are interrupted when she notices a white-haired young man looking at her. The young man comes forward, calls her Roll, and says they need to talk, which Roll sees as a perfect opportunity to dump the trouble on him. Meanwhile, Kenneth leans against a balcony, complaining that the banquet and its attendees are all uniformly boring. He scans the crowd, remembering that his fiancée is supposed to be here as well. Somewhere, he recalls that his betrothed is less than Chloe's only sister and frowns. His gaze falls on Roll, who is standing on the stairs with a white-haired man. Kenneth recognizes her as the girl from the festival, smiling and waving as he calls out, "The little miss from yesterday." As Roll responds to him, the white-haired man looks at Kenneth in surprise, asking if he is the vice captain. Kenneth approaches them, asking Noelle why he is on a date with her and if they know each other. Kenneth explains that he helped her yesterday, which prompts Noelle to confirm that he is the Knight Commander. Roll recalls that he is an irresponsible person, causing Kenneth to protest loudly. Noelle protests that being called irresponsible is too much, as he was trying to help Roll, but Kenneth just thinks as expected. Kenneth teases Noelle about being on a date with a little kid, which Noelle vehemently denies, insisting they're just friends and demanding not to be lumped in with the vice captain. Roll feels annoyed, thinking to herself that they will regret treating her like a child. Kenneth turns to Roll charmingly and asks for her name, saying she should at least know the names of those around her. Roll hesitantly begins to introduce herself. Suddenly, a scream interrupts them, leaving Kenneth, Noelle, and Roll startled and confused. The crowd gasps as a large window shatters, revealing the night sky outside. Kenneth decides to leave, pulling Roll through the panicked crowd and apologizing to everyone. They discover Arthur on the ground by the broken window, holding a fainted Cecilia, as a worried Noelle rushes toward them. As a crowd gathers, Kenneth asks if the two are okay, while Noelle anxiously asks what happened to Cecilia. Cecilia implies a strong wind caused the accident and that Arthur was more injured, but he brushes off his scrapes, saying it happened too fast to use magic. As Arthur notices the commotion, Noelle helps up the frightened Cecilia, who says her legs are too weak to stand. Roll remains silent, calmly observing the chaotic scene before her. Ignoring the danger, she begins to walk on the floor covered in sharp, broken glass. A concerned Kenneth quickly shouts a warning that it's dangerous there. Roll stops and carefully picks up a sharp shard of glass. Roll, holding the shard that has already cut her hand, declares that this was no mere accident, prompting Kenneth to ask what she means. The blood-stained glass shard begins to emit an ominous glow. Illuminated by the glow of magical energy, Roll confidently points out the cause: magic. A wave of crystalline energy spreads outward from Roll, scanning the area and surprising everyone. Roll's spell reveals the true culprit, a grimly smiling entity made of dark magic, floating unseen by others. Suddenly, an invisible force strikes Cecilia, who is utterly shocked by the attack. The scene shifts to a dark dungeon, where Roll, in a black dress, tells a green-haired man that they must find the person they're looking for. They frantically search the cells, calling for Betty and Ellie, while prisoners lie unconscious on the ground. When the man complains that the gagged and unconscious prisoners are hard to identify, Roll coldly asks if he plans to keep complaining. He insists he's just worried about his precious sister, but Roll questions why he's so scared when finding her is his goal. With a whoosh, Roll uses a red glowing item to swiftly strike the man on the back of the head, knocking him out with a thud. Roll recalls her maid, a cute chibi brown-haired girl with blue eyes named Betty, calling out "my lady." The tense man, now seemingly under Roll's control, asks how he is supposed to find Betty with such a vague description. Clatter, clatter, the sound of running footsteps approaches, and the man loudly sounds an alarm, asking who's there. Two guards appear, suspecting the imprisoned children have escaped and warning the two that it's dangerous. Roll steps forward with a determined gaze, extending her hand as a faint magical aura surrounds her. With a flash, a stream of red magic shoots from Roll's hand, enveloping the two guards. Bam! The spell turns one of the guards to stone, his petrified body falling against a wall. A white-haired man in a dark cloak appears, observing Roll and calmly noting that she knows how to use magic. The two mages face off in a dark, thorny corridor, the air thick with tension. A brilliant blue magic circle appears behind the white-haired man, confirming the narrator's suspicion. He is definitely a mage. He asks if she belongs to the organization, but Roll denies it, stating she's only here to find her missing maid. Roll glares at him coldly, threateningly asking if there's an option where he dies at her hands. Roll's eyes glow as she declares she will create that option for him, before both she and the man power up their magic. Whoosh! The red and blue energies collide violently as their hands meet in a burst of power. The magical explosion throws them apart, filling the corridor with steam and light as both prepare their next attack. The white-haired man looks at the red energy in Roll's hand, acknowledging that for a child, she is indeed impressive. Flash! He unleashes a massive blast of blue energy, causing Roll to recoil in surprise. Surrounded by the overwhelming power, the white-haired man calmly tells Roll that she is no match for him at all. Their powers clash again, but Roll is overpowered and sent flying backward with great force. Roll groans in pain, frowning as she realizes her shoulder is dislocated. As the man dismissively turns to leave, Roll realizes she will be overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. With a flicker of light, Roll unflinchingly summons her red magic again, preparing for another attack. The white-haired man glances back, his own blue magic flaring, and asks if she can't see that she's no match. With a crackle, the red and blue magical energies explode violently. With grim determination, Roll sees her chance, thinking now's the time. The clashing energies surge, creating a powerful, twisting vortex of red and blue. Boom! The resulting magical explosion shakes the entire building, startling the white-haired man. Frightened screams echo through the chaos as the auction hall begins to collapse. A man with glasses panics, wondering what's happening, while a blonde woman screams that the building is coming down. Amidst the destruction, the crowd scrambles for their lives, shouting that they have to get out now. Stepping through the dust and shadows, a lone figure calmly walks forward. The white-haired man appears on a ruined balcony, looking down at the destroyed hall below. He spots Roll standing unharmed amidst the chaos and remarks with mild surprise, well. Satisfied with the outcome, Roll smirks to herself, thinking that the auction has become a complete mess. Elsewhere, a man with brownish-green hair named Caleb worries that his target has disappeared, wondering how to find someone he doesn't know. Overwhelmed by the situation, Caleb clutches his head in frustration, admitting he doesn't know what to do. A fond memory surfaces of a smiling little girl calling his name. Crushed by failure, Caleb apologizes to Ellie for his incompetence, feeling that the predicament is insurmountable. Huddled in a dark corner, completely disheartened, he sinks into despair. He jerks his head up to an unexpected sight, a carrier pigeon. He realizes the pigeon is likely from the auction's organizers and might be carrying important information. He clenches his fist, hope reignited, convinced there must be something he can still do. Putting on a friendly smile, he tries to coax the bird over, calling out, "Come here, little birdie." In a sudden burst of cute energy, he eagerly beckons to the pigeon, whispering, "Quick, over this way." After successfully retrieving the letter from the pigeon, he reads it and gasps in shock. The scene returns to Roll, facing the white-haired man in the ruin hall. Roll looks at him and lets out a contemptuous scoff. The white-haired man coldly states that since there's always a demand for children, he can just hold another auction. Roll criticizes him for treating people like goods, but he coolly replies that to a merchant, that's what they are. She looks at him in disbelief, unable to accept that he's doing all this just for money. He retorts, asking if money isn't her goal as well. A glowing purple magic circle materializes behind the white-haired man as he stares at her silently. Roll appears genuinely confused, asking if he really has no other reason. A memory of a queen's voice plays, declaring that humans are no different from necessary tools. The memory continues, explaining a belief that the superior rule and the inferior are used, a fact proven by history. A look of dawning comprehension crosses Roll's face as she realizes he believes exploitation is necessary. To appear superior, as he turns to leave, he tauntingly asks how she is any different, having come here just to find a maid to wash her feet. Surrounded by yellow flowers, Roll retorts that she doesn't torture others out of an inferiority complex. Her words strike a nerve, and the white-haired man freezes, the word inferiority echoing in his mind. With a sharp crack, he violently slaps her across the face. Bam! The force of the blow sends Roll crashing to the ground. The white-haired man stands over her as she lets out a pained groan. She frowns, cursing that her shoulder is dislocated again. As he begins to walk away, the white-haired man looks down at her, his expression cold and unforgiving. From his perspective, two figures on a balcony above are contemplating whether to save her. An ethereal voice reminds her that the power gap between them is overwhelming. He leans down and sneers, asking if she still thinks he has an inferiority complex. Ugh. Roll struggles beneath him, try to push away the foot pressing down on her back. He increases the pressure, and she feels her strength fading as she begins to lose consciousness. As her vision blurs, she remembers her maid, Betty, gently brushing her hair, thinking, if I die here. Her final thoughts are of her maid, realizing that if she dies, Betty will never be able to go home either. A spark of defiance ignites in her eyes as she resolves to live and gather her magic, no matter what. With a flash of red energy, the red-haired woman breaks free from her attacker's hold. The white-haired man recoils, annoyed by her sudden resistance. The red-haired woman, thrown to the floor, coughs violently. Her attacker scoffs mockingly, noting that even a worm will squirm when stepped on. His shoes begin to glow with intense, blue, magical energy. The red-haired woman realizes her magic and stamina are low, doubting she can continue the fight. She remains on her knees as the white-haired man looks down on her. She limps as she forces herself to stand, determined not to give up, if only for Betty's sake. The white-haired man scoffs, questioning if she's really willing to sacrifice herself for a mere maid. She holds her ground, facing him as he takes a step forward. He smiles condescendingly, calling her feelings for her maid both touching and pathetic. Surrounded by a magic circle, he declares that no matter what she does, her death is inevitable. With a brilliant flash, he unleashes a blast of blue magic, vowing to finish her off for good this time. She braces for impact as the powerful magic attack rushes toward her, straining to hold back the blast. She feels her strength beginning to fail. Bam! The force of the explosion hurls her backward across the room. She collapses to the floor, letting out a pained groan. The white-haired man walks slowly and deliberately toward her defeated form. He stops a short distance away, his boot right next to her hand on the floor. Blue energy crackles around his gloved hand as he prepares for a final attack. Gathering his power, he readies the finishing blow. In a flash, a streak of blood slashes across the screen. The white-haired man's head now lies in a pool of his own blood. A black-haired man in a military uniform stands with his sword drawn, calmly stating that this outcome was inevitable. A voice calls out as the red-haired woman's body begins to stir. She weakly sits up, recognizes her savior, and calls out his name, Kenneth. With a click, Kenneth sheathes his sword and tells the woman, Roll, that she was too reckless. Roll smiles and tells him he arrived just in time, right before she died. A shocked Kenneth shouts her name, horrified at how casually she accepts her near-death experience. Roll pats his arm reassuringly, saying it's fine since she's still alive, but he scolds her for her dangerous recklessness. The white-haired man's lifeless body lies on the floor nearby. A blue energy suddenly begins to emanate from the corpse. Roll and Kenneth turn their heads in alarm. The white-haired man's headless body begins to rise from the floor as they sense the magical fluctuation. He stands up again, seemingly completely unaffected by the fatal wound. Eerie blue chains appear, symbolizing the dark magic at work. Kenneth stares in disbelief, wondering what is happening. As blue energy flickers around his neck, the resurrected man explains that his people possess the ability to resurrect their bodies. Kenneth raises his blade, commenting that it's a nasty kind of magic. He stands protectively in front of Roll, facing their seemingly immortal foe. The white-haired man smirks confidently, claiming that a mere human like Kenneth could never kill him. Kenneth acknowledges the resurrection magic, but declares that being an ordinary human is not necessarily a disadvantage. His opponent takes a confident step forward. Kenneth smirks and tells the white-haired man that he has a very miserable and pathetic story, standing between Roll and the enemy. Kenneth reveals that he knows about the man's lost memories and the status he bought out of an inferiority complex from once being a slave. The white-haired man is visibly stunned as Kenneth accuses him of kidnapping children because of his deep-seated inferiority complex. In a blur of motion, Kenneth closes the distance between them. He grabs the white-haired man by the throat, daring him to continue his empty boasts. The choke man can only make a faint sound. Kenneth tightens his grip, a knowing look on his face, as he prepares to reveal a secret. "Who are you?" As the words land with heavy significance, the white-haired man's eyes widen in utter shock. A black-haired man in a formal uniform notes that this man must have wandered for a long time. He takes out a red glowing item, and with a crisp sound, the voice continues to explain that his actions were not for superiority, but stem from buying a false status by selling children. His true motive is finally revealed. Everything he did was to regain his own lost essence. A memory surfaces of a young, white-haired boy lying alone and dirty on a cobblestone street. "Stand up." The boy slowly gets to his feet, confusedly wondering where he is. The boy looks around in fear, desperately asking himself who he is. Barefoot and gaunt, he stands in a vast, empty courtyard, a lonely figure trapped between shadows and a single beam of light. "I am." A distinct tattoo-like mark is visible on the back of his neck as he stares into the void. He recalls having mountains of delicious food, but the deep, gnawing hunger inside never subsided. He remembers buying a noble title and amassing gold and jewels, but the feeling of lack never left. In a library, a man in a suit looks at him, asking if he was once a slave. As he touches the mark on his neck, the man confirms that it is indeed a slave mark. Click-clack, he looks out a window, thinking dispassionately about a dead body he sees outside. He continues his journey by carriage, watching the cruel world outside with a blank expression. The camera reveals the body he saw, a corpse wrapped in a blood-splattered sheet, discarded on the side of the road. Watching this, he is stirred by an unfamiliar emotion. He wonders what this strange feeling is. Turning, he looks away from the window, his expression changing as a thought forms. A twisted, insane realization dawns on him. He can regain his exploited dignity by exploiting others in the exact same way. He finally puts a name to the strange feeling, convinced that it is anger. Back in the present, facing the uniformed man and the red-haired woman, he scoffs internally, questioning if things like essence and memory really matter. He smirks arrogantly, telling himself that the past is irrelevant because he is powerful now. He concludes with absolute conviction that his present greatness is the only truth that matters. The black-haired man watches him, thinking his confidence is absurd and that he is only deceiving himself. He continues to think that what truly matters is not how great you are, but what you have chosen to ignore. Twitch. The white-haired man's face twitches as the uniformed man concludes that facing the past is the only way to escape the emptiness. With a click, a locked wooden box materializes as a voice challenges him. "Are you sure you don't remember?" Shatter. The lock on the wooden box crumbles as the voice suggests he is just too afraid to remember. His eyes widen in terror as the repressed memory floods back, distorting his vision. The memory reveals a kind-faced slave boy who reached out to him when he was first bought, and they were supposedly on good terms. The voice explains the tragic truth of their friendship. In the end, the other boy died to protect him. A final, haunting image shows his friend's lifeless body disappearing into the darkness of his forgotten past. Overwhelmed by the memory, the white-haired man clutches his head in agony, his composure shattering like glass. He lowers his head with a pained smile, brokenly asking what this horrible memory is. He finally understands that the anger he felt upon seeing that random dead slave was actually his long-buried grief. He looks up, his eyes wide with shock and horror, and can only manage to utter a broken what. He doubles over in anguish, questioning what he has been doing with his life up until this moment. Whoosh! A brilliant stream of blue energy cuts through the air. With a roar, the white-haired man unleashes his power, and a violent vortex of blue magic erupts around him. The uniformed man and the red-haired woman watch the explosive release of energy with grim concern. Boom! A massive impact echoes through the hall. A blinding blue-white light fills the entire room. Splat! Thick, crimson blood splatters across the polished marble floor. In the aftermath, the uniformed man and the red-haired woman stand alone in the now silent hall. The camera lingers on a large, dark pool of blood on the floor. The red-haired woman breaks the silence. her voice trembling as she asks if he is dead. The man explains that people of his race do not die from such things. The only exception to their long lives is when they take their own. He concludes that the man likely could not forgive himself for the terrible crimes he committed out of ignorance. Standing before the massive bloodstain on the floor, the black-haired officer tells Roll that he still feels uneasy about the situation. The officer gazes out over the empty, gilded hall with his red eyes, his expression solemn and serious. Roll looks back at him, her own eyes filled with quiet determination. In a tender, romantic moment, the two lock eyes, surrounded by the scent of blooming flowers. Footsteps, the sound of someone's determined steps echoes in the quiet hall. Their moment is interrupted as Roll and the officer look to the side in confusion. Footsteps, a red-haired man in a black cloak approaches them, casually remarking that they seem to be meeting quite often. The red-haired man smiles with a smug, knowing look. A confused Roll asks what he is doing there, and if he expects a reward for saving her. The man scoffs at the idea of getting a reward from a child, but mysteriously adds that he got something valuable anyway, piquing Roll's curiosity. Flash! A bright light shoots out from an unseen source. Eerie black energy tentacles erupt from the floor around the red-haired man. Flutter, the officer quickly pulls Roll into his arms as the shadows strike. To protect her, Swirl, the red-haired man forms an orb of dark magic, declaring that this is what he needed. Turning, as he bids farewell and prepares to leave, a voice desperately shouts for him to wait. Footsteps. Kenneth rushes into the hall, shocked by the silence, shouting his own name and asking what happened. Kenneth angrily questions the red-haired man, demanding to know what he meant by someone taking their own life. The red-haired man simply walks away, leaving Kenneth staring at his back in shocked silence. A slight smirk plays on the red-haired man's lips, leaving behind a stunned and frustrated Kenneth. The red-haired man walks into the shadows, leaving Kenneth alone in a spotlight of dawning horror. With a thud, Kenneth has a sudden, terrible realization about the man who just left. Elsewhere, a dark-haired officer asks a white-haired subordinate about the status of the identity check on the rescued children, and the subordinate confirms they were likely kidnapped. The officer orders the children to be released after questioning and for the injured to be cared for. The subordinate acknowledges the order. Subsequently, the white-haired man reports that the Raven organization has just been annihilated, surprising the officer, who thought the group wasn't involved. The white-haired man thoughtfully explains that a group of mages seems to have appeared and completely destroyed them. The officer wonders why a thriving organization would be suddenly wiped out, suspecting the red-haired man was responsible. Mulling over the news, he muses that since the Night Order was already planning to clean up that area, this might be a good thing, and decides to report it to his superiors. The white-haired man agrees, but mentions he hasn't seen their captain in a while. In a light-hearted moment, the officer jokingly wonders if the captain is slacking off, prompting the subordinate to tease him about whether he thinks the captain is like Sir Kenneth Nom. The scene cuts to Roll sitting alone on a huge, throne-like chair, eating bread. A man with glasses and light brown hair rushes anxiously towards her, loudly asking if she is unharmed. Glow, seeing she is alive, he breaks into a brilliant smile of immense relief. Roll stops her snack and retorts by asking if merely being alive is enough, questioning where he was during the chaos. He explains that he found a carrier pigeon from the Night Order, and it was he who informed the Knights of their location. He proudly claims she survived thanks to his quick thinking, but a deadpan Roll simply replies with an alright. He changes the subject, asking about his sister. He assures Roll that his sister is fine and waiting in line for questioning, as the girl is shown standing with the other children. Throb. Learning the girl is safe, Roll feels a wave of relief, but she suddenly feels a strange energy surging within her and clutches her chest. The man with glasses urgently tells her to stand up, leaving a confused Roll puzzled by his sudden command. Smile. He explains there's a reason he was so glad she was alive, before a healing green light emanates from his hands. A brilliant teal aura envelopes Roll, who stands up looking refreshed and empowered. Russell, with a faint smile, Roll appears completely revitalized by the healing magic. He asks how she feels, and a radiant Roll can only let out a surprised "oh." Feeling a burst of energy, Roll realizes he is a healing mage. He confirms this, admitting he's useless in a fight. Two little girls rush towards Roll in tears, calling her name and asking if she's hurt. Roll calmly reassures them, saying that while she was injured, she's completely fine now thanks to the healer arriving in time. Sob. As one of the girls cries, Roll insists she's fine aside from her dress and feels strong enough to fight again. The man with glasses formally introduces his little sister, Ellie, to Roll, who gives a small greeting. He tells Ellie to be polite, reminding her that Roll is the hero who saved her and everyone else. Bow. Ellie bows deeply, sincerely thanking Roll for saving her life. Her brown-haired maid, Betty, chuckles knowingly, pointing out that her young lady is clearly shy. As Betty and the man with glasses are amused by this new side of her, a little girl with light brown hair steps forward to ask if Roll really saved everyone. Sparkle. The little girl's eyes sparkle with pure admiration, declaring she's never seen a hero before and wants to be just like Roll. Uncomfortable with the praise, Roll tries to explain she isn't the amazing person the girl imagines. Betty gently interrupts, drawing her lady's attention to her dirted shoes, insisting that filth doesn't suit her. Betty kneels to wipe the mud from Roll's shoes and the hem of her dress. Roll looks down at the tender gesture, her expression softening with surprise and contemplation. A memory of the white-haired man surfaces, his philosophy echoing in her mind, his belief that exploitation is necessary to become superior. She recalls his parting words, questioning how she was any different if she came for a maid to wash her feet. Faced with his accusation, Roll wonders if she is just using Betty as a tool and vows never to become like the mage who kidnapped her. Betty looks up with genuine confusion, asking why she would think that, and assures her she has never seen their relationship that way. Betty continues her work, explaining that unlike other ladies, Roll understands her instead of just forcing her into hard labor. With a bright, sincere smile, Betty tells her that she is the only one who has ever truly acknowledged her existence. Stunned into silence by the heartfelt confession, Roll can only wonder to herself, me? Elsewhere, a maid with grayish-brown hair frantically tells her colleagues that she has something to report about the young lady's sudden change. Whispering, a group of maids huddle and whisper, finding it unbelievable that their cold and ruthless young lady could have changed. The scene transitions to a sunny day over a grand manor. Roll, changed into a simple dark dress, walks quietly down a hallway. Faint question marks appear on her face, showing her confusion over recent events. She continues to walk in contemplation, lost in thought and overwhelmed by her new surroundings. Her mind is filled with unanswered questions. Sitting by the fireplace, Roll finally voices her concerns to Betty, admitting she feels like the maids dislike her. Betty offers a reassuring smile, dismissing the idea as a misunderstanding and asking why anyone would dislike her. With a frustrated sigh, Roll presses, asking why everyone is avoiding her if that's not the case. Knock, knock. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock on the door, and Betty asks who it is. A smiling, gray-haired butler enters the room, politely asking if the young lady is available. Surprised by the visit, Roll asks what brings him to her room. The butler explains he has a message from Lord Leston, making Roll wonder why the Lord didn't come himself. She pouts resignedly, muttering that he's always hated her anyway, before asking for the message. The butler announces that Lord Leston wishes to dismiss the headmaid, to which Roll coolly replies that she doesn't care. With a pleasant smile, the butler delivers the second part of the message. The Lord wishes for her to act as the lady of the house. Stunned, Roll demands further explanation, and the butler confirms that Lord Leston wants her to take charge of all household affairs. Blink. Both Roll and Betty are stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. Roll leaps from her chair, pointing at herself in disbelief, and questions if he really wants her to take over the household. Now at a large desk piled with documents and pastries, Roll begins her daunting new role. Looking overwhelmed by the ledgers, she listens as Betty and another maid advise her check only the important parts and leave the rest of them. A maid nervously outlines the schedule, including the dinner menu for the week and a meeting with the gardener. Surrounded by a flurry of question marks, Roll tries to decipher the complex finances, from pregnant horses to payments for the tailor. A gloomy pressure hangs over her as she timidly guesses that 3 silver coins should be enough to cover everything. Betty gently corrects her that it should be 30 and suggests asking the Lord for help, but a determined Roll insists she can handle it herself. The butler and an older maid watch from the doorway, commenting that it's refreshing to see Lady Roll in Lady Olivia's office and remarking that she's finally grown up. The older maid worries it's too much for her to learn, but the butler expresses full confidence in her ability to handle it. A voice affirms that Lady Roll is a clever young lady, while she seems to ponder this newfound trust in her abilities. Roll follows two maids, who explain they're giving her a tour so she can see things for herself. The tour begins in a storage area filled with wooden crates. As the maids continue their explanation, they pass through a wine cellar, with Roll following close behind. Holding a list, Roll listens intently as they move through different areas of the manor. The tour concludes outside on a lush, beautiful garden path lined with flowers. Heavy footsteps. Looking utterly drained and exhausted, Roll can't believe how large the house is, but the maids reassure her it's the last room and praise her for doing well. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in surprise, wondering what this strange place is. Upon learning it's the maids' quarters, Roll deems the conditions too poor and immediately orders a full renovation. She stops to face the two maids and confronts them about why they've been acting so strangely for the past few days. The two maids shift uncomfortably, hesitant to answer. One of them finally blurts out that they wanted to help her. Roll takes charge, handing out a list, assigning Erica to go shopping and Laura to hire renovators, both of whom eagerly accept. Erica and Laura are moved to tears, realizing their new lady actually knows their names. Suddenly, a crowd of maids surrounds Roll, all clamoring to volunteer for tasks. Holding her list, Roll wonders confusedly where all these maids were hiding before. Watching from a distance, the butler smiles at an older maid, saying that Lady Roll has won their trust. The older maid explains that by saving Betty, Roll built a good reputation and even encouraged the hesitant maids to get involved. The butler and the older maid share a relieved smile, confident that Lady Roll will handle her new duties well. However, the older maid's expression turns serious as she admits she's actually worried about Lord Leston. In a dark room, Lord Leston stands before a portrait of his mother, telling her that after a long wait, he has returned. Tremble, a painful memory surfaces, a younger version of him, crying and trembling in the rain. In the pouring rain, a tall, cloaked figure with red hair looms over the young boy. Back in the present, the red-haired man watches Lord Leston walk away with a cold smirk. Lord Leston clenches his fist, his mind consumed by the single goal that has driven him to this day. At the Sun Castle, a voice reports that after interrogating the auctioneer, they believe no one else was behind the incident. The Emperor doubts that one person could be responsible for such a large-scale human trafficking case. But a dark-haired man in a white cloak reports that most of the participants were just hired hands. The white-cloaked man offers his theory that personal trauma may have been the perpetrator's motive. The Emperor asks about the unregistered mage who collected the perpetrator's body. The white-cloaked man recalls that this was the same mage who rescued Roll when she was kidnapped. After the Emperor questions this claim, his subordinate explains Roll's account and points out that the timing suggests the mage's group also annihilated the organization. The Emperor grows thoughtful, considering the possibility that the mage could be connected to the trafficking. Bell chime. The white-cloaked man confirms the mage is indeed connected, but admits they got no concrete information after investigating the backstreet guilds. As two men carry boxes upstairs, the man's voice complains that his subordinates are exhausted, prompting the Emperor to ask what he wants him to do about it. The man firmly reminds the Emperor that taking responsibility for the investigation is the duty of the Imperial Night Order. The man then directly asks his captain why he's acting so agitated. He advises the captain not to impose his intense work ethic on his subordinates, especially if his drive stems from personal feelings. Stunned by the accusation, the Emperor demands to know what he's talking about. His subordinate continues, connecting the current case to the mage the captain has been searching for since the assassination of the Chloe family 15 years ago. The man looms over the emperor from across the desk and directly accuses him of seeking revenge. Frowning, the emperor angrily denies the accusation. The subordinate calmly replies that he's sure the emperor himself isn't aware of it and advises him to take care of himself and see how hard his subordinates are working. His final words to get a life seem to strike a chord with the emperor. Shouting, two men drag the protesting emperor away from his desk while his subordinate chuckles on the side. Door closes. The men push the emperor into a carriage, insisting he can't go to the imperial banquet looking so disheveled and must clean up. Grit, the furious emperor demands to know how they dare treat their superior this way, but his subordinate simply wishes him luck. At the banquet, the subordinate urges his captain to hurry up and get ready with an affable smile. Three men stand together, one worrying if they'll be all right, while another reassures him that the captain isn't a bad person and doesn't care much for rank. A subordinate marvels at the captain's strength, while the red-haired man from flashback questions if it's really that amazing. The red-haired man, now in uniform, admits he actually feels sorry for the captain. The scene shifts to a lavish imperial ball, with nobles gathered on a grand staircase. Gasp! Two noble women whisper in surprise, noticing the rare appearance of the Imperial Knight Order's captain at such an event. Sigh. The captain, now in a formal white uniform, finds the atmosphere in the palace stuffy and unpleasant. A nervous white-haired knight reminds the captain to be careful, as they are in the palace where anyone could be listening. The white-haired knight briefs his captain on the security deployment, adding that the vice-captain allowed the others to enjoy the party. Realizing this is just a standard security detail, the white-haired knight breaks into a cold sweat. The captain sternly orders more men to be dispatched to tighten security. The white-haired knight asks Leston Chloe about the party, but Leston sternly reminds him they are not there to have fun. As Leston walks away, the knight sighs to himself, lamenting his captain's complete lack of flexibility. A couple tries to invite Lord Leston to join them, but he curtly refuses. Two young women hopefully ask if he's interested, only for him to bluntly say no. Leston makes his way through the party, wondering how much longer he has to endure it, while the nobles whisper about Captain Chloe's presence. He stops abruptly, his attention caught by someone across the room. He sees a man with light brown hair, standing with a red-haired woman and a white-haired woman. Leston's eyes widen in surprise as he stares intently at the group. He immediately turns and walks away, leaving the red-haired and white-haired women to watch his hasty departure. The white-haired woman is taken aback by his sudden exit. She thinks in confusion that she definitely felt him looking right at her. Elsewhere, two noble women are gossiping about a young lady who recently returned from a trip to another continent. The woman they're discussing is revealed to be a stunning beauty with flowing pink hair and captivating red eyes. Onlookers praise the pink-haired woman, calling her a perfect, beloved princess with a heart of gold. A close-up on her eyes hints at a sadness or boredom hidden beneath her perfect exterior. The pink-haired woman laments how uninteresting life is, even after returning from her travels. She muses that jewels and dresses seem trivial now, and the suitors who fall for her instantly are too easy to conquer. Surrounded by gifts, the bored woman slumps in an ornate throne, resting her chin on her hand. Her demeanor changes when she spots Leston Chloe on the staircase. Her interest finally peaked. She approaches him from behind, formally addressing him as Captain Leston Chloe. Frown, Leston turns to her with a serious expression and gives a single, short reply. No. Confused by his reaction, she asks what he is saying no to as he walks right past her, muttering that he refuses everything. Slightly flustered, she quickly introduces herself as Isabella Sergei, the eldest daughter of the Sergei family. Nod. He gives a curt "I see," goodbye, and prepares to leave. Isabella stops him by grabbing the sleeve of his uniform. She confronts him directly, asking if he's aware that their families are discussing an engagement. Isabella explains she was disappointed when he refused to see her, while he coldly asks what she wants. Turning to him, she offers to apologize for any trouble her family may have caused him. He glances back at her, saying that if she realizes it's trouble, then that's enough. Isabella adds with a concerned expression that she understands the pressure and discomfort he might feel about the engagement. Sigh. An impatient Leston asks what she's trying to say. In response, a dazzlingly brilliant smile spreads across Isabella's face. Other guests from afar comment that it's clearly difficult for anyone to refuse Lady Isabella. Alert! The white-haired woman's attention is suddenly drawn to the ongoing conversation. Pout! She considers their apparent engagement for a moment, then shrugs it off, deciding it's none of her business and she should go eat some more. Leston stares at Isabella, pointedly asking if he must do everything she wants. She looks somewhat surprised when he reveals that being busy wasn't the only reason he refused to see her. A flustered Isabella tries to brush off his words, saying it's not surprising he has other obligations. Leston cuts her off, stating he won't waste his time on useless things. With that, he turns and leaves. Left alone, Isabella feels exhausted and wishes for a quiet place away from the crowd. Watching him go, a new thought strikes her. She's finally found someone who isn't so easy. A confident and interested smile crosses her face as she thinks, "I like that." Click. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman wanders a quiet hallway, blaming the champagne for her frequent bathroom trips and inability to resist the delicious food. Click. She enters a nearby room to rest and stops in surprise when she realizes someone is already there. Click. Inside, she finds Lord Leston Chloe asleep on a sofa and wonders why he's hiding here. Gaze. She watches him quietly, noticing how soundly he's sleeping. A gentle smile touches her lips as she thinks how different he looks from his usual cold and unfriendly self. She reflects on how the sleeping man before her is always so defensive, showing his thorns to the world. Reaches out, drawn in by his peaceful state, she gently reaches out to touch his sleeping face. Startled, she snatches her hand back in a panic, startled by her own impulse as she remembers he already has a fiancé. Slap. The white-haired woman, Cecilia, slaps herself, scolding herself for subconsciously reaching for Leston and reminding herself that he is not food. She looks up, her expression one of dismay, as a sudden realization dawns on her. Her gaze locks onto a glowing object on Leston's chest, thinking that it's exactly what she suspected. She reaches for it. Grab. Just before she can touch the object, her hand is suddenly caught. Leston, now awake, grips her wrist, staring intently at her and asking what she's doing. Squeeze. She winces in pain and asks him to let go. He releases her wrist. Ow. She rubs her hand, apologizing for disturbing him and explaining that she thought he was asleep. Leston sits up, ignoring her apology, and sharply asks what she was trying to touch while she plays dumb. Stare. He stares directly at her. Flushing red, she desperately denies any ill intentions and insists he believe her. She quickly changes the subject, excitedly pointing out that it has a rare bergamot candy from the South, adding that she loves them too. Slump. He scoffs at her for approaching a sleeping man over a mere piece of candy, but she insists it's important to her. Stands up. He stands and curtly tells her he doesn't have any candy, which makes her think he's just embarrassed because of his title. Twinkle. With a knowing look, she tells him he can't fool her. Sniff. She leans close to his chest and takes a deep sniff because she remembers the scent. Smiling brightly, she cheerfully confirms the bergamot aroma. Clench. She fondly recalls the candy's connection to her childhood memories. Leston's hand clenches into a fist. Turns. He turns his back to her and announces his departure. Panicked, she quickly calls for him to wait. Stops. He stops at the doorway, and she says she has something to ask him. She carefully brings up the news she heard about Sino and Lady Eris being sentenced to 20 years in prison. Without turning around, he informs her that the case is closed and she doesn't need to worry about it anymore. He leaves with a final goodbye, ignoring her protests. Tremble, her face falls, and she trembles with anger. Click-clack. With renewed determination, she strides decisively towards the door. Door slams. Just as she reaches it, the door slams shut. She pounds on the closed door, shouting at him in the hallway. Her expression is filled with firm resolve. Leston calmly states that she can show as much mercy as she wants, but the sentence has already been passed. She retorts, insisting that a 20-year sentence is too cruel for young children. As the victim, she asks if requesting a reduced sentence would help, adding that she no longer hates the girls. She trails off, thinking to herself because, whoosh, the scene briefly cuts to a castle under the moonlight. Leston turns back to face her, asking if she has truly forgiven them. He sternly warns her that she'll be in danger if they are released early and declares that criminals need punishment, not forgiveness. Shocked by his words, she asks how he can be so cold. He tells her not to lessen their crimes with sympathy for such filth, then agrees with his own point. Looking him straight in the eye, she softly calls him a pitiful person. As he turns away from her again, his face falls into shadow. Click, she walks away, leaving him alone in the hallway. The two stand far apart in the empty corridor, a tangible distance growing between them. In a well-appointed office, a smiling, golden-haired man in a military uniform invites his guest in. A dark-haired man in a red and white military uniform enters, commenting that the heir of the Robert family is treated well for the royal family to lend him a drawing room. The golden-haired man from House Robert apologizes, wishing he could have sent a formal invitation. Steps. The dark-haired vice captain dismisses the apology, clarifying he is there on official business, not as Roll's fiancé, and asks him to sit. Once seated, the man from House Robert confirms he heard the vice captain was requesting cooperation on the 5th Street incident. The vice captain explains the difficulty in gathering information, as the case involves reclusive, unregistered mages. The man from House Robert thoughtfully agrees to look into it, but warns it won't be easy as information about these mages seems to be disappearing. Clink, a cup of tea is placed on the table between them. The man from House Robert declines the request, suggesting the vice captain investigate elsewhere. The scene shifts to a bustling ballroom filled with elegantly dressed nobles. The dark-haired vice captain spots a red-haired woman and cheerfully calls her name, Roll. He finds her, saying he's been looking all over for her, and asks what she's eating. Roll explains she's eating a millefeuille cake that Cecilia recommended. Her fiancé gently chides her, suggesting she should show some interest in him as her partner, since they haven't seen each other in a while. Choo-choo. Munching away, Roll confusedly states she didn't know she had a partner and bluntly asks if he needs something. Ahem. He recoils, slightly flustered, and suggests it would be safer for a young lady like her to stay with her fiancé at a banquet. She dismisses his concern, pointing to the numerous nights and saying she can take care of herself. Clearly a loss, he asks if she isn't happy to see him at all. The surrounding party guests suddenly fall silent. A pristine white boot steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. Her fiancé's expression changes as he formally addresses the newcomer as Your Highness. A golden-haired man in a white military uniform appears, exuding a brilliant royal aura. The vice captain freezes for a moment before greeting His Highness and giving Lady Roll credit for a recent incident. Bow. He urgently whispers for Roll to curtsy, and they both lower their heads. The golden-haired royal addresses Roll directly, mentioning he heard about her exceptional skills from Lord Arthur. She looks up in surprise, confirming that what he heard is true. Chill. A palpable tension fills the air as the prince observes them. Haha. The prince laughs, commenting that it's interesting to speak with a young mage and thanks her for saving his people. Shakes head. Roll tries to explain she was only saving her maid, but her fiancé desperately tries to get her attention before she says more. Her bright green eyes widen in confusion at the sudden attention. She quietly considers the prince's words with a thoughtful expression. Curtsy. Having decided on a proper response, she gives an elegant curtsy. Phew. Several small blue spirits let out a collective sigh of relief at her proper etiquette. Whoosh. The vice captain quietly gives Roll a thumbs up for handling the situation well. The prince mentions hearing she is Captain Chloe's sister, adding that Leston is a trustworthy but difficult subordinate. Haha. He laughs, noting her intelligent gaze, reminiscent of her brother's dashing figure. Swoosh. While her fiancé considers the comment an honor, a flustered Roll privately thinks she is nothing like her brother. The prince kindly asks Roll if she is enjoying the banquet and if she needs anything. She shyly replies that she is enjoying it and that the crepe cake is delicious, which seems to amuse the prince. He tells her the entire banquet is for her, making her wonder, for me? He smiles warmly, declaring that her actions in saving people from peril and maintaining the Empire's peace are worthy of praise. Head tilt. She tilts her head, completely confused by his grand statement. The prince continues to smile at her, preparing to speak again, whispers. The crowd of nobles begins to murmur amongst themselves. The whispers continue as guests gossip about the scene before them. The prince stands with his back to the crowd, creating a moment of anticipation. An onlooker proudly identifies the siblings as respected mages of the Chloe family. Roll and her fiancé stand together, becoming the center of attention. The prince stands before Roll, her fiancé, and the gathered crowd. He raises his gloved hand into the air. An orb emitting a pink glow materializes in his hand, shedding delicate petals. Onlookers watch the magical display. A collective gasp of awe. Roll silently watches the glowing petals drift around her. She stands quietly amidst the beautiful, magical shower of light and petals. Her gaze softens as she looks at a petal that has landed on her hand. In a soft, pink-tinted memory, she looks toward her brother, Leston. He stands solemnly with his side to her, petals floating around them. The scene cuts back to an office, where the vice captain asks the blonde man why he is questioning him. Instead of Sir Leston, at a formal desk, Kenneth tells a blonde man he wants him to carry out a plan behind someone's back, prompting the man to point out his lack of trust. The man admits this is true, explaining his actions are to protect Roll from those unfriendly to mages. Kenneth sits back down, asking if the man suspects the Chloe family for a particular reason. The blonde man reveals that when he investigated the blood magic Roll used, he found no information and decided to dig deeper. His investigation uncovered that a specific person is actively erasing the history of mages who use blood magic, as if they never existed. Gazing at the full moon through a window, a man is revealed as the culprit, Calvin Chloe. A glowing orb confirms his identity as Roll's father. The scene shifts to a sunny day at a large estate, where a voice exclaims that the young lady has grown taller. Roll asks her two maids if she's gotten fatter, but one reassures her it's normal for a growing girl. One maid worries that as Roll becomes more beautiful, she will start attracting strange men. A stunning portrait of Roll shows her gazing forward, surrounded by beautiful flowers. A lively pink-haired girl greets Lady Roll Chloe, who stands beside a quiet girl with long silver hair. As the pink-haired girl chatters about her father's worries since the kidnapping incident, a silver-haired boy listens quietly. Roll interrupts the chatter to ask why it's just them and where Arthur is, when a voice apologizes for being late. Arthur makes a grand entrance, smiling warmly and holding a large bouquet of pink and purple flowers. The entire group, Roll, the silver-haired girl, the silver-haired boy, and the pink-haired girl, stares at him, stunned. Arthur explains to the annoyed-looking silver-haired boy that he ran into a mage on the way, hence the out-of-place bouquet. Swoosh! Arthur flamboyantly presents a single pink rose to a confused Roll with magic. Holding the rose, Arthur formally invites the seated Roll to the mage's banquet. Arthur gives her a gentle, confident smile. Roll looks up, her expression thoughtful as she considers his invitation. The pink-haired girl is surprised that the mage's banquet is real. Arthur confirms they gather at the Robera estate every few years. Roll finds the name suspicious and asks what it is. The pink-haired girl eagerly offers to explain. Ahem. She explains the mage's banquet is an exclusive gathering for mages. Though nobles have recently taken an interest, the pink-haired girl happily suggests Roll should attend. Roll silently wonders if she should go. The silver-haired boy reminds a flustered Cecilia that she has a gift for Roll. Chiding her for hesitating, Roll asks what the gift is. A nervous Cecilia stammers in reply. Cecilia blushes furiously. Unable to speak, Roll pulls the gift box toward her. Cecilia explains that she and Noelle knitted a scarf and gloves for her upcoming birthday. In a cute flashback, Cecilia struggles with her knitting while Noelle comments that it's his first time knitting too. Inside the box is a beautifully knitted white mitten and a card wishing Roll a happy birthday. Cecilia shyly adds that Noelle's work is particularly good. Roll examines the gift with a soft, gentle expression. Roll thanks Cecilia and Noelle for the gift. Cecilia and Noelle look up, both clearly surprised by her sincere gratitude. Their surprise melts into bright, joyful laughter. The four friends sit together in the elegant room, sharing a quiet, comfortable moment. A few days later, a carriage arrives at the gates of a grand estate under a starry sky. Dressed in a fine cloak and gown, Roll wonders if this is the place. Where the mage's banquet is held, a gray-haired old man formally welcomes Lady Roll Chloe to the mage's banquet. A young, brown-haired man with glasses stands in the background, holding a long-handled cleaning tool. Roll looks at the man with the cleaning tool, her expression puzzled. She asks if he is in charge of cleaning, but he greets her warmly and says it's not his usual job. He explains with a weary sigh that harassing him is the Duke's hobby, but Arthur's voice cuts in, calling it a misunderstanding. Arthur appears in a brilliant glow, surrounded by an aura and yellow roses. Arthur explains that the man's cleaning duty is a punishment for his recent reckless heroics. Much to the man's annoyance, Roll listens intently, trying to make sense of the situation. The two men begin to argue, with the brown-haired man complaining about the punishment, while Arthur retorts that he was never told about the danger involved. Arthur says in frustration that if the man had just told him sooner, he would have helped. Flinch. The brown-haired man flinches slightly, looking away with a guilty expression. Watch. Roll stands quietly between the two men, looking from one to the other. As they stand facing each other sideways, Roll reflects that her life has certainly gotten a lot noisier lately. As she thinks about how many people are nagging her, she recalls a group of young nobles smiling with their arms linked. The blonde man leads Roll into the hall as the others, including her fiancé, watch them go, surrounded by pink glowing butterflies. Roll blushes slightly. She quietly wonders if she is changing too. The scene shifts to a grand estate under a full moon, transitioning to a lively banquet where couples are dancing gracefully. A woman explains to another that this seemingly ordinary banquet is a gathering for mages to report that they are still alive, and suggests she go meet her peers, standing beside the man from House Robert. Roll thoughtfully considers the idea of meeting mages her own age. Her companion calls over a brown-haired young man named Caleb, who confirms he knows some twins around Roll's age who might be near the cake. Caleb spots a pair of white-haired twins in pink and calls out their names. Jean and Leah, the twins, one holding a strawberry, turn around, calling Caleb's name in confusion. Caleb introduces Lady Roll to the twins, Leon and Jean, who stare at her with large, curious red eyes. Roll is a bit taken aback by their intense, unblinking stares. Leah asks if Roll is a noble and expresses surprise that there are still undiscovered noble mages, to which Roll replies. For now, Roll's eyes widen in curiosity at the girl's words. When Roll asks what she means, Leah explains that a long time ago, the mages started a rebellion. In a chibi-style aside, Roll asks about the rebellion. Leah confirms it's a story from mage history. The scene transitions with an image of orange flowers and a gloved hand. A flashback shows a powerful female mage surrounded by flames. The narration explains that mages once held great influence. The story continues, describing how the mages in power fell during witch hunts, with countless bloodlines damaged and types of magic reduced. Now, Roll listens to the history lesson with a serious, contemplative expression. She asks Caleb why mages have a good reputation now. He credits the achievement to House Robert. Caleb proudly explains that House Robert preserved the remaining magic and changed public perception, earning the gratitude of all living mages. Roll turns to the twins to ask about their magic. They offer to show her her own memories. A confused Roll repeats the word memories. One of the twins explains they can retrieve lost or hazy memories, especially from childhood. Pout. A chibi Roll questions the point of reliving the past. The twins accurately guess her skeptical reaction. The twins explain that many people, especially mages, seek their abilities. She elaborates that mages often have emotionless childhoods, shown through a memory of a boy running alone in a field. Then one day they realize their childhood was beautiful and warm. So they come to the twins to re-experience those precious memories. The twins smile and formally offer their services, saying they can find any memory Roll has experienced. Clatter, clatter. Late that night, Roll sits alone in her carriage on the way home. Looking at her reflection, she thinks to herself that her memories are filled with negative experiences. Clang. A vivid memory of a confrontation with a black-haired boy flashes in her mind, making her doubt if any brilliant moments exist in her past. A dark and profound memory. A dirt-covered hand reaches out. Appears, her eyes widen in surprise when she spots something outside the carriage window. She sees Leston and another man, Kenneth, standing near the gate, seemingly in a heated discussion. Bicker, as Roll wonders if they are fighting. Kenneth looks visibly angry while Leston appears annoyed. Click, her elegant shoes step onto the cobblestone path as she exits the carriage. Appearing between them, she asks what's going on. One of the men greets the young lady. Kenneth complains he was just trying to give Roll a birthday present, which aroused Leston's suspicion, which in turn led Kenneth to defensively ask if Leston thought he was proposing. A young boy orders Roll to hurry inside, while Kenneth angrily asks if Leston has ever given his sister a gift. Roll turns to Kenneth and pointedly asks if he wants to give her a gift too. Flustered, Kenneth admits he feels obligated now, adding that he heard an interesting story from Maria, which piques Roll's curiosity grin, Kenneth gives a sly smile, dismissing the story as mere superstition. Lift, he gently takes her hand to present the gift. He places a beautiful bracelet with a flower charm on her wrist. She whispers its symbolism. Health, press, he affectionately pats her head, causing her small face to scrunch into a cute pout as a dark-haired man walks away under the starry sky. He tells the red-haired lady to hurry inside before the man named Leston comes for him. Watching him leave, she silently thinks his name, Kenneth Grab. She suddenly reaches out and grabs his hand, causing him to look back in surprise. Groan. A memory surfaces of a young and determined-looking Roll surrounded by pink flowers. In the memory, a younger Kenneth with a gentle, affectionate smile watches her kneel. Back in the present, Kenneth kneels before a silent Roll and asks what's wrong. She looks down at him, calling his name with a serious expression. Another memory flashes of a young Kenneth playfully calling her a nag. Roll has a realization. She thinks to herself that even if it's a hassle, sometimes she still wants him to worry about her, which seems to take him by surprise. His surprise melts into a brilliant, sincere laugh. Roll offers to give him a gift in return, but Kenneth refuses, asking only that she visit him occasionally and, most importantly, stay healthy. She questions his focus on her health, and he insists it's because it's important. His hand reaches for the stately gate, ready to leave. As he walks out of the estate gates, Roll watches his back and calls his name one last time. She remembers once telling him she hoped he wouldn't change. In her memory, a young Kenneth laughs and wonders how he could change when he isn't even growing like she is. He urges her younger self to hurry inside before she catches a cold. The memory now feels bittersweet. Later in her room, a maid expresses her relief, telling Roll she was worried because she returned late. La la la. The maid's attention is drawn to a sparkling bracelet on a nearby table that she's never seen before. Stretch. Roll, lounging in her nightgown, reveals it was a birthday gift from Kenneth, stunning her maids, who exclaim, "You're such a devil." The two maids, Betty and Sophia, stare at each other, their expressions synchronized in shock. Yawn. The maids anxiously ask if anything else happened, but Roll just yawns and says he only held her hand. Her maids sternly warn her that hand-holding is the limit and any further advances must be reported. She calmly agrees. Pat. Roll pats the empty space on the bed beside her, surrounded by flowers. She looks at her maids with a hopeful expression. Glance. The maids are stunned and look at each other. Lady Roll confirms she's inviting them to sleep in bed with her. The three of them lie down together. Roll asks if they know how to knit or make cookies, explaining she wants to learn so she can give gifts in return. Sophia smiles brightly, happily offering to teach Roll how to make cookies tomorrow. Clasp. Roll gratefully clasps Sophia's hand, agreeing to learn with her. The other maid, Betty, watches with a blush and a deeply moved expression on her face. The three of them sleep soundly in Roll's bed, finding peaceful rest. The scene shifts to the grand estate under a starry sky. The next day, outside another stately residence, a voice calls for someone named Isaac. Kenneth asks a man named Isaac about Marchioness Chloe, explaining he heard she passed away when Lady Roll was young. Isaac thoughtfully recalls the Marchioness, remembering her as an exceptionally beautiful woman. A memory shows the radiant, white-haired Marchioness Chloe. Isaac explains she came from humble beginnings but attained her high status by being a powerful mage. Blow. In the memory, she playfully blows magical sparks from her gloved hand. The flashback shows her as the dazzling center of attention at a party, charming everyone around her. Kenneth speculates that Roll's mother might have also been a mage, but Isaac refutes this, confirming her family has no history of mages. As he speaks, the image of the beautiful Marchioness shatters like broken glass. Kenneth asks what happened to her, but Isaac admits he was too young to know, though he offers to look into it for him. Kenneth declines the offer with a serious expression, saying it's fine. He sinks into contemplation about the mystery, his mind filled with questions. The scene shifts to a cozy kitchen where a young Roll watches an older woman bustling by the stove. Steam. The woman smiles proudly, pleased at the cookies she and Roll baked. Turned out well. Just then, Kenneth arrives. Roll tells him his timing is perfect, she offers him a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie. Chomp, he leans down and takes a bite of the cookie directly from her hand. Yeah. As Kenneth declares the cookie delicious, the two maids in the background recoil in shock, condemning his shameless act and warning Roll not to be fooled. A red-eyed, dark-haired young man asks the young lady why she's baking cookies. Roll realizes she's preparing a bribe, while a maid comforts her, saying it's okay to mess up at first. A bag of slightly misshapen-looking chocolate chip cookies is tied with a pink ribbon. Sigh. Roll hangs her head in disappointment as the dark-haired young man watches from behind her. In a moment of reflection, the narration remarks on how much Roll has changed. Now, allowing others to get close to her, a maid scolds the dark-haired young man named Kenneth, telling him to help instead of just watching. The scene shifts to the grand estate at sunset. Ta-da! Roll proudly presents a tray of cookies in small bags for everyone to try. Kenneth asks about the bribe. Roll explains she's giving them to Arthur, prompting a maid to clarify if she means Arthur Robert. Kenneth scoffs at her, calling it a gift, but Roll insists it's a bribe because she needs a favor. Another young man comments that Arthur Robert is bad news for his little brother, leading Kenneth to defensively shout that he and Roll are just friends. Roll looks away, quietly affirming they are just friends. Roll hastily leaves the room in a fluster. The other young man teases Kenneth, pointing out that if Lady Roll says they're just friends, then they must be very close. A thought bubble shows Roll becoming more and more beautiful, depicting a scene of her surrounded by admirers. Kenneth nervously says he can't get in their way, but the other man tells him it seems he's already fallen for her. A woman advises someone not to have regrets. As girls' Roll's age grow up fast, Kenneth considers the advice, looking away in conflict. He worries that if Roll gets any prettier on top of being cute, he won't stand a chance. In a large hall, a voice announces it's Louise's turn to be it. A little dark-haired girl named Louise happily agrees to count to 20. Louise starts counting and runs to cover her eyes. Roll and a man quickly hide, one behind a door and the other under a white sheet. Roll waits quietly in her hiding spot. The man hiding under the sheet remembers the Roderick family's funeral, when everyone but Kenneth died. Now seeing Kenneth hiding behind a plant, Kenneth resolves to change that tragic future. Louise cheerfully announces, "Here I come," and finds him. Louise calls out to Kenneth. Kenneth recalls a feeling of not wanting to live like that again. Please, in a grand estate, Roll hands a bag of cookies to someone, calling it a bribe. She gives the cookies to the blonde man, Arthur, reiterating that it's a bribe, and she needs his help. Arthur holds a small blue box, revealing a gold necklace with a yellow gem inside. He questions the gift, but Roll explains it's for Kenneth's niece, Louise, and asks him to cast a spell on it. She asks for a protection spell like the one he's cast before, leaving Arthur to ponder her request. Click, his gloved hand taps on a magic circle. Arthur suggests Roll should try using her own magic this time. As Arthur activates the magic circle, he tells Roll his spells don't last forever, but she doubts her ability to cast a lasting one. Sweep. Arthur gestures, gathering magic between his hands as he speaks to her. He reminds Roll of all the lives she saved in the cases she solved, but she questions if she really did. As Arthur goes to get a book, Roll claims she was just repaying favors, but he states she never admits her good deeds. Slip. His hand slips as he adds that she acts like helping people doesn't suit her because she thinks she's a bad person. Roll silently admits to herself that she is a bad person, but Arthur laughs, telling her she's changed a lot. Click. He places an open book on the table, telling her he found an interesting story about her magic. When she asks what it is, he explains that users of blood magic can grant wishes. As he points to the ancient text, Roll finds the claim ridiculous. He reveals the terrible price. Granting one wish requires the magic user to give up their own life. A shocked Roll listens as he explains that blood mages quickly disappeared due to exploitation and desperation. Over an image of a glowing tree, Arthur poses a thought-provoking question to Roll. He encourages her to try using her magic, sincerely hoping it will work. Arthur gives her a warm, encouraging smile. Roll's determined gaze shows she is considering his powerful words. Arthur speculates that if their enchantment is successful, the necklace will be the most powerful in the world. Carrying the magic of two mages, Arthur begins the enchantment, his magic swirling around the levitating green gem, preparing to cast. A glowing red droplet materializes at a fingertip, representing the essence of a wish. as the magical droplet floats above her hands. Roll muses that desire itself is a uniquely human trait. Holding the finished, glowing necklace, Roll makes a heartfelt wish to change the tragic future she knows. She imagines Kenneth and Isaac bickering cheerfully, hoping their light-hearted rivalry will last forever. Then she foresees Maria happily becoming a countess, hoping to bake cookies with her again someday. Drop. The enchanted necklace drops into its box. Roll quietly asks Arthur if the spell is complete. Arthur leans in with a serious question for Roll. She turns to listen intently. His expression grows concerned as he asks if her request for such a powerful necklace means she foresees danger. Roll doesn't answer, her melancholic, silent profile hiding the truth. Grab. Roll takes the box as Arthur explains this is the best way he can help her. She silently agrees. Arthur looks troubled, revealing he's found out more about her magic, but hesitates to share. He suggests she go hear it from Lord Leston, as he investigated the matter and believes Leston knows as well. Step. She starts down the long, elegant hallway to seek answers. Roll walks through the ornate corridor with quiet determination. Jingle. A bell on the door chimes, announcing her arrival. A man with glasses opens the door. Roll confirms she has something important to discuss with the people inside. Inside, two silver-haired girls with red eyes greet her, one noting she's early, lying on a bed. Roll is warned she might regret this, making her reflect that it seems everyone is burdened with guilt. The man with glasses looks at her with pity, hoping she had at least one good childhood memory. Swoosh. Roll sits up straight, her expression firm as she declares that a happy childhood for her is already an impossibility. Shine. The scene shifts to a vibrant garden full of sunshine and blooming roses. Standing among the flowers, she recognizes the place with confusion, realizing it's her family's garden. As glowing leaves swirl around her, she realizes she is intangible, like a ghost, unable to touch anything. She watches a memory of her younger self being chased by a little black-haired boy. Wondering who he is, huff, puff, the boy catches up and, seeing her holding a small animal, asks why she's strangling it. A young Roll explains matter-of-factly that the cat she's holding is already dying and has no chance of survival. Flinch. The boy instinctively takes a step back from her, horrified. The boy calls her weird and cruelly declares she must be the reason his mother died. His harsh accusation hangs in the air. A young Roll looks up, her expression unreadable. A voice from a nearby window calls her name. Roll. A dark-haired man leans down to her eye level, struggling to find the right words. He finishes his unspoken thought, recalling how she had only said the cat felt warm. The man turns and orders a nearby butler to bring a shovel. Thud. The shovel is stuck in the grass next to a small new grave. The man kneels before the grave and tells Roll he wants her to understand the weight of taking a life. They stand together in the rain, watching over the small grave as the somber lesson unfolds. Yawn. Waking from a memory, Roll reflects on her dreary past. A lonely time before she met her friends, she recalls her life as a series of meaningless days until that tragic funeral, remembering the whispers about a carriage accident. Step by step, her memory walks through a desolate cemetery filled with tombstones. Standing before the graves of Isaac, Maria, and Louise, she remembers the day the entire Roderick family was wiped out, except for Kenneth, a future she is now determined to prevent. Back with her maids, they're discussing the tragedy. One comments that Kenneth is in pain, while the other dismisses it as an unavoidable accident. Ha! Roll angrily slams her hand on the table, challenging their assumption that it was merely an accident. One of the maids sighs, tired of hearing about the Roderick case, which has become the only gossip topic in high society. The other maid scolds her for her indifference, but she retorts, but they're just taking Lord Kenneth's side. Roll recalls Kenneth's terrible reputation, caused by jealousy and malicious rumors following his sudden inheritance. She remembers Kenneth pushing her away, explaining that he couldn't be with her, and avoidance. That only deepened the public's misunderstanding. In another memory, Kenneth grabs her arm, promising his future would return to normal, but she realizes with confusion that he seems to be speaking to another person. A golden-haired woman in a blue dress introduces herself with a polite smile, saying her name is Renee Iris. Facing Countess Roderick, the blonde woman, Renee, comments on the Countess's lack of reaction after hearing the popular rumor about Renee being the Earl's mistress. She recalls the cruel gossip that painted her as an illegitimate daughter from a low-class family, trying to usurp the former Countess's position. The red-haired countess, Roll, states flatly that she is not interested in the circulating rumors. Renee suggests that if the countess is not interested in such matters, she should leave the house. Renee warns that this is a place for those who fight in the mud, which would bore Roll. Roll's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden scream, and in a horrific memory, a young Roll and her maid discover a hallway splattered with blood. Roll peeks into the bedroom, and her eyes fall upon a gruesome scene of slaughter. She remembers Renee Iris being found dead in the room, with the maid spreading false news that she was a murderer out of jealousy. Roll remembers being imprisoned while her father sent her far away. She thinks to herself that as a user of blood magic, escaping would not be difficult. She recalls her dark past, admitting that through her magic, many people have died at her hands. She was reviled by all as a murderer and the most evil of mages, and she remembers that even Kenneth and her father were among the crowd condemning her. A question from the past echoes in her ears, asking how she felt when she took those lives. In the memory, Roll tells her father that she still doesn't understand his question, just as she didn't understand when the cat died back then. Her father looks away sadly, confessing that he has only done regrettable things and blames himself for her fate. With a blade to his throat, her father accepts his karma and asks her to end his life. Standing by his cold corpse, Roll finds herself wondering what her father meant by karma. She questions whether his karma was helping her escape, abandoning her, or something deeper. At that moment, the heart-shaped gem on her choker begins to glow. The vision finally ends, returning to reality. The man with glasses expresses his concern, noting Roll's pale face and reminding her that he had warned her. He gently asks what she saw in that disturbing dream. Roll remains silent, her hand on her forehead, processing the horrific vision. The scene shifts to a grand and sunlit estate at dusk. A maid informs Kenneth that he should finish his work, as Miss Roll is still waiting for him. Upon learning that the young lady is with Louise, Kenneth looks up curiously. He peeks around the corner and sees Roll sitting in the warm light of the room. He finds her with a young Louise, who happily calls his name upon seeing him. Kenneth freezes, momentarily captivated by the heartwarming scene. He joins them and asks what she is doing there, and Roll explains that the Countess is busy. She hands Kenneth a small box, explaining that she came to give Louise a gift. With a jingle, Roll fastens the enchanted necklace around Louise's neck, explaining that it's an early birthday present. Kenneth asks if she enchanted it with her own magic. She admits she wasn't confident, so she asked Arthur for help as well. With a knowing smile, Kenneth softly asks if something is wrong. As Louise happily runs to her mother, Kenneth suggests a walk, and Roll quietly agrees. Strolling through the garden, Kenneth asks what's on her mind, and she hesitantly calls his name. She makes a simple and sudden request. Please smile. This leaves him confused. Kenneth obliges, letting out a bright and hearty laugh. Roll gently rests her head on his chest, explaining that she needed to confirm he was still gentle, unlike the cold man from her dream. With tears in her eyes, she tells him he's mean, causing a panicked Kenneth to quickly ask if she's crying. Tears begin to fall. Now, Kenneth sits awkwardly in his room, thinking he can't believe this was the closest place he could find to comfort her. He hesitates for a moment, then reaches out to her. To his surprise, Roll suddenly embraces him tightly. Kenneth gasps, looking at her with a blush spreading across his face, startled by the hug. She confesses she had a dream where he ignored her and formally called her Miss Chloe, acting completely unlike himself. Her gaze is firm, filled with new resolve. She thinks to herself that things are different now. In the past, she didn't understand anything and found everything to be a bother. But now, her life is filled with people she cares about, like Arthur, Cecilia, and Kenneth. She rests her head on his shoulder, and Kenneth smiles warmly, happy to be able to comfort her. He gently asks her why she's laughing now. Roll pouts slightly and playfully calls him paranoid. Kenneth clarifies that he meant she thinks of him as a close friend and was afraid they would grow distant. He asks with a blush if she's happy to hear that, admitting he doesn't hate hearing how much she cares about him. Roll blinks, processing his words with a blank expression. She suddenly turns to leave, causing a panicked Kenneth to reach out and call for her to wait. He awkwardly suggests she should only do that occasionally to maintain the effect, but Roll finds his excuse baffling. She turns back and firmly demands he promise not to suddenly become distant. Kenneth beams, assuring her that he sees no reason why that would ever happen. He smiles and extends his pinky, making a pinky promise with her. Kenneth marvels at how terrifying this denseness is, thinking to himself that Roll is such a strong girl to be able to throw herself into his arms without hesitation. The scene shifts to Kenneth's office, where Arthur tells a distracted Sir Kenneth to pay attention. Holding several letters, Arthur gets straight to the point and asks what's going on. Arthur explains that the investigation into Roll's magic has yielded results, but he stops hesitantly when Kenneth admits he's reluctant to tell her because he cares about her. Arthur erupts in frustration, asking why both of them have to play with his heart. Arthur angrily orders him to get out of his own office. Kenneth walks away, thinking he was no help at all, then abruptly realizes he was just kicked out of his own office. The scene switches to a garden, where Roll is holding a small bouquet of pink cosmos. She stares down at the flowers in her hand, her expression melancholic. Leston approaches from behind and greets her. Roll sits quietly on the grass, lost in thought. Leston's eyes widen in surprise at her words. She looks up at him, explaining that she recently remembered it was her father who buried the cat. She continues, admitting to him that she was wrong. Leston kneels beside her and asks what she was wrong about, and she apologizes for having judged life by its efficiency. She recalls her younger self hurting Leston with her words, and how he blamed her for his mother's death. Leston becomes flustered, struggling to find the right words. In response, he apologizes for everything, insisting he didn't mean what he said back then. She listens to his apology quietly, her gaze steady. Roll then asks Leston if he has something to tell her. He seems confused, but she explains that Arthur said he would have something to share with her. Exasperated with Arthur, Leston sighs and covers his face, then reluctantly agrees to tell her about his findings. The scene transitions to a teacup on a table. Now sitting indoors, Roll asks about the man, but Leston says he first investigated their parents and discovered that their mother's claim of being a mage was a lie. He explains that after their mother's death, all the servants were replaced, leaving no one who could tell him about her. He adds with a serious expression that he did manage to find one person who used to work for her family. A pristine white carriage stops outside an ornate gate. As they prepare to leave, Arthur questions why he was brought along, but Leston explains it's because he's worried and believes Arthur is closer to Roll. When Leston admits he's worried Roll might cry, Arthur erupts, shouting that since they are family, Leston should be the one to comfort her. Leston simply tells the frustrated Arthur to do his best. He then humiliates Arthur by calling him useless before dragging him away. The carriage wheels begin to turn on the stone path. Their carriage arrives at a quaint country villa, and Leston confirms this is the place. As Arthur helps Roll out of the carriage, Leston remarks on the tranquility of the remote location. Leston raises his hand and knocks politely on the wooden door. A voice asks who it is, and Leston announces he is looking for someone named Harriet. An elderly woman opens the door, confirming she is Harriet, then recognizes the voice with surprise. Leston, Roll, and Arthur wait respectfully at the door. The scene shifts to a plate of checkerboard cookies on a table indoors. After sitting with them, Harriet smiles warmly, exclaiming that Roll must be the little baby from before, surprised at how much she has grown. Harriet then asks what brought them to such a remote place. Leston explains that he has come to hear about his mother, which shocks Harriet into silence. The elderly Harriet nervously holds her teacup, stammering an apology. Roll watches her, a hint of concern in her expression over the woman's hesitation. The scene is set at the quaint, sunlit country villa amidst a peaceful landscape. Harriet looks away, stating firmly that she cannot tell them those things. Leston presses her, asking why it would be a problem for him to want to hear about his mother's life. Harriet fondly recalls that Lady Olivia was a kind and beautiful person, but Roll thinks in shock she was a liar. Startled into silence by Roll's accusation, Harriet freezes with her teacup in hand. Roll explains her reasoning, pointing out that her mother lied to high society about being a mage and questioning whether she was truly a good person. With a sad expression, Harriet suggests that it might be best for Leston to only know the good things about his mother. Leston sternly rejects her suggestion, stating he would rather know nothing than live with a beautiful lie. Harriet smiles kindly, sharing a proverb that children will always surpass their parents and expressing her certainty that they will too. After some thought, Harriet finally agrees to tell them the truth, warning that it will not be pleasant to hear. Harriet begins her story, explaining that while Olivia came from a noble house, it was merely a facade, yet her beauty brought her fame. A memory shows a young Olivia with long silver hair and a beautiful blue necklace, smiling sweetly. Harriet recalls that Olivia was a unique girl who always craved more than others. Olivia's ambition is depicted as a fairy tale dream, dancing with a prince in a sea of roses. A young Olivia looks up with sparkling eyes, her face filled with the desire to climb higher. Harriet explains that Olivia's parents arranged for her to marry into a prominent local family, but Olivia interrupted their discussion with a plan of her own. The young woman elegantly thanks her parents for raising her, setting the stage for her next move. Olivia cleverly suggests she repay their kindness by marrying a nobleman in the capital, but as her carriage departs, she scoffs at their naivety. She cynically tells Harriet that she would only end up as a mistress, despite Harriet's attempts to console her that her beauty would lead to true love. Olivia falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. Olivia laughs, agreeing that her beauty is an asset, and reveals she has a plan in mind. Olivia suddenly asks a confused Harriet if she knows about mages. She explains that mages possess special powers and are highly esteemed in the capital, especially those from noble families. With a cunning look in her eyes, Olivia reveals her scheme, to pose as a mage to gain more than just fleeting attention in high society. Standing before her vanity, Olivia vows to get everything she wants, telling Harriet to wait and see. The memory fades, leaving the image of a young and worried Harriet. Back in the present, Harriet swears that Lady Olivia was not a real mage, but confirms she did use magic to gain attention in society. When Roll asks what kind of magic her mother used, Harriet says she only heard rumors that Olivia could turn things into whatever she wanted. Roll abruptly realizes this rumored ability is very similar to her own transformation magic. Harriet clarifies that she only knows Olivia's deception was exposed after her engagement. She then offers a crucial intuition. She suspects there was always a real mage helping Olivia in the shadows. Leston presses for a name, and an uneasy Harriet admits she does have someone in mind. She begins to tell them about an orphan boy named Theo, whom Lady Olivia took in when she was young. Harriet recalls that as Theo grew up, he became more and more like Olivia, and for some reason, he gave her the creeps. Harriet finally reveals the boy's name was Theo. As a carriage travels through a snowy landscape, Roll sighs in the carriage on the way home, saying she's tired, and Leston gently tells her to get some sleep. Later, with Arthur present, Roll asks Leston if he thinks the man named Theodore is the same boy, Theo, from back then, and Leston confirms this is his current speculation. Roll realizes Leston has suspected this all along, and when he tries to downplay the connection, she senses he's hiding something. Roll pouts and challenges him, asking what he would do if. This investigation leads her down a dark path, and he vows to stop her. Leston recalls Arthur's words, reminding him that he must comfort Roll, because they are family. Leston looks her straight in the eye and states firmly that as her family, it is his duty to stop her. Roll accepts his answer, then quietly contemplates her relationship with Leston and her father. The scene shifts to a grand, stately mansion at dusk. A new character, Isaac Roderick, is introduced as someone who has always defined himself with a single word. That word is hypocrite. As the head of the family, he must make cruel decisions. He finds Kenneth at a party and asks why he is alone. A young Isaac asks Kenneth why he is by himself, but young Kenneth's only concern is finding Miss Roll. Isaac points out that Roll has become very popular and is always surrounded by people now that everyone knows she is a mage. Kenneth watches her from a distance and sighs, admitting to himself that it bothers him to see her like this. A young, brown-haired Isaac looks questioningly at the tall Kenneth. Amidst the clamor, Roll is the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd of admirers at the party. Watching from afar, Kenneth admits to himself that it bothers him to see her like this. Isaac playfully asks if his younger brother is jealous, but a flustered Kenneth denies it and tells him to mind his own business. His heart pounds when Roll suddenly appears before him with a serious expression. A startled Kenneth asks if the young lady isn't busy, but she says she wants to talk to him. Kenneth looks at her, unsure of what she wants to discuss. The scene shifts to the exterior of a magnificent mansion. On a balcony under the starry sky, where they are now alone, Kenneth asks what's wrong, and Roll tells him he's been acting strange. After he questions her, she looks at him intently and asks if he has been avoiding her lately. Caught off guard by her directness, Kenneth's face is a picture of shock and panic. He admits she's right and says he's been thinking about something. When she asks what it is, he groans in frustration. A memory of a happy family surfaces, which a young Roll had observed with a detached expression. In the memory, Roll watches melancholically as a mother showers her young son with affection. Back in the present, Roll urges him to tell her what the problem is, assuring him there must be a reason. She playfully insists that he not change the subject. Kenneth offers a faint, melancholic smile, but says nothing. He eventually explains that he wasn't trying to be distant, but quite the opposite. When Roll presses him, a shy Kenneth confesses that the problem is she's just too amazing. She asks why that's a problem, and he explains that their engagement was a matter of convenience based on mutual interests. A brief memory shows a smiling man presenting a magical gift to a silver-haired woman at a party. In another memory, Kenneth demonstrates magic for Roll and a blonde girl, thinking to himself that he would be furious about something. A man with dark blue hair tells Roll that he doesn't mind suffering for his older brother, as he knows the burden of being the head of the family. As a memory of Isaac appears, the blue-haired man thinks about how much his brother agonized over his duties. Roll suggests that the reason he can no longer understand is that she has become important to him, which a young Kenneth affirms. Back on the balcony, Kenneth proposes a simple solution to their worries, catching Roll's attention. Roll declares that if anything happens to her, he should help, and she will do the same for him. Kenneth laughs and calls her the cutest guardian, and she insists she's serious. But though he feels reassured, he knows he would never actually ask for help. A determined Roll clenches her fist, vowing to herself that she needs to change the situation. In his office, a man with dark blue hair stops writing and asks the person knocking to come in. Roll peeks her head in from the doorway and asks if the man is busy. The blue-haired man looks up from his work with a neutral expression. Hugging a pillow, Roll explains that she's curious about something. After he asks why she isn't asleep yet, Roll sighs and points out that Lord Kenneth must be trying to back away again, explaining it's a habit of his in difficult situations, which surprises the blue-haired man. Over refreshments, the blue-haired man explains his identity as the captain of the Night Order, with Kenneth as the vice captain. He reveals that Kenneth joined the order first and was offered the captain's position, prompting Roll to ask why he isn't the captain. A memory shows a flustered Kenneth recommending him instead, explaining that Kenneth made many false excuses about his own incompetence. Roll presses for the real reason Kenneth refused the promotion. He explains that his older brother, Isaac, had just inherited his title at the time, and his political standing was not yet secure. If Kenneth had taken the captain's position, it would have jeopardized Isaac's standing and drawn the attention of power-hungry rivals. Roll accurately deduces that Kenneth sacrificed the position for his brother's safety, and the blue-haired man confirms he was a less controversial choice. He advises her not to dwell on it, calling it Kenneth's way of protecting those he loves, but Roll thinks it's unfair to be kept in the dark. Roll changes the subject, instructing a confused Leston to raise his hand. He does so, and Roll explains that his raised hand represents their past relationship. She raises her hand to meet his in a high five. She explains that change requires two people working together, and she wants them to face things together instead of one person running away. Their hands press firmly together, symbolizing their new pact. Leston laughs, finding her analogy both profound and amusing. Later, Roll collapses on her bed, determined to say goodbye to a past filled with sorrow, anger, and blood. Under a meteor shower, she vows to create a future where no one is sad. The scene opens on an intimidating stone prison tower under a clear sky. The red-haired woman, Roll, makes a request to two heavily armed guards, asking to visit a prisoner. Inside the prison, Roll confronts a blonde figure in a cell, who greets her with a look of surprise. The prisoner, with all-seeing red eyes, asks if Roll has come to ask something, which Roll confirms. Roll gets straight to the point, asking if the prisoner knows a mage named Theodore. At the mention of Theodore's name, the prisoner's red eyes widen slightly. A cunning and confident smile spreads across the prisoner's face. The prisoner admits to knowing Theodore, but expresses a great dislike for him because their ideas don't align, prompting Roll to ask for details. They explain that Theodore demeans mages, calling them mere shadows, a statement that clearly confuses Roll. The prisoner elaborates on Theodore's philosophy that mages are not truly human, but merely remnants who learn emotions by observing their surroundings. Roll realizes this explains why Theodore doesn't see mages as individuals, but the prisoner implies there's something worse. He says, a memory reveals Theodore's cold belief. Unlike humans who can change, mages are not human and therefore cannot change after childhood. Back in the present, the prisoner scoffs at this memory and vows to take Theodore's head upon being released. The prisoner playfully muses about the large bounty for defeating Theodore, but Roll advises against fighting him. The prisoner's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, serious expression. Roll explains her warning is just a gut feeling, thinking to herself that someone named Sino would be disappointed if the prisoner died fighting Theodore. The scene transitions, showing two small birds snuggling on a sunny branch. In a lavish bedroom, a woman with light pink hair stretches as a maid asks if she has been awake long. The pink-haired woman smiles sweetly at the new maid. Quoting the early bird gets the worm. She asks if the tea is ready, and the maid confirms it is, serving a teapot and cups surrounded by the aroma of flowers. The pink-haired woman sips her tea calmly. As she drinks, her pink eyes are fixed intently ahead. The woman asks her maid, Kate, if the tea tastes strange, causing the maid to apologize nervously for a possible mistake. A brown-haired attendant explains that the woman's father recommended the tea for her health, though the pink-haired woman suspects a special herb has been added. The pink-haired woman laughs heartily, agreeing with the sentiment no pain, no gain. She announces that the hunting competition is today and tells her maid it's time to get ready to leave. The sound of horse hooves marks the journey to the competition. The carriage arrives at a forest gathering, where it's explained that the hunting competition is merely a social event for young nobles. A young man with white hair and a green coat lets out a big, bored yawn. The white-haired man laments having to participate, and a silver-haired girl with him says she's surprised he didn't run away. Roll asks the white-haired man why he didn't flee, and he admits it's because Leston and his fiancée are both present. He walks away, muttering that he can't escape when both his bosses are watching. A young woman with fluffy pink hair holding a parasol, Isabella, makes a cheerful entrance, surprising Roll and the white-haired man. The white-haired man greets Miss Isabella, who internally wishes she had friends like them. Elsewhere, a young dark-haired man in formal attire also yawns wearily. The dark-haired man complains to his blue-haired companion about the annual hunt, and the companion reminds him it's a tradition, though its purpose has changed. The blue-haired man teases his confused friend, saying he must be the only one who doesn't know the competition's true modern purpose. He explains that the hunt is now a venue for romance, where men impress ladies by presenting them with their catch. When asked if he agrees, the dark-haired man, Lord Kenneth, scoffs, saying he wouldn't resort to such tactics to pursue someone. Kenneth passionately declares he would rather make his beloved happy than go hunting, then dashes off to find the young lady. Isabella asks to call Roll by her first name, and Roll warmly agrees. The white-haired man sees Kenneth approaching and correctly guesses the vice captain wants to take Roll hunting. A blushing Kenneth eagerly invites Roll to go with him. Roll agrees but says she didn't bring a dagger. Although Kenneth clarifies he didn't mean actual hunting, she decides that if they're going to compete, they must win. A flustered Kenneth is stunned when Roll confirms she really wants to compete. The scene briefly shows a group of 4 distinguished-looking gentlemen observing the event. A close-up shows an elderly man referred to simply as Turn's father. Roll turns to Kenneth with a determined look, telling him they're heading out. A confused Kenneth asks if she means the competition, but she corrects him, saying no, let's go play. With an understanding reached, Kenneth and Roll ride together on one horse through the sun-dappled forest. Kenneth encourages a pensive Roll to ask if she has a question, but she wonders who she should even ask. Roll lowers her head with uncertainty, admitting she doesn't know what to do. As they continue their ride, Roll struggles internally, torn between respecting Kenneth's unspoken boundaries and seeking the answer she craves. A slightly flustered Kenneth reassures Roll when she asks how much farther they have to ride. Just a little further ahead. The clop-clop of hooves accompanied them through a tranquil, sun-dappled meadow. Watching Leston act as if nothing was wrong, Kenneth silently regretted allowing Rowell to visit Harriet. He fell into a melancholic silence, lost in his troubled thoughts. Rowell suddenly looked up as if seeing a sight for the first time, a soft escaping her lips. Whoosh! a panoramic view of a vast and breathtakingly vibrant field of wildflowers unfolded before them. Raoul stood alone for a moment, completely captivated by the overwhelming beauty of the sea of flowers. In response to her surprised inquiry, Kenneth explained that he discovers places like this during his annual travels. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, she softly said the place was beautiful. Her simple and sincere praise made Kenneth appear adorably flustered. Russell, Kenneth walked among the flowers, privately wondering how much longer he could call Raoul little lady. Plop, he sat down beside her, hoping he wouldn't look like a fool on this day she was no longer a child. Fidgeting with the flowers, Raoul thought to herself that if Isaac's worries were for naught, the nation could remain at peace. Kenneth covered his face, realizing that without a threat, their engagement would likely become redundant. After a moment of contemplation, he decided with grim finality that he could not accept such an outcome. Raoul misunderstood his muttering and asked in confusion what he had said, prompting him to talk about making flower wreaths with someone named Noel. He continued wistfully that another person, Cecilia, would have loved the view here too, and it was a shame she couldn't see it. Raoul cheerfully suggested they come again with their friends, admitting she was happiest when she was with everyone. He smiled gently at her idea, envisioning a future that was neither too peaceful nor too dangerous. A brief, sepia-toned memory showed a younger Kenneth chatting happily with a girl. In another memory, Raoul resolutely avoided a man, telling Kenneth it was time for them to go back. Back in the meadow, Kenneth cleared his throat and suggested that Raoul confide in someone close when she was troubled. Plucking a flower, when she asked why, he picked a dandelion, comparing emotions to seeds that want to fly free. Her emerald eyes widened as she listened intently to his thoughtful metaphor. Dandelion seeds floated silently in the air around them, perfectly illustrating his words. He elaborated, asking if an emotion has truly passed, if you can still clearly recall the image of its release days later. Handing her a dandelion, Raoul countered that rather than letting emotions dissipate, it's better to let them take root and leave a mark. Clearly moved, Kenneth smiled and added that perhaps one day someone would be able to understand the feelings that bloom from those roots. Raoul gazed at the dandelion in her hand, identifying the emotion she was feeling at that moment. It was anxiety. A fond memory surfaced of a smiling, silver-haired woman standing with Kenneth and another man. Suddenly, Kenneth told her to wait as the forest fell silent, noticing it had become unusually quiet around them. Answering Raoul's question, he explained that the hunting grounds weren't large, and this silence was unusual, as he would have normally encountered others by now. The eerie silence of the forest pressed in on them as Raoul contemplated his words. Raoul spotted something unusual by the path and pointed it out to a concerned Kenneth. Thud! Their eyes fell upon the gruesome sight of a bloody, lifeless man's body on the ground. In shock, Kenneth confirmed the man was dead and recognized him as one of the hunting competition's participants. As Raoul knelt by the body, Kenneth examined it, finding no signs of a fall or an animal attack. He gently lifted the deceased, his expression growing more serious as his examination deepened. A cold smile touched Kenneth's lips as he reached the grim conclusion. The man had been stabbed, a clear murder. Whoosh! Kenneth declared the area dangerous, grabbing Raoul's hand and insisting they leave immediately. Thwip! An arrow landed in the dirt by his boot, cutting off their retreat. Both startled, they realized they had walked into an ambush. Without hesitation, Raoul gathered swirling red energy in her hand, preparing for a fight. Standing over the bodies of defeated enemies, Kenneth reported they had taken poison, an absurd display of loyalty. Raoul observed that the target of the hunt had changed and asked if there was a common thread among the victims. Kenneth suspected they belonged to the same political faction. He confirmed her suspicions, identifying the first body they found as Baron Albert. As images of other slain nobles flashed by, Kenneth explained that the Baron was an active member of the Imperial faction, deducing it was a plot to weaken the faction by assassinating its members to eventually target its leader. Kenneth declared they weren't the ones in the most danger, pulling her hand and saying they had to go. Her eyes widened in shock as a name came to mind, Count Roderick. Galloping, they sped through the dense forest. Riding behind Kenneth, she asked if more people were chasing them, and he confirmed there were definitely targets, albeit lower priority ones. Her focus sharpened as she thought she heard the distinct sound of pursuing hooves. She warned Kenneth that someone was chasing them, and he asked if she could handle it. As they galloped, she declared she would attack as soon as the pursuers were in range. Surrounded by a shimmering aura, she announced her confidence in her ability to succeed. Kenneth's voice reminded Raoul that the incident's impact was more important than who the culprit was, making her wonder what he meant. Clop clop, he explained that the crown prince and the prince were once close, like two kings on chessboard. The narration continued, explaining that the nobles sowed discord between the brothers, leading to various schemes and a hunting festival accident where both sides felt betrayed, pushing the empire to the brink of war. Raoul realized with horror that it felt as if someone was deliberately starting a chess game elsewhere. At a grand manor elsewhere under the night sky, a young man let out a weary sigh. A black-haired man complained to another that he had been summoned only 3 hours after falling asleep, and the man at the desk asked if he was tired. The visitor got straight to the point, asking the reason for the urgent summons. The man at the desk revealed with a grim expression that the soldiers had already arrested the accomplices in the hunting competition incident. The visitor confirmed he meant that nefarious organization and was shocked to hear they would be executed at dawn, thinking it was too soon and that the information Raoul brought back must be verified first. A chill, a wave of cold dread washed over the visitor. He asked if the higher-ups just wanted to close the case quickly, and the man at the desk confirmed their priority was to control public sentiment. The visitor lowered his head, muttering how shameless their actions were. Whoosh at dawn, a noose on a gallows swayed ominously on the newly erected scaffold. The red-haired woman, Raoul, watched the gallows with a solemn expression. Kenneth suddenly appeared, grabbing her arm and urging her to go home before the ugly execution began. She looked at him resolutely, declaring she had to stay and watch. Her determination left Kenneth utterly bewildered. When he demanded to know why she had to watch, she simply replied that it was a secret. Kenneth relented, agreeing to let her stay, but insisting on remaining by her side, which prompted her to ask why it was such a big deal for her to watch an execution. He explained passionately that it was indeed a big deal because the scene would be gruesome. Grin. He leaned closer to her, saying he thought he knew what she was thinking right now. Thump, she told him with renewed purpose to follow her so they could start preparing. As she hurried up the stone steps, she asked when the execution was, and Kenneth replied that it was in 30 minutes, which she deemed enough time. Swish, swish, she ran along a tall, stone balcony overlooking the execution grounds. From her vantage point, she looked down at the gallows and the crowd gathered below. She asked Kenneth why he looked so pale, and he admitted he was torn about whether he should have stopped her. He explained that those bats weren't the real culprits, and that the royal family was just putting on a show, though the bats were wicked enough to deserve punishment. As an elderly, silver-haired man was led to the gallows, Kenneth asked Raoul why she was trying to save him. She argued that while they deserved punishment, executing them for a crime they didn't commit was unjust and would only bring temporary peace. Kenneth gently patted her head, agreeing that executing them would make it impossible to find the real culprit. Thump, an official loudly declared that treason was unforgivable and prepared to carry out the sentence. Hand raised, Raoul vowed to repay that man in her own way, deciding she couldn't let the bats disappear yet as she raised her hand, the red gem on her finger glinting. Standing beside Kenneth, she thought that she couldn't lose this chance to catch the real culprit. An executioner confirmed all preparations were complete and received the order to pull the lever. Floating, Raoul focused her power, knowing the timing had to be perfect as a glowing crystal materialized above her hand. Click! With the executioner's final words, "Farewell, traitors," he pulled the lever. Bang! The trapdoor opened, and the condemned man's feet dropped from the platform. A confused murmur rippled through the crowd as everyone wondered what had happened. 2 guards stared in disbelief, exclaiming that the prisoner was gone. The rope suddenly snapped with a flash of light. The gallows was now empty, the noose hanging uselessly. The crowd erupted in chaos, shouting that the prisoner had vanished into thin air. From the chaotic scene at the gallows, a single thought emerged. He's gone. A wave of confusion and shock spread through the disbelieving crowd. Amid whispers, onlookers conferred with each other, pointing in amazement at the empty platform. Suddenly, a stern-looking, black-haired man in a formal purple and white cloak appeared before Raoul and Kenneth. Whoosh! The man whipped around to face Kenneth, his expression one of utter shock. An angry official glared at them, demanding to know why Raoul was at the execution and why they had interfered. As Kenneth explained, he couldn't stop his stubborn fiancée and called him shameless. The official was interrupted by Raoul, who took full responsibility and told him to punish only her, after which the official ordered them both to follow him. Later, at the Grand Manor, Kenneth complained about being dragged all this way just to get scolded. In an office, a nervous Kenneth continued his complaints, afraid of being punished by having to run under the hot sun again. Sigh. The official closed his eyes wearily, assuring them he hadn't brought them here to scold them. This official, Lord Leston, asked for Raoul's opinion on temporarily staying with Countess Roderick, but she declared she wouldn't run and hide. She clarified that if the purpose was to fight, she would go with them, leaving both Kenneth and Lord Leston. Stunned by her resolve, Raoul's expression was firm, her mind made up. Both Kenneth and Lord Leston were rendered speechless and comically flustered by her unwavering determination. Lord Leston tried to reason with Raoul, but Kenneth held up a hand to stop him, admitting she wouldn't back down. Lord Leston acknowledged her abilities and asked Raoul to promise not to put herself in danger. Nodding, she agreed, touched to learn that both he and Kenneth were so worried about her. Lord Leston informed them they would depart in 2 days and asked to speak with Kenneth privately, sparking Raoul's irritated thought that she was being treated like a child. Alone, Kenneth revealed his secret plan to Lord Leston. They would leave Raoul at a resort, forcing her to stay away from the fighting. Handshake. Realizing Kenneth already had a plan, Lord Leston shook his hand in agreement. Footsteps. Raoul walked down a hallway, worried that the family's trip would create the perfect opportunity for their enemies to attack. The Roderick family. A maid approached and informed a surprised Raoul that she had a visitor. Her guest was a young, blond man, Arthur, who was sitting leisurely on a sofa, drinking tea. Arthur greeted Raoul cheerfully, and when she asked the reason for his sudden visit, he said he had something important to tell her. Clink of a cup being set down, Raoul observed that his unannounced visit must be urgent. He confirmed it was related to the Back Alley Mages organization. Hearing news of the mages, Raoul's eyes widened with interest. Excited to finally have information, Raoul listened as Arthur revealed that some mages from House Revere had joined the rogue group. Arthur added that his father intended to formally intervene. This was a surprising development for Raoul. Questioning the sudden change in House Robert's long-held political neutrality, Raoul listened as Arthur admitted the move was abrupt. He explained that his father believed the mages must be held responsible for the trouble they caused, and that neutrality was tantamount to aiding criminals. Raoul countered that the problem was the larger conflict within the royal family and pressed Arthur on which side his family would ultimately choose. Disappointed by his pragmatic answer, to side with the majority, she called his family calculating, which he attributed to his father's beliefs. Arthur looked away wistfully, wondering if living happily ever after only existed in fairy tales. On the day of departure, Raoul spoke gently to a sleepy little girl named Louise, telling her she could rest in the carriage. Count Roderick asked if Raoul was ready, and when she confirmed, he asked if she would also be riding in the carriage. Haha, the Count laughed and explained he would be riding on horseback to protect her, which made Raoul want to ride as well, sending a wave of silent panic through Kenneth. Kenneth quickly argued that she needed room to fight and was better suited to using magic from inside to protect the carriage. The Count readily agreed they needed her for close-range protection inside and urged her into the carriage, much to Kenneth's relief. Count Roderick told Kenneth they were ready to leave and asked him to do one last check before they set off. With preparations complete, Raoul stood alone, a pensive look on her face. Noticing her thoughtful mood, Count Roderick asked what she was thinking, and she pointed out there was no political reason for their family to be targeted. The Count gave a knowing smile, praising her sharpness and agreeing that she was correct in theory. When she questioned him, he explained that reality was far more emotional and illogical than theory. He revealed that after the hunting competition, the victims' families had turned against the royal family, not out of logic but out of grief. The Count explained that their enemies were likely trying to break him mentally with grief, hoping he would become so weighed down by loss that he could never rise again. Raoul was visibly shaken by the depth of his burden and the cruelty of the enemy's plan. A dark, metaphorical image revealed a figure standing on a glowing spiderweb, hinting at a past of betrayal. Drip, drop, the rain began to fall, setting a somber tone. Gush, a man stood alone in a rainy cemetery as a narrator coldly stated the death of an entire family. The story revealed that Kenneth was left all alone, forced to endure cruel misunderstandings and accusations that he was the murderer of his own family. The man in the rain asked what the count meant, and the narrator explained that Kenneth Roderick had been a candidate for the next leader of the Night Order. The narration continued that people believed Kenneth had murdered his own brother to covet the title. Splat. Kenneth, overcome with grief, collapsed before the graves in the pouring rain. A horrific flashback revealed a bloody massacre, with a woman screaming for her lord. Rowell narrated that in her past life, she was framed as a murderer. In her past life, she recalled killing her brother and father before her own death, admitting her history was soaked in blood. Returning to the present, Rowell contemplated the political situation, realizing that with the head of the Imperial faction dead, the outcome was obvious. Recalling Count Roderick's warning, she knew it wouldn't end with just the faction's elimination as a photo of a victim with a cross over it appeared. Whoosh. She remembered his words. The families would grieve, the princes would turn against each other, and the mastermind's hands would manipulate them all. The mastermind's strings control the victims, and they would never know the true culprit's identity. Rowell sat quietly, wondering what Kenneth thought of her after she ran away in her past life. The scene switched to a moving carriage, where a tired Louise complained to her mother, who asked if the ride was uncomfortable. Touch. The woman touched Louise's forehead and realized with a start that the little girl had a fever. Rowell learned that Louise was sick, and her mother speculated it was due to the new environment, asking if they could stop to rest. Creak. Rowell leaned out of the carriage window to call for Kenneth, who chided her for being reckless while she insisted she was fine. With an urgent expression, Rowell informed Kenneth that Louise was sick. Shocked by the news, Kenneth listened as Rowell explained the possible cause and asked if they could stop for a short while. He agreed to find a village as soon as possible, instructing her to place a cool towel on Louise's face. Meanwhile, a flock of crows flew past the gable as the sun set, marking the passage of time. They arrived at a village at dusk, and an unseen figure let out a weary sigh. Kenneth asked about Louise's condition. Her mother assured him it wasn't serious, that she just needed some sleep, and thanked him for his help. Phew. Kenneth breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to the woman ask him to go comfort Rowell. He was confused, learning from the woman that Rowell refused to leave Louise's side, planning to watch over her all night. Kenneth approached Rowell at Louise's bedside and asked why she wasn't sleeping. She replied that she was looking after a sick child. Sigh. A frustrated chibi Kenneth exclaimed, "How could I not worry about you?" Thump. He suddenly closed the distance, gently cupping her face in his hands and catching her completely off guard. Looking in her eyes, he said he knew it, causing a blushing Rowell to ask what he meant. He softly informed her that she had a fever too. A flustered Rowell questioned if she really had a fever, while an anxious Kenneth insisted this was no time for her to be stubborn. Thump. Lying in bed, Rowell couldn't believe she had a constitution as weak as Louise's. Kenneth explained her body was just weak from being used to travel, admitting he often forgot that because she was so unique. Lying drowsily in bed, she thought that her past memories didn't change the fact that she was now just an overpampered girl. A doctor informed Kenneth and Louise's mother that both young ladies had a mild cold and would recover quickly with rest. Chirp, chirp. The next morning, sunlight shone on the peaceful village where their carriage awaited. Rowell checked on the sleeping Louise, whose mother reported that while her fever hadn't broken, she was much better than yesterday. The woman then turned to Rowell with concern, suggesting she should also get more sleep. Rowell declared she was full of energy, but a reality check banner appeared as she inwardly wished she could be as strong as Leston. As they approached a mountain pass, Rowell steeled her resolve to better protect everyone in the rough terrain. Ahead, the woman gave Rowell a glowing necklace, explaining it contained magic to protect her in times of danger. When the woman worried what would happen to Rowell without the necklace, Rowell declared it was her duty to protect them, as she could defend herself, but they could not. Rumble. The sky began to darken ominously. Inside the carriage, two men worried that rain was coming and questioned if they could make it out of the forest in time. Kenneth watched the darkening sky with grim determination, declaring they had to get out no matter the cost. Drip, drop, the rain began to fall, quickly turning into a downpour. Squelch. The carriage continued through the forest as rain washed over the muddy road. Soaked, the carriage wheels spun in the mud as someone lamented the intensity of the rain. Inside, the woman worried about the horses and the dangerous road, suggesting they take a break. Raoul agreed. Raoul looked out the window, wondering if this sudden rain was a sign of fate scolding her, but also knowing it was just as unsafe to press on. Whoosh, she peered out into the storm, wondering if there was a place to take shelter nearby. Thwip, an arrow cut through the air, aimed straight at the unsuspecting mother and daughter. Grab. With a sizzle of blue energy, a magical hand materialized just in time to snatch the deadly arrow from the air. Raoul shielded the others, the intercepted arrow in her hand, as a voice screamed her name, warning they were under attack. Swish! A nearby Kenneth deftly caught an arrow aimed at his throat, while the arrow in Raoul's hand shattered with a crisp snap. Gush! The heavy rain poured down through the dense, dark forest, creating a grim and chaotic scene for the ambush. The carriage burned behind them as Kenneth wondered who had leaked their plans, but the Countess told a fleeing Raoul to worry about escaping first. The Countess expressed her concern for Raoul, noting she was injured while stopping the first attack, recalling the magical barrier in a flashback. Raoul dismissed her injury as a mere scratch, though she knew the real danger was just beginning. Point. Little Louise suddenly pointed into the rain, whispering that there was something over there. Thud on the path ahead. A lone black bird with glowing red eyes watched them ominously. Caw! The bird let out an eerie screech, its eyes flashing a deep crimson. Hiss! The crow dissolved into a terrifying shadow monster, prompting desperate screams to run. Whoosh! As the monster gave chase, an unseen enemy taunted them from the forest, telling them to stop making trouble for themselves and just give up. Raoul told the faltering Countess to stop messing around and urged her to use this chance to escape. Splash! The relentless rain continued to fall, drumming against the forest floor around them. Squelch! A lone shoe got stuck in the mud, a sign of their exhaustion. Panting heavily, the Countess admitted she couldn't keep running like this. Raoul looked back at the struggling mother and daughter, her expression hardening with resolve. She thought to herself that this was too much for the exhausted Countess, who had to carry Louise. Turning to the stunned Countess, Raoul made a shocking declaration. "I'll be the decoy." Her face was tense, but determined, committed to her dangerous plan. She explained her reasoning, believing she would be a valuable hostage and was unlikely to be killed if she didn't resist. Raoul pleaded with the Countess to escape with Louise while she drew the pursuers' attention. The Countess flatly refused the plan, while Raoul silently hoped to reunite with Kenneth before being captured. The Countess questioned how Raoul could make such a request, afraid that she might abandon Louise to survive. The Countess let out a small laugh, moved by the young girl's selfless bravery. Raoul formally addressed Countess Roderick, insisting she had done so much and that it was embarrassing for her to rely on a child. Raoul pushed them away, telling them to go and arguing that if they delayed any longer, they would all be caught. As she was led away, a confused Louise looked back and asked her mother where she was going. The Countess gave one last, tear-filled look back at Raoul. To soothe her daughter, the Countess cupped her face and gently lied that they were playing hide-and-seek and that Mommy was it. Louise questioned playing in the rain, so her mother told her to hide well. Louise agreed to find a warm spot, but was humorously chided for giving away her location. In a moment of internal conflict, Raoul questioned if she had to sacrifice the Countess's life as a decoy to save Louise. Her desperate thoughts were shattered when a shadow monster appeared before them again. Raoul pushed the Countess and Louise to safety, yelling for them to run as the Countess cried out her name in terror. The Countess watched in horror as Raoul's voice came from off-screen, assuring her everything would be all right. Facing the threat alone, Raoul declared with unwavering conviction, "Because I am your guard." A magical light glinted in her eyes, reflecting her fierce determination to protect her charges. Gallop! The scene abruptly switched to a sunny forest path where a black-haired man was riding intently. Flashing back to the disastrous hunting competition, a younger Raoul recognized her father riding toward them. Her father and Marquis Chloe arrived. The Marquis grimly informed her he was fine, but everyone with him was dead. A red-eyed youth asked if they were all killed, but Raoul's father clarified that Count Roderick was not among them and should still be safe. He explained that the ambush began right after his group met up with Leston's and joined the prince's party to round up the prey. He continued that the other members of the Imperial faction were killed while fleeing, making him realize how difficult it would be to leave this forest. Raoul's sharp eyes caught a glint of light from a nearby bush. The red-eyed man's guard reported that someone was hiding and suggested they strike first. The red-eyed man calmly vetoed the idea, reasoning that the opponent was injured and not a significant threat. He declared that finding the mastermind was more urgent and drew his sword, charging toward the hiding spot. Clang! His attack was blocked by another sword, stopping him in his tracks. The opponent was revealed to be Leston, who stood up and dryly commented that it had been a while since he'd seen the red-eyed man, so worked up. Poof! The red-eyed man blushed in embarrassment, realizing Leston had overheard him confidently dismissing the injured enemy moments before. A young man in an ornate vest angrily questioned someone's appearance, asking if this is a time for jokes. A smiling old man explains he was just resting due to his old age, which shocks Isaac among the young men. The young man rushes to Isaac's side, worried about his bandaged leg, and Isaac explains he was injured after falling from a startled horse. The bandage is wrapped tightly around the wound, securing a makeshift dressing. He flinches from the pain, thinking to himself that Sir Leiston's first aid was simply too rough. Isaac laughingly argues that painful first aid is better than being stabbed by an assassin, which makes the young man feel uneasy. A blue-haired nobleman steps forward, asking if a man named Leston is all right, and Leston confirms he is fine. The scene shifts, looking up at the brilliant blue sky through the canopy of a tranquil forest. As the group gathers, the young man asks about clues, while Roll deduces that the Imperial faction was caught completely off guard by the attack. The red-eyed young man groans, looking distressed, thinking that not only did he fail to find clues, but he found something entirely different. Accent. He recalls the ominous tattoo symbol he found on a dead assassin. Leston immediately recognizes it as the mark of the back alley gang, and Roll confirms it's the seal of an assassin organization. The blue-haired nobleman suspects a mastermind hired the gang, and the young man agrees it's a possible way to hide their identity. Leston declares that regardless of who is involved, the attack is an undeniable act of treason. The young man's eyes flash red as he vows not to spare anyone involved. Horn blast. A sharp and majestic horn blast echoes through the forest. Sound of flapping wings. The young man looks up, recognizing the horn of the Imperial Palace and realizing their situation has reached the court. Roll asks if the assassins have retreated, and the young man agrees, noting they prevented major losses. Accent. The blue-haired nobleman gazes at him, thinking that at least both of their fathers are still alive. The scene shifts to a grand manor as heavy rain begins to fall. Roll, dressed in black mourning clothes, reflects on the numerous victims of the incident, wondering who could commit such an atrocity. She stares melancholically into a mirror as a narration confirms that countless funerals have cast a shadow over the capital. An investigation involving Leston and Kenneth begins, and fear spreads, making it difficult for anyone to see them. Sigh. A white-haired girl sighs in frustration, revealing her father has forbidden her from leaving the house. Roll points out that she is breaking her father's rule, but the girl playfully replies that she is rebelling. The white-haired girl sadly explains that her father's order is meant to prevent her from socializing, which is difficult because Roll is her closest friend. Somber, she realizes her father is trying to protect her by forcing her to cut ties with the Imperial faction, especially with Roll's family. Noise. Roll comforts her friend Cecilia, telling her that her father made the right choice after assessing the dangerous situation. Chewing sound. As Cecilia dramatically protests, Roll calmly eats a cookie, assuring her the culprits will be found and justice will be served. Cecilia playfully pinches Roll's cheek, making her promise not to tell her father about these secret visits. Now, shrouded in shadow, Roll resolved to start her own investigation into the incident. On a dark street corner at night, a terrified voice cries out that they know nothing. What? A petty thief locked in a pillory cries to Roll that he didn't kill anyone, and she quickly determines he's telling the truth. Clinking sound. She returns a stolen wallet to a young boy, telling him he can do as he pleases with the thief. As Roll walks away, the thief, now hanging from a wall, begs to be let down, but his pleas are ignored. Frustrated at not finding any new leads, Roll is startled when an older woman approaches and asks if she's lost. Turns, Roll looks back with a sharp, knowing gaze thinking got you. Late that night, a voice from the shadows asks if a young lady is lost. A seemingly kind, gray-haired man steps forward, offering to show her the way. Roll stares at him, her expression cold and determined. She turns away from the man, coldly telling him it's fine because she has already found what she was looking for. Sound of a blade being drawn. His friendly facade vanishes in an instant. As he draws a gleaming dagger, Roll is suddenly surrounded by armed assassins, while their leader lies defeated at her feet. Whoosh! She moves quickly to grab the gray-haired man, demanding he order his men to stand down if he wants to talk. A close-up reveals his cold, calculating gaze as he weighs his options. Wave. He gives a silent command with a simple gesture. Sound of weapons being lowered. His men obey immediately, lowering their swords and backing away. The man asks why she was following them, claiming he was the intended target of the premeditated attack at the Imperial hunting grounds. Unfurling paper, unflinching, Roll shows a drawing of the assassin's mark, asking if it belongs to his men. He asks where she found the symbol, and she coldly replies that one of the assassins was wearing it as a pendant. He lets out a sigh as she demands he stop denying his involvement. He counters with a chilling question. Did those assassins have tongues? A white-haired man explains that his organization is called the Bat, but clarifies that a common rumor about them is false. Leans down. A tall man leans down to speak with the hooded Roll. Roll states she knows who is impersonating his organization, pointing out they overlooked two key details. The white-haired man holds up two fingers, revealing his organization's tattoos are on the back, and more brutally, that all his men are tongueless. He asks if his explanation is sufficient, leaving Roll to wonder why he is being so uncharacteristically helpful and polite. He claims he is simply protecting his organization's credibility, but Roll inwardly suspects that isn't his only reason. Feeling indebted, Roll offers to grant any feasible request he might have as payment for his information. In a gloomy cemetery, he explains that a rival organization has been framing them, pinning crimes against nobles on them. He fears his men will be sent to the guillotine as scapegoats while the real culprits go free. Roll guesses he already has a suspect, and he admits it's just a gut feeling about a notorious troublemaking back alley gang. Chill. A chill runs down Roll's spine as she wonders who this troublemaking gang could be. In a dark alley, an unseen figure gives a chilling order. Don't hesitate, kill them all. The scene shifts to a grand mansion where Roll is contemplating the revelations about the back alley power struggle. In an office, Leston finds her story incredible and demands to know how she, Roll, obtained such sensitive information. Roll claims she used an information guild, a statement humorously labeled as a lie. Leston remains skeptical, pointing out that even a guild would struggle to get that information, but Roll playfully implies she's simply more capable than he is. Stares, he leans in, demanding the truth about the guild, but she firmly sticks to her lie. Exhales, walking alone in a courtyard. Roll mutters to herself that lying is exhausting. A voice calls out, "Roll, over here," drawing her attention to a waiting carriage. A cheerful white-haired girl leans out of the window, asking if she's done with Leston's nagging, to which Roll wearily agrees. The white-haired girl remarks on the lovely weather, wishing her friend Isabella could be out enjoying it with them. Roll asks about Isabella, and her friend explains that Isabella has been listless, which she initially thought was depression. A young woman with pinkish-brown hair, Isabella, suddenly appears, insisting it's not depression, but a strong sense of déjà vu. The others are confused by her claim, and listen as Isabella begins to explain that her father has been acting strangely. She firmly states he's not his usual self, something she can guarantee as both his daughter and best friend. When Roll asks for details, Isabella explains he's been restless, behavior Roll finds understandable, but Isabella seems to feel there's more to it. Isabella explains that her father has given up his usual habit of drinking tea and eating sweets to calm his mind, a very worrying sign. On top of that, she reveals with concern that he has also started skipping meals. His strange behavior continues. He's been cleaning out his library, burning old letters, and making spontaneous plans as if acting on impulse. Roll listens with growing alarm as a terrible thought begins to form in her mind. She voices her grim conclusion aloud, asking if it seems like he's getting his affairs in order. A shocked Isabella can't answer, admitting she doesn't know what's been going on with her father lately. Isabella lets out a short, pained laugh, unable to accept the terrible implication. First, their conversation is interrupted by a panicked maid who bursts into the room shouting about an emergency. The terrified maid reports that Imperial soldiers have gathered at the manor gates. Outside, Isabella angrily confronts the soldiers, demanding to know why they have come to arrest a suspect in the hunting competition. Murder, she passionately defends her father's loyalty, pleading with him to speak while the soldiers restrain him. Her devastated-looking father, Duke Sergei, can only offer a quiet, heartbreaking apology. Isabella is stunned by his words, and a soldier informs her that they are arresting the Duke and will also be taking her for questioning. As Isabella protests her innocence, a soldier coldly informs her that all further discussion will take place at the Imperial Palace. Roll watches thoughtfully, suspecting Duke Sergei's arrest is too obvious and likely a setup. As Isabella pleads with her silent father, Roll's thoughts turn to another suspect. Theodore, what on earth are you planning? Overwhelmed by despair and confusion, Isabella's world collapses in her tear-filled gaze. 2 days later, a thought echoes. Leston has been conspicuously absent since the incident. Accent, Roll decides to handle the matter herself. Announcing his absence is precisely why she has come. Grown, she confronts the weary, red-eyed man and Leston, but the man tells her they have nothing to say. Roll presses them, asking if Duke Sergei is truly guilty, and Leston confirms that all the evidence points directly to him. Leston elaborates that every captured culprit identified Duke Sergei as the mastermind, and they even found financial records of his funding. Roll argues he could have been framed, but Leston sighs, revealing the most damning fact. The Duke has not denied the charges. This meant he was cornered. Pondering the case, Leston questions Duke Sergei's motive for staying silent, knowing it's a path that will surely lead to his execution. Realizing Duke Sergei is trapped, Roll concludes with cold certainty that Miss Isabella will soon be driven into a corner. Carriage rattling. In a carriage, Leston asks where Isabella is, and the red-eyed man replies that she is confined to the Sergei manor for questioning. In a quiet, lonely room, a dejected Isabella is curled up on her bed, hugging her knees. Knocking, a woman with long brown hair walks toward a set of grand, ornate double doors. Footsteps. As Roll enters the room, a voice calls out her name in surprise. A weary Isabella, sitting on her bed, asks if it's all right for Roll to be there. Roll assures her that the soldiers at the door let her through. Sitting beside her friend, Roll asks if anything has happened since, and Isabella confirms nothing has occurred since the interrogation. Teary-eyed, Isabella looks down, overwhelmed by despair. Ugh! Isabella cries out Roll's name and collapses into her arms, desperately asking if her father is guilty and if the truth will come out if he was framed. Stroking, Roll gently pats Isabella's head and asks if she truly believes her father would do such a thing, prompting Isabella to insist she knows he's not that kind of person. A tearful Isabella passionately declares her belief that her father would never kill people to satisfy a lust for power. Roll inwardly decides not to just follow the circumstantial evidence, if that's what everyone else is already doing. She decides to approach it from a different angle, considering two possibilities. If Isabella's faith in her father is true. Snap. Roll deduces he was either perfectly framed or forced into it, meaning someone exploited a massive weakness, one big enough for him to commit treason. And that weakness is Isabella. Dripping sound. A blood-splattered painting of a smiling couple appears, and Roll questions if a child is worth someone sacrificing their life. Sigh. Beside a grieving Isabella, Roll decides to give Duke Sergei the benefit of the doubt, trusting in his love for his daughter. The scene shifts to a grand, sprawling manor under a twilight sky. As Roll approaches the manor, Leston greets her and asks where she's coming from. She returns the greeting, noting it's been a while since they've seen each other. Leston explains that the incident has kept him incredibly busy and that he must leave again soon, while Roll listens silently. Watching Leston talk with another man, Roll reflects on their family ties and decides she should probably confess the lie she told him earlier. In the office, Roll begins her confession to Leston, admitting there was a bit of a lie in what she told him. Before she can, Leston looks up from his documents and questions her statement, and Roll admits she didn't get the information from a guild. Leston presses for the truth, and Roll reveals she went to question the assassins herself. A shocked Leston blurts out in disbelief, asking if she went to the assassins with the bat tattoos, and Roll calmly confirms she caused a commotion to draw them out. Leston angrily grabs her, reminding her they are cold-blooded killers, but Roll calmly argues it was the surest method. Roll explains she wanted to be honest to preserve the trust between them. With a sigh, a devastated Leston slumps resentfully at his desk. Leaning back in his chair, Leston admits that of all her reckless cases, this one is the hardest for him to accept. He asks how he's supposed to persuade her when he knows she won't heed his warnings, and she nods, confirming he's right. He passionately declares that he can't let his family walk into danger, even for the sake of justice. A thought hangs in the air, questioning if their clean methods can truly work against an opponent who relies on dirty tricks. Roll counters that being fair and just will only benefit their enemies, who will use any means necessary, putting them at a disadvantage over time. Leston is taken aback by her sharp and pragmatic reasoning. He notes that she seems a little different today, which makes Roll flinch slightly at his observation. Roll clenches her fists in her lap, silently acknowledging his assessment. She explains that her change in attitude stems from the fear of losing her entire way of life, just as Isabella is now, and just as she herself once experienced in the past. In a flashback, a younger Roll reflects in bed that there was nothing special about her past daily life. She recalls the simple, tedious routine of waking up, attending banquets, and seeing friends. Roll imagines Isabella's daily life was similar, likely starting each morning with a simple greeting to her father. As a lonely Isabella gazes out the window, Roll's thoughts conclude that her friend may never be able to experience that simple joy again. Back in the present, Leston thanks Roll for her honesty, but warns her there's one thing she must know. He points to a candy jar, explaining that many people are worried about her, afraid she'll get into trouble by acting on her emotions. He adds that those people also want to protect their own ordinary lives, but he assures her he's not blaming her, just asking her to remember his words. Leaving his office, Roll reflects that she sees parallels between her past self and Isabella's current situation. She takes a firm, decisive step. Walking on a stone path, Roll declares this gives her all the more reason to restore her former way of life at any cost, her resolve hardening. She vows to succeed, for both her own sake and Isabella's. Chomps! The scene abruptly cuts to Roll eating cake with a blonde man, her cheeks puffed out in a determined pout. In a cafe, she orders 3 more chocolate cakes, prompting her companion to ask if she's hungry. Roll explains she heard sweets help with mental stability and admits she's furious, which makes her realize she has emotions too. The blonde man notes her calm demeanor and confirms that as the heir to a neutral family, he must be careful, as rumors of an alliance would cause an uproar. In the cafe, the blonde man muses that even heirs have their annoying worries, prompting Roll to ask why he summoned her. Roll gets straight to the point, asking if he knows that Duke Robert was the one who discovered her mother wasn't a real mage. Her question catches the blonde man completely off guard. As the plates stack up, he warns her the truth might not be good for her mental health, but she insists she needs the information before she leaves. A quiet moment passes between them as he prepares to tell her the story. He reveals in a flashback that Duke Robert is his father, and he was the first to see through her mother's deception. He explains that since mages are highly respected, his father simply pointed out the fact that her mother wasn't using real magic. He ends the flashback, admitting that while he doesn't know the full impact, the discovery certainly wasn't a positive experience for the Marquis. The blonde man adds grimly that his father's actions essentially took away her mother's chance to escape poverty. Roll silently agrees. Sound of a fork stabbing. Roll angrily stabs her fork into a piece of cake. Chewing sound. As she eats to vent her frustration, her companion notices her anger and asks if she thinks Duke Sergei is really involved. Sigh. Roll laments that as long as Duke Sergei remains silent, the case will be stalled, leaving the mage's true goal a mystery. Her companion smiles thoughtfully, suggesting that perhaps the mages are simply nostalgic for the past. Roll asks if he's referring to their past uprising. He confirms it's the only logical reason for the mage factions to unite. He continues to ponder the situation questioning why the mages would commit treason when they benefit from the status quo, and why Duke Sergei would let himself be framed. Sharing the frustration, Roll wishes she could just get rid of them all, and her companion slumps onto the table in agreement. Her green eyes narrow with silent, steely determination. Her companion complains about being watched, and Roll confirms she's noticed the annoying gazes too. Sobbing, elsewhere, two men are tied up back to back, one of them crying. Roll and the blonde man stand before their captured stalkers, and Roll scornfully asks if they thought two people were enough to tail. A pair of mages. One of the terrified men insists they were only told the targets were rich kids and would never have taken a job if they'd known they were mages. A grim look flashes across Roll's face as she decides her next move. The blonde man watches in shock, calling out Roll's name in alarm. Sound of chains, the sound of shackles marks the stalker's capture. Humph. As a guard leads the disheveled men away, the blonde man nervously thanks him for making the alley safer. Roll watches them go, observing that neither of the men has a tattoo. She suddenly looks up at a nearby window, where a familiar black-haired man is watching them. Gulp. The man, named Kenneth, stares down from the window, his mouth agape in surprise. Kenneth comes downstairs to meet them, explaining he received a bizarre report about a young woman dragging two tied-up men through the streets with a rope. He turns to the blonde man in disbelief, demanding to know what happened. Roll cuts in bluntly, stating the men were stalking her. Anger. Kenneth's expression darkens with fury at her words, forcing the blonde man to quickly step in and clarify. They were just petty thieves. Carriage rattling. In a carriage, Kenneth reflects that he thought he was prepared for anything the young miss might do. He tells Roll her reality is more creative than his imagination and dismisses her concern for his safety, but she clarifies that he's the one who's a threat to others. Pout. Roll grumbles sullenly that the whole incident was no big deal. Ugh. She suddenly throws herself onto his lap, declaring it's revenge for annoying her and asking if she managed to scare him. Chuckle. Unfazed, Kenneth calls her attempt at physical contact pathetic, much to her irritation. An angry, cross-popping vein appears on Roll's forehead as she glares at him. Gentle kiss. He leans in and gently kisses her forehead. Kenneth chuckles, teasing that she'll have to try harder than that to scare him. Two maids peek from around a corner, confused by the scene. They approach a dazed Roll and ask if she's all right. Spin. Lost in a flowery daydream, Roll twirls a lock of hair and whispers, "Kenneth's name. Kiss my forehead." She finishes, causing the maids to shriek in shock. Gasp. The two maids freeze in stunned silence. Crowding. They anxiously crowd around Roll, asking if she's upset or if he forced himself on her. Exhale. The maids sigh in relief when Roll assures them he neither upset her nor forced her. When asked why she seems down, Roll admits she feels like she lost and wants to find a way to make him feel as flustered as he made her. The maids exchange a mischievous look, laugh, and declare they are experts in that very field. Posing. They strike a pose, explaining that the most painful thing for a working man is about to be revealed. Splash. The brown-haired and gray-haired maids celebrate their playful prank, while Roll looks surprised, thinking to herself that she's been ratted out. Sprinting. Kenneth runs, complaining about being suddenly forced to train under the hot sun. Annoyed, Kenneth demands to know why the black-haired military officer is making him run faster without explanation. I'll hoot. An owl perches on a tree, heralding the arrival of night. Rattling sound. An elegant black carriage sits empty on a cobblestone street, waiting in the silent night. Kenneth Count Roderick, the red-eyed, black-haired man, is lost in thought, sighing pensively. Kenneth Count Roderick watches from a window as Roll holds an object. Roll is recognized from behind by an unseen person. Kenneth Count Roderick appears in the carriage, asking a surprised Roll why she is out so late. Glint. A jar full of shiny candies is revealed, making Roll wonder if they are sweets. Kenneth Count Roderick asks Roll why she is buying candy by herself, and she explains that it's custom-made, and offers him some. Thump. Kenneth Count Roderick looks at the candy, his eyes widening. Nausea. Kenneth Count Roderick shows extreme disgust toward the candy, covering his mouth. Vomiting. In response to Roll's question about the candy's taste, Kenneth Count Roderick disgustedly spits out a stream of rainbow. Roll slyly reveals this particular candy was made for someone else, prompting Kenneth Count Roderick to press her on who it's for. Gasp. Kenneth Count Roderick asks about Louise and the Countess, and Roll replies that they are planning to go on vacation. A surprised Roll questions the timing of their vacation. He then explains it's due to recent events. Kenneth Count Roderick explains that since the Roderick family is a target of the Imperial faction, they wish to go overseas to escape the danger. Roll looks shocked and flatly rejects the idea that the Roderick family is in danger. Static, a grainy, static-filled image of a tombstone appears, suggesting a grim future or memory. Static, a grainy image shows Kenneth standing by a tombstone with a somber expression. Kenneth Count Roderick tells Roll not to go, and she asks in surprise for the reason. Roll asks Kenneth Count Roderick why he told her not to go, and he gives a clumsy excuse while Roll sadly reflects on her life. Haha. Kenneth Count Roderick thanks Roll for her concern, then invites her into his carriage, stressing that it's too late for her to be out alone. Roll firmly refuses to run away, telling Kenneth Count Roderick she intends to fight to the end. A grand manor with a red roof stands under a bright sky, marking a new day. Grown, an exhausted-looking Kenneth slumps over a desk piled with documents, desperate for a rest. Drip! Kenneth's eyes widen in shock as a drop of red liquid trickles from his mouth. Roll, in a large room, suddenly smiles, realizing Kenneth must have tried her special candy. Roll asks an old man about a voice, which he dismisses, saying Leston must have found his gift. The old man thoughtfully asks Roll why she has come to see him. Roll lowers her head, looking sorrowful and contemplative. As she is about to speak, a photo in an old frame shows a young Kenneth smiling beside a black-haired man. With a look of concern, Roll asserts that an investigation's findings are wrong and that she believes His Grace the Duke did not benefit, at which point the old man says her name. The old man, sitting with Roll, argues that a mere undiscovered motive doesn't clear His Grace the Duke of his connection to the incident. The old man concludes that unless the person involved reveals it themselves, they can never know the whole truth, leaving Roll in silent contemplation. Roll questions the old man, asking if his lack of information stems from not knowing the whole truth. Leaps, the red-eyed, black-haired mage falls into an illusory space, asking with a menacing smile if they thought they could shake him. Bite. Roll bites her finger, drawing blood, looking determined to fight, while Sophia holds a frightened child against a rainy backdrop. Crackle. Footsteps step into a pool of water that glimmers and crackles with magical energy. The gray-robed mage reacts to a burst of blue energy as Roll shouts for the gray-haired maid to run. Blue energy pours down, engulfing them and the child in her arms. The gray-haired maid, holding the child, looks pained and tells Roll to be careful. The gray-robed mage questions why Roll is fighting so desperately, then states that she already knows her reason. With a whoosh, Roll stands bravely in the rain, confronting a group of gray-robed figures. Roll cuts her finger, fiercely threatening the unseen figures and vowing to make them regret harming her companions. Haha! 3 gray-robed figures mock Roll confidently, asserting their dominance and advising her to think rationally. The cloaked figures warn a shocked Roll that her bloodline power is insufficient and she will soon die if she fights them. Roll falls backward through the stormy sky as the cloaked figures issue a 5-second ultimatum, threatening action for non-compliance. With a crack, a foot steps on shattering, glowing ice, unleashing powerful ice magic. Freeze. A cloaked figure, trapped in ice, demands to know when this happened and begs to be released. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the ice shatters across his face, the trapped man lets out a terrified scream. With a bang, the frozen figure explodes in a brilliant flash of white light. A red-haired girl watches coldly, declaring that her enemies will not escape alive. Splash! The scene shifts to a heavy downpour in a dark forest, rain rippling in puddles. Ha! A blood-soaked hand clenches into a fist as its owner pants in the rain. The red-haired girl kneels exhausted in the rain as a tall, cloaked figure mocks her, asking where her fighting spirit has gone. She gasps and glares up, realizing this newcomer must be the attacker's leader. The cloaked leader orders his men to find Countess Roderick, planning to use her as bait to draw out the rest of the family. Puffed! Just as the leader muses about killing all the Rodericks, he is suddenly pierced from behind by a glowing blade, looking down at the wound in utter shock. The girl extends a hand, summoning power, and the leader can't believe she can still cast magic. She gives a cold smile, telling him he should have drained every last drop of her blood if he wanted to defeat her. With a hiss, steam rises from his wound as a narrator explains that some records claim blood magic can grant wishes. In a brief flashback, two nobles scoff at these records, dismissing them as mere rumors spread by mages to maintain their prestige. The cloaked leader summons a fireball, vowing to drain every drop of her blood now. The red-haired girl looks dejected in the rain, muttering to herself about what she should do if the rumors are true. She closes her eyes, deciding to take a chance and try to make her wish come true. Clang! A flash of a sword blocks the attack. An unseen person shouts a warning not to harm her. A black-haired man appears, catches the girl, and desperately calls her name, Roll, urging her to hold on. Roll sinks into darkness, feeling her body grow heavy and her head cold. Recognizing the familiar feeling, her eyes snap open, glinting with light. She wakes up in a soft bed, wearing a white nightgown, and looks around in confusion. As Roll asks where she is, the black-haired man approaches with a tray and asks if she has regained consciousness. Recognizing him as Kenneth, she asks what happened, and he is relieved that she still recognizes him. Kenneth explains that she has been asleep at an inn for 4 days and reassures her that, thanks to her, Countess Roderick and Louise are safe in the next room. Seeing her blame herself, Kenneth gently pats her head, insists it is not her fault, and leans in to kiss her forehead. In a tender and warm moment, he softly thanks her for waking up. The scene shifts to a grand, white manor with a red roof at dusk. Inside the manor, Roll's 2 maids are crying, complaining that her supposed short trip took too long. When they turn an alarm to find Roll covered in bandages, she casually explains that she got hurt, which upsets them even more. She raises a bandaged hand, admitting that it was hard being hurt and that she missed them. Her heartfelt confession leaves the 2 maids speechless for a moment. At Roll's command, they hurry off to get their own blankets and pillows. In the hallway, a door closes quietly. An exhausted-looking Kenneth sighs until Roll calls his name. She finds him in the hallway and asks if something happened yesterday. In a daze, a flashback shows Kenneth being forced to walk on his hands in the training hall, furious at the absurd punishment. He explains that he was punished for causing trouble for another noble lady. He continues that he is willing to accept the punishment to resolve the matter, which makes Roll press him for what he means. He reveals that security around the manor has been tightened, as there is no guarantee the culprits will stop hunting her. Kenneth warns her to stay inside for her safety, but Roll dismisses his concern, saying she is busy. He quickly grabs her arm to stop her, taking a deep breath. He takes a frustrated, deep breath, struggling to remain calm. He grabs her by the shoulders, sternly reminding her that she almost died. He recounts the terrifying experiences, the carriage exploding, finding her covered in blood, and her being unconscious in the rain for days. He tells her she has done enough, stressing how dangerous the situation has become. He looks her firmly in the eyes and declares that for now, the answer to her going out is no. The red-haired girl declares that she must intervene to prevent a past tragedy from repeating itself. A young, black-haired boy with red eyes looks at her in confusion. She dismisses his unspoken question, calling him an idiot and saying he does not need to know what she is talking about. She turns and announces that she needs to ask Isabella something, and Roll tries to leave, but a brown-haired man desperately begs her to stop. He watches helplessly and in panic as she rushes out the door. He covers his face and sighs in frustration, wondering if he has no choice but to inform Lord Leston. Roll arrives and is greeted warmly by the pink-haired Isabella. Isabella offers a faint, tired smile, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Roll watches with a slightly surprised expression. Roll asks if she should call a doctor, but Isabella politely declines, saying she is just tired. As tea is poured, a voice asks about the situation outside. Isabella explains that although she has been staying home, she can sense the chaos outside, noting that even the guards seem restless. She asks worriedly if something has happened. Roll lies again that nothing has happened, and Isabella is relieved. Isabella says wistfully that she hopes they can prove her father did not act on his own. A sharp sidelong glance reveals hidden thoughts. Roll asks what she means, and Isabella tells her she should not have forced herself to come, leaving Roll looking confused. Isabella acknowledges the great lengths she has gone to for her and her father. A confused Roll is suddenly questioned by an unseen person about what she is doing there. As the voice finishes, a a stern-looking, black-haired man in a formal uniform makes a dramatic entrance. Roll questions what Leston is doing, but he grabs her arm, reminding her that she has no right to be here while he is on duty. Leston formally takes his leave of Isabella and leads Roll away. In the distance, Isabella wishes them both well. With a bang, the grand doors slam shut behind them. Roll shakes her arm free and asks how he found her, and he reveals that Sir Kenneth told him. An angry Roll calls Kenneth a traitor, but Leston advises her not to blame him. She questions Leston if dragging her away so abruptly was really the right thing to do. Leston sighs heavily, explaining that he was worried for her safety, as it is too dangerous for her to be seen now. He explains that many nobles resent Duke Sergei's family, and rumors of her meeting with Isabella will only attract trouble. He warns that it will only increase her enemies, but Roll seems unconcerned by his worries, despite his insistence that the matter is serious. Leston explains that as long as Duke Sergei is seen as the culprit, many will seek revenge against him. The scene shifts to the two of them, sitting in a carriage. Inside the carriage, Roll asks Leston to consider the worst possible outcome of the current situation. With a bitter look, he admits that if the worst were to happen, he doubts any amount of preparation could save the situation. He concludes that the worst-case scenario would be the Emperor's sudden death, which would destroy the Imperial faction. Roll's expression grows grim as she considers his words. She leaps between rooftops under the night sky, reaffirming her identity. Roll Chloe, a mage and a count's daughter. A hand parts some ivy, preparing to scale a wall. As she climbs over the wall, a shocked Isabella sees her from a window, but Roll is determined to do what must be done. Roll makes a dramatic entrance through the window, explaining to a confused Isabella that the main gate was too heavily guarded. Isabella worries that Roll should not be there, but Roll dismisses her own safety, insisting that clearing the Duke's name is what matters most. Isabella asks what the worst-case scenario is, and Roll explains it is the Emperor's assassination, with their entire faction being branded as traitors. She adds that not even the Duke himself would want to see such a disastrous outcome. Isabella despairs, saying the culprits destroyed all the evidence, and even the Night Order is helpless, leaving her feeling powerless. Surrounded by a shimmering floral aura, Roll looks at Isabella and reminds her that she is still here. Roll produces an invitation to a royal ball being held that very day. This leaves Isabella confused. As Isabella examines the letter, Roll reminds her of her wish to prove the Duke's innocence. Roll admits the chances of success are slim, but insists it is better than doing nothing and offers to help Isabella escape her house arrest. Overcome with emotion, Isabella suddenly hugs Roll tightly. Isabella cries and thanks her, and Roll promises to prove her father's innocence in return for Isabella's help. The scene shifts to the magnificent royal palace on a clear day. A red-haired woman wakes up in a lavish bed, stretching her arms. A worried maid approaches cautiously, addressing her as Lady Halt. The maid asks where she was last night, and the red-haired woman is surprised that they knew she was out. The maid explains she was worried because when she went to check on her ladyship, she only found pillows stuffed under the covers. The red-haired woman apologizes and says she is fine, but the maid laments that she and Lord Leston searched for her all night. Hearing this, the red-haired woman lowers her head, looking troubled. She worries that Leston also knows about last night, just as another maid enters to announce that the young master wishes to see her. Realizing she is in trouble, the red-haired woman thinks nervously, "I'm done for." The scene shifts to a warm, crackling fireplace. A brown-haired man with red eyes sits behind a desk and sternly tells Roll to sit down. Roll, already dressed, looks on in confusion. The man explains that Roll snuck out last night, though her destination is unknown, and Roll wonders why Kenneth is also present. The man behind the desk concludes that the only person Roll would sneak out to meet late at night is Sir Kenneth. An indignant Kenneth jumps up, protesting that he is being suspected. The brown-haired man deems his intuition reasonable, describing Kenneth as a cunning and untrustworthy scoundrel, but Kenneth insists it was not him. A distraught Kenneth turns to Roll, begging her to speak up and say where she really went. Roll remains silent, weighing the consequences of admitting she met Isabella. Thinking of how angry her brother would be, she decides she must hide her plan. She makes her decision. She declares that she did indeed meet with Kenneth, leaving him utterly stunned. The brown-haired man's eyes glint menacingly as he accuses Kenneth of lying, which Kenneth frantically denies. Under immense pressure, Kenneth quietly asks Roll if she is really going to do this to him. With a bang, Roll brings up the matter of him kissing his fiancée, causing a flustered Kenneth to stammer in response. As the brown-haired man glares, emitting a dark aura, Kenneth quickly clarifies that he only kissed her cheek and that it was on a different day. Just as Roll is about to say he was different yesterday, Kenneth quickly covers her mouth with his hand. To silence her, he trembles and whispers an apology, trying to find a peaceful solution. But Roll coldly tells him to play along, as she will not discuss last night. Another man interjects, telling Sir Leston to let Roll go, which prompts Leston to accuse the protesting Kenneth of having a guilty conscience. The man holds out a hand, calmly explaining to Sir Leston that it is normal for Roll, a sensitive 16-year-old girl, to have secrets. A blushing Kenneth declares his conscience is clear, but says a secret between two people can only be revealed if both agree. He puts an arm around Roll, suggesting she wants to stay silent for now, which she agrees to, promising to tell her brother one day. As Roll walks away, her soul temporarily leaves her body in relief, while she reaffirms to herself that she is capable. Under a starry sky, a carriage waits outside a grand mansion. Two people hold hands, and one asks the other if they are ready, receiving the reply that they have practiced this thousands of times. A young woman with long, light-colored hair assures Roll that whatever happens today, it will not be her fault. The woman smiles radiantly, bathed in warm, golden light. Inside a lavish ballroom, nobles murmur about a newcomer, surprised that she is no longer under house arrest. The woman approaches the throne, acknowledging her impoliteness, but asking His Majesty for a moment of his time. Her companions watch in shock from the crowd, realizing this is why Roll was out, while Roll herself remains composed. The woman stands firm, ready to speak. With a radiant smile, she tearfully thanks His Majesty for granting her request. She begins to defend her father, refuting the treason charges, while other nobles whisper that she does not know her place. With a boom, a sudden, violent explosion rips through the hall, sending guests screaming and scattering. Panic spreads as the remaining guests realize they are under a terrorist attack. Cough, cough. The woman, dazed by the blast, asks what happened and worries for His Majesty's safety. In the aftermath, Roll looks in horror at the bloody scene on the dais, with bodies strewn around the throne. A young man in a military uniform grimly reflects that if the emperor is assassinated, the entire imperial faction is finished. Drip, a teardrop falls as Roll's eyes widen with dawning horror. A terrible announcement echoes through the palace. His Majesty is dead. Roll rushes to the coughing woman, asking if Isabella is hurt. Isabella says it is her old ailment and nothing to worry about, smiling weakly and thanking Roll for saving her. A blond man runs through the chaotic hall toward Roll, urgently calling her name. The blond man grimly informs a shocked Roll that half the people at the banquet have suddenly vanished. Elsewhere in the chaos, a man and woman scream in utter terror. A man callously drags a woman away, glad that the party is over, while she begs him to stop and he tells her to be quiet. Roll turns and angrily demands to know what he is doing, but he just greets her with a smug look. The man blames their troubles on Roll and reveals that his boss is now after her. She cuts him off, demanding to know his purpose. He grins sinisterly while holding his hostage, asking if she has ever seen a mage with a purpose. With a crack, he explains that, unlike others, he is just looking for fun, as the marble floor beneath them begins to shatter. The floor collapses into a dark abyss, and he tells everyone to run. He callously lets the woman go, letting her fall into the darkness, and tells them to flee if they want to live. Someone grabs Roll from behind, warning her there is no time to look back. With a rumble, panic erupts as nobles shove each other, desperately fleeing the collapsing hall. A man flees with a child in his arms as Roll watches the horrific chaos unfold around her. The child, Louise, cries in Kenneth's arms, whispering that she is scared. Kenneth comforts Louise and vows to protect her, while another man insists that should be his line. Roll grits her teeth, wondering how a mage could possibly find this horrifying situation fun. The blond man explains that mages enjoy creating disorder and chaos to feel superior. He concludes that if the Imperial faction falls, the mastermind will kill two birds with one stone. With a smack, someone shoves the blond man aside, yelling that he is too slow. Kenneth, holding Louise, leaps over a newly formed chasm, separating them from Roll and a man in a white coat. Roll shouts their names in horror, watching them get further away. On the other side, Kenneth grabs the white-coated man by the collar. In a desperate move, Kenneth throws the man across the chasm toward Roll. Whoosh! The man, Isaac, does not make it and falls into the darkness as Kenneth watches and someone screams his name in despair. In his final moments, Isaac thinks only of Kenneth, telling him he must live. Back in Hall, the remaining nobles gather in confusion as the shaking finally stops. Kenneth stands alone on the other side of the chasm, holding Louise, staring into the abyss with a look of shock and grief. Later, Roll, dressed in mourning clothes and holding a white lily, reflects that she now understands that people die. With a sudden whoosh, she gently places the flower and a ring on a gravestone. The scene shifts to a grand, towering castle under a clear, sparkling sky. Kenneth, now in a green uniform, jokes that this is his last visit and he is glad he will not have to run laps anymore. A black-haired military officer advises Kenneth to speak more carefully, formally addressing him as Count Roderick. Kenneth teases the officer, finding his formal tone awkward, but the officer insists that he must get used to it. The black-haired officer smiles, admitting that being addressed so casually by Kenneth makes the new reality feel real. He asks if Roll is home, and Kenneth dryly remarks that she is, unless she's out causing trouble. The officer's expression turns serious, saying he has something important to tell her. The scene shifts to the grand interior of a stately mansion. Inside, an elderly nobleman confirms he understands that the person before him wants to break off his engagement to Roll. He asks if Kenneth has found someone else, but Kenneth denies it, claiming Roll has always been too good for him. The elderly noble is unmoved, telling Kenneth his reason is insufficient. He warns a confused Kenneth that breaking the engagement now will only harm him. A flash of strong, hidden emotion crosses Kenneth's eyes. The elderly noble sighs, asking if Kenneth is sure he will not regret this decision. He then presses further, asking what Kenneth would do if he were to arrange another engagement for Roll. With a bang, Kenneth grips his uniform, his eyes determined. The noble asks if he plans to force another engagement, but Kenneth clarifies that if she gets engaged again, it must be of her own free will. Kenneth clenches his fist and reluctantly agrees, saying it is fine as long as it is her own decision. The conversation ends, and the frame freezes on 2 teacups on the table. Roll sits alone in her room, softly telling her maids, Betty and Sophia, that she is sad. The 2 maids watch their mistress with tearful concern. Roll realizes that Kenneth is trying to push her away to protect her. She remembers someone telling him they hoped he would not change, and in a hazy memory, a young black-haired boy laughs and wonders why he would change when he has not even grown as tall as her yet. The memory fades, and Roll sadly recalls the promise he made. Her maids, Betty and Sophia, try to comfort her, suggesting they bake cookies, plant flowers, or try something new. Drip, as a tear falls, Roll asks if they will really do those things with her, and they embrace her warmly, promising to always be by her side. The scene shifts to a sunny garden full of beautiful pink roses. Later, her 2 maids chat with Betty, sighing that there is no point in raising a child when Roll just runs off to the most dangerous place as soon as she is better. The dangerous place is revealed to be Isabella's, where she is happily welcoming Roll. Roll hesitates for a moment. Roll apologizes to Isabella, feeling guilty that her suggestion to go to the palace led to Isabella being caught in a terrible incident. Isabella gives a reassuring smile, telling Roll it is okay and that what pains her more is not any injury, but something else entirely. Isabella finishes her thought, stating that the Emperor's death is what truly breaks her heart, while Roll reflects that at least her presence cleared Sergei of suspicion. Just as Roll feels like problems are piling up, Isabella tells her that she does not need to worry about her forever. A surprised Roll asks what she means, and Isabella reveals that she knows all about Lord Kenneth. Isabella angrily condemns Kenneth for breaking the engagement, guaranteeing he will regret it and promising to help Roll teach him a lesson. With a whoosh, an array of gorgeous dresses and sparkling jewelry magically appears. Roll stares in confusion as Isabella declares that men always regret their decisions, and she is just going to speed up the process. As she places a ruby necklace on Roll, Isabella notes that while Roll's tastes are simple, a glamorous style can be a pleasant surprise. Just as Isabella is about to mention Roll's hair, she suddenly starts coughing violently, causing a worried Roll to ask if she is okay. Isabella says it is her old ailment and tells Roll not to worry, as it will get better soon. With a whoosh, Roll is transformed, now in an elegant dress and an elaborate hairstyle, looking radiant. Isabella instructs Roll to attend the next banquet Count Roderick will be at and seize the chance to catch his eye. Though confused, Roll agrees, and Isabella smiles, telling her she will understand once she experiences it for herself. Staring at her reflection, Roll feels awkward, wondering if looking so different from her usual self really matters. Stealing her resolve, Roll turns to ask if Isabella would be willing to accompany her. Before she can finish her sentence, Isabella suddenly collapses onto the floor outside the Grand Manor. A panicked Roll desperately shouts Isabella's name, trying to wake her unconscious friend.